Chapter 31-31. All of you, die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was still attacking crazily. The 100 transformation divine fist punched towards the 3 Emperor Realm experts one after another. At the same time, it enveloped the divine path, Huang Yanmo, Xian Lenghen, and the others. In fact, Lin Feng was already exhausted. But Lin Feng knew that he couldn't show any signs of fatigue. Because once he did, he would show signs of fatigue. If these people delayed for a while longer, he would be exhausted. At that time, he would definitely die. Right now, Lin Feng was squeezing out his body to stimulate his potential. Most of the time, people were forced out. Unless they were in a desperate situation. They couldn't force out even more potential. Lin Feng was still attacking crazily even though he was exhausted. He was forcing himself to look as brave as a tiger. At this moment, Lin Feng felt his body start to heat up. He felt that the fatigue in his body had actually eased a lot. This meant that, under such a deep stimulation, Lin Feng's potential, it was stimulated once again. Let's go, the 3 Emperor Realm experts shouted with incomparably gloomy expressions. Initially, they had thought that Lin Feng had used up a lot of energy and was about to run out of energy. Therefore, the 3 Emperor Realm experts wanted to delay for a while longer. Until Lin Feng showed signs of exhaustion. Kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. But, now that they saw that Lin Feng's attacks were still so fierce, the 3 Emperor Realm experts didn't have any confidence. They didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Feng like this. It was very likely that they would lose their lives here. They knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate to the Emperor Realm. Only they knew how much hardship they had suffered in order to cultivate to this realm. Therefore, the 3 Emperor Realm experts were people who cherished their lives. Therefore, they made plans to evacuate this place. Of course, the 3 Emperor Realm experts planned to guard outside. As long as Lin Feng came out. At that time, it would be a thunderous attack. The 3 Emperor Realm experts who had left the forbidden space naturally wouldn't be afraid of Lin Feng. In the Divine Dao battle, Huang Yanmo, Xian Lenghen, and the others didn't dare to linger. Including the 3 great monarchs, the group of people quickly escaped. Lin Feng had single-handedly killed so many top-notch geniuses. He had even scared off 3 great emperors and several other top-notch geniuses. If news of this battle were to spread, it would definitely alarm the 9 prefectures. Huff huff huff, after the 3 great monarchs, Divine Dao battle, and the others left, Lin Feng began to pant heavily. A deep sense of fatigue engulfed his entire body. If not for the fact that his potential had been stimulated once again, Lin Feng might have been exhausted to the point of collapse. Now, although Lin Feng felt extremely tired and powerless, he was not exhausted to the point of collapsing. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. After scaring off the 3 sovereign emperors and the others, the holy fruits would all be his. Lin Feng walked towards the holy tree and finally arrived in front of it. There were a total of 5 fruits on the sacred tree. Now, the fruits had ripened. They emitted an enticing fruity smell. The sacred tree was extraordinary, and the sacred fruits were even more so. Lin Feng plucked all 5 sacred fruits. Then, he kept them in the mountain river ring. Next, Lin Feng began to examine the sacred tree. Lin Feng wondered if he could dig out the sacred tree and plant it in the mountain river ring. He took out a shovel and began to dig. However, the sacred tree directly shot up into the sky and tore through the void, trying to escape. Lin Feng was shocked. The power of the order laws in this distorted space was extremely strong. Cultivators would find it difficult to even use their magic power, let alone tear through the space here. However, the sacred tree could easily tear through the space here. It was truly shocking. Seeing the sacred tree trying to escape, Lin Feng grabbed the sacred tree's roots. Then, Lin Feng was brought along by the sacred tree and disappeared from this space. F***CK. Stop it. Angry shouts could be heard from the dense ancient forest from time to time. The person who was shouting was Lin Feng. Pa pa pa. The branches of the sacred tree continuously whipped towards Lin Feng. These branches were very terrifying. They were like powerful whips as they whipped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was covered with cuts and bruises. Right now, Lin Feng really wanted to cry but had no tears. The sacred tree clearly had a spirit. It continued to provoke Lin Feng with a new round of attacks. The power of the sacred tree's branches was too shocking. They continued to whip Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. The sacred tree's attacks were not ordinary physical attacks. There was a terrifying power contained within the sacred tree, and when the branches whipped out, Yi Zichen was shocked. This terrifying power would also surge out at the same time. Then, it would cause serious damage to the person who was hit. I'll seal. Lin Feng endured the pain. He was determined to seal the sacred tree and then plant it in the mountain river ring. However, Lin Feng tried to use various methods to seal the sacred tree. In the end, it all ended in failure. This made Lin Feng incomparably depressed. In the end, the sacred tree sent Lin Feng flying. Then, it quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Lin Feng helplessly smiled bitterly. Then, he lay in the forest and gasped for breath. A slight rustling sound could be heard. A black python that was more than 10 meters long was lurking towards Lin Feng. This was a demon python. It was very terrifying. It was very good at sneak attacking prey. When it was more than 20 meters away from Lin Feng, the demon python directly jumped out and pounced towards Lin Feng. It opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed Lin Feng. It wanted to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. Facing the demon python's attack, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. A sword chi slashed out. Poochie. Blood splattered. The demon python's head soared into the sky. This demon python was killed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng kept the demon python into the mountain river ring. The demon python was very nutritious. It could be cooked into a delicacy to nourish his body. Lin Feng quickly left the place, found a quieter place, and then started a bonfire. Lin Feng made a barbecue and a snake soup. Then, he made a dragon and tiger fight. The dragon and tiger fight was cooked with demon python meat and tiger meat. It looked, smelled, and was definitely a delicacy. Just as Lin Feng was about to enjoy the delicacies, his gaze looked towards the forest on the left. He vaguely felt that something was hibernating there, and that existence was looking at him. Come out. Lin Feng's sword chi swept over. Ah, it hurts, you bastard, you dare to sneak attack me, Long Outyen, I, Long Outyen, will tear you to pieces. Chapter 31-32. It's you. Lin Feng looked at the golden eastern divine dragon in astonishment. This fellow had just broken free from the stone orb. Lin Feng had almost died in the hands of this fellow. Who would have thought that a mysterious woman of unknown origin would appear in the demonic orb? She was so strong and terrifying. She had devoured the origin energy of this eastern divine dragon completely. This eastern divine dragon's strength had decreased tremendously. His body had shrunk to about a meter long, looking like a golden snake. He no longer had the majesty of the eastern divine dragon tribe. That's right. It's the wise and mighty master Long Outyen. Today, I've decided to take you in as my human pet. Long Outyen could not help but shout. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely. That guy probably hated Lin Feng because of what had happened in the past. Now that Long Outyen did not have much combat strength left, so what if he was from the Eastern Divine Dragon tribe? Lin Feng was not afraid of this fellow at all. He pursed his lips and said, "You want to deal with me with that little strength of yours? You couldn't even deal with me when you were released, let alone now. Now, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, believe it or not, there will be a fried Eastern Divine Dragon delicacy on yours truly's table today." Long Outyen began to curse. Originally, I, Long Outyen, thought that I was already good at bragging. Who would have thought that I would pale in comparison to you? Back then, I, Long Outyen, could have killed you with a single claw. If it weren't for the woman in the demonic orb, do you think you would have survived until now? How dare you say that Master Long Outyen couldn't even deal with you when I was released? You can't be so shameless. Lin Feng said calmly, I'm the master of the demonic orb. Everything in the demonic orb belongs to me, including that woman. She belongs to me. Shameless people are invincible. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Long Outyen looked at Lin Feng with disdain. You're the shameless one. Your whole family is shameless. Lin Feng retorted. Kid, be a good boy and be my human pet, shouted Long Ao Tien furiously. He threw himself at Lin Feng. The divine dragon swings its tail. Next. Long Ao Tien's tail whipped towards Lin Feng. This guy seemed to have recovered some of his strength recently. That was why he dared to seek revenge on Lin Feng. Since you want to die, I'll blow you up today. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort. Immediately after, he threw a punch at Long Ao Tien. Bam! The two sides collided fiercely. Long Ao Tien was extremely powerful. After all, he was the Eastern Dragon God. The physical body of the Dragon Clan was the strongest among all the clans. Moreover, the Eastern Divine Dragon was a top-notch existence within the Dragon tribe. Therefore, it was obvious how strong Long Ao Tien's physical body was. However, when Long Ao Tien and Lin Feng collided, Long Ao Tien was sent flying by Lin Feng. Ah, my tail. My tail is about to be broken, you little bastard. How can you be so strong? Long Ao Tien immediately started cursing out loud. Your mouth stinks. Take another punch from me. Lin Feng snorted and continued to step forward. He threw a punch at Long Ao Tien. Divine Dragon Claw. Long Ao Tien roared and stretched out his dragon claw. He wanted to block Lin Feng's attack. The two sides collided again. However, this time, Long Ao Tien still couldn't fight against Lin Feng. Long Ao Tien was sent flying by Lin Feng again. I'll be back soon. After being sent flying by Lin Feng for the second time, Long Ao Tien wanted to escape. This guy was obviously not convinced. Before he left, he didn't forget to threaten Lin Feng. You can't escape. Lin Feng snorted and quickly chased after Long Ao Tien. He then used the Black Tortoise Hunchback tablet painting to suppress Long Ao Tien. Long Ao Tien had lost his magic power. He couldn't fight against Lin Feng's divine ability. He was suppressed in midair. Let me go. Let me go. You bastard. If my origin energy hadn't been devoured by that woman, do you think you can jump around in front of me? If you dare to jump around, Long Ao Tien would have smashed you into a pile of meat paste. Long Ao Tien couldn't help but roar in anger. He was extremely dissatisfied after being suppressed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said calmly, a hero doesn't talk about his past achievements. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. So, let's not talk about what happened in the past. Lin Feng tied Long Ao Tien to a metal rod used for barbecuing and placed him over the fire to roast. How dare you roast me? I'm not done with you. Long Ao Tien was so angry that he glared at Lin Feng. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely. He wanted to pounce on Lin Feng and bite him to death. Lin Feng took out various spices and sprinkled them on Long Ao Tien's body. He said, I wanted to fry you, but you're just skin and bones. There's not much meat left. Let's not waste the oil and just roast you. When he heard that, Long Ao Tien was so upset that he almost vomited blood. He was the Eastern Divine Dragon. He was high and mighty. He was the Eastern Divine Dragon. In Lin Feng's eyes, using a pot to fry him was a waste of oil. Long Ao Tien's three corpse gods flew into a rage. He kept struggling, trying to break free from his restraints. However, he tried many times. Every time, he failed. After roasting him for a long time, Lin Feng realized that Long Ao Tien seemed to be fine. Hey, although you're just skin and bones, your skin is very thick. Why is it so difficult to roast you? Lin Feng could not help but grumble. Long Ao Tien said proudly, are you blind? Master Long Ao Tien is an Eastern Dragon God. I'm from an incomparably noble race. I can swallow fire and spit out water. How can this kind of ordinary fire hurt me? Long Ao Tien had an arrogant look on his face. It was as if he was certain that Lin Feng could not hurt him at all. Hence, he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better let me go. Then, kneel down and swear to become my human pet. Otherwise, when I recover my magic power, you'll die a horrible death. Long Ao Tien said viciously. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Don't get too cocky. Ordinary fire couldn't hurt you. I wonder if heavenly fire can roast you. Chapter 31-33. God-devouring black flame. That's the 8th-ranked heavenly flame. It's a powerful heavenly flame controlled by the heavenly demon emperor. How did it end up in your hands? Long Aotian exclaimed in shock when he saw the god-devouring black flame that Lin Feng had brought out. Lin Feng was surprised that Long Aotian knew the heavenly demon emperor. Could he be an expert from the same era as the heavenly demon emperor? Lin Feng said calmly, I killed the heavenly demon emperor's son and snatched the god-devouring black flame from him. You killed the heavenly demon emperor's son? Long Aotian was shocked. Then, he burst out laughing. That son of a bitch left the god-devouring black flame to his son. Looks like that son of a bitch is definitely dead. This is retribution. This is truly retribution. Seeing Long Aotian's ecstatic look, Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. Just what kind of heinous thing had the heavenly demon emperor done to Long Aotian back then? To think that Long Aotian would hate the heavenly demon emperor so much. Lin Feng asked, Is there a grudge between you and the heavenly demon emperor? Long Aotian looked at Lin Feng arrogantly and said, Don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. There are some things that you don't have the right to know. Long Aotian seemed to have forgotten that he was just a prisoner. That arrogant attitude of his made Lin Feng extremely unhappy. Lin Feng could not be bothered with Long Aotian anymore. He directly activated the god-devouring black flame. Then, he used the god-devouring black flame to burn Long Aotian's body. Ah! It's burning me! It's burning me! Stop! Long Aotian screamed. However, from the looks of it, he was completely fine. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? You're burning me to death. I'm about to be roasted. Long Aotian could not help but roar angrily. His eyes were spitting fire. Lin Feng said indifferently, Put your sister out. I want to eat roasted dragon meat, it must taste good. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the past, the heavenly demon emperor and I were mortal enemies. You must have a deep grudge with the sky demon emperor's son, which is why you killed him, right? Come to think of it, there's still a deep relationship between us. With such a relationship, we should live in harmony and not fight and kill. Long Aotian continued to shout. This guy was really shameless. In order to escape. Now, he was trying to establish a relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, Come on. If you have the strength, you might as well breathe more of the fresh air in this world because this will be the last time you breathe in this world. Long Aotian had a glib tongue. Lin Feng didn't care at all. He continued to use the black flame god-devouring fire to burn Long Aotian. However, Lin Feng soon discovered that something was wrong. Even though Long Aotian had been screaming the entire time. Listen to the voice. It was incomparably mournful. It was extremely tragic. However, in reality, Long Aotian wasn't injured at all. Damn it. Stop screaming. I didn't hurt you at all. What are you screaming for? Lin Feng looked at Long Aotian speechlessly. Long Aotian's body was so tough that even Lin Feng was shocked. It was unimaginable how strong Long Aotian had been in the past. Long Aotian had lost all his magic power. However, his physical body was still strong and hadn't weakened. Let's see if you scream when I burn you with heavenly fire. Long Aotian glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng removed the iron rod that bound Long Aotian and took out the stone sword. Lin Feng grinned and said, Heavenly fire can't burn you to death. I wonder if the stone sword can kill you. Long Aotian's face turned green when he saw the stone sword. If you can't kill me, I'll take you as my human pet sooner or later, Long Aotian said fiercely. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, he swung the stone sword at Long Aotian. Clang clang clang, sword after sword slashed on Long Aotian's body. However, it was as if it had struck an incomparably hard metal. It actually produced a series of clanging sounds. It hurts so much. Ouch, it hurts. Hurry up and stop. If you continue, you'll really kill someone. Long Aotian screamed again and again. Although this guy was shouting very loudly, he didn't suffer any injuries. This made Lin Feng extremely speechless and helpless. This guy's body was too hard. It was so hard that it was unbelievable. He slashed at Long Aotian's body dozens of times, but he still could not cut him open. Lin Feng simply stopped. Huff 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 huff, he breathed heavily and was panting from exhaustion. F***ck, what is your body made of? Why is it so hard? Lin Feng looked at Long Aotian gloomily. Master Long has an immortal and indestructible body. Naturally, you won't be able to harm me, Long Aotian said proudly. If I can't kill you, I'll seal you again. When the era is destroyed, you'll be destroyed along with the era. At that time, we'll see if you're still an indestructible existence. Lin Feng could not help but pout. F***ck. How can you do such a thing? You're a demon. A complete demon. Long Aotian could not help but glare at Lin Feng fiercely. Of course, you can also use some treasures or secrets in exchange for your freedom, Lin Feng said indifferently. I just escaped. What treasures do I have? Long Aotian could not help but roll his eyes. Then use your secrets in exchange for your freedom. You'll have to answer whatever I ask you, Lin Feng said. Ask away, Long Aotian said. Long Aotian chose to give in. It was because he did not want to be suppressed anymore. The days of darkness had driven Long Aotian crazy. Who sealed you? Lin Feng asked. A bunch of old farts. Long Aotian immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng and Long Aotian talked in detail for a while before learning how Long Aotian had been sealed back then. The legend of Dragon Knights had a long history. Many people wanted to become Dragon Knights. It was not just because Dragon Knights were more domineering. There was another reason. Dragons were powerful and could help their masters fight enemies when a war broke out. Eastern divine dragons were extremely rare since ancient times. Long Aotian was being targeted by someone. There were a few terrifying beings who wanted to tame Long Aotian and make him their mount. Long Aotian was naturally no match for those old antiques, so he was suppressed by them. Those old antiques could not agree, and no one could convince the other. Thus, those old antiques temporarily sealed Long Aotian in a stone ball. They wanted to wait until the victor was determined to subdue Long Aotian as their mount. Who would have thought that after countless years, those old antiques would not appear again? Chapter 31-34. Lin Feng hadn't thought Long Aotian would have such a difficult life. Lin Feng didn't know if Long Aotian had become insane because he had been oppressed for so many years. Maybe it was because he had been oppressed for so many years that he had become like that. Lin Feng asked Long Aotian many more things and learned many secrets from him. Lin Feng found out a lot. Of course, Lin Feng didn't forget to ask Long Aotian about Lulan Island. Since Long Aotian had been imprisoned in Lulan Island, he probably knew a lot about Lulan Island and Lulan City. Long Aotian said, Lulan Island is where the Lulan tribe lives but not their ancestral ground. The ancient city is their ancestral ground. Lin Feng was shocked to hear this. Lin Feng had heard many rumors about the ancient city before. Now, he could finally confirm the authenticity of these rumors. It seemed that all the other rumors were false. The one about the ancient city being related to the Lulan tribe was true. So there really was a Lulan tribe in history. Long Aotian continued, Lulan Island is where the people of the Lulan tribe lived and thrived. Naturally, there are many treasures here. However, the most heaven-defying treasures are not kept here. They are kept in the ancestral land. Rumor has it that the ancestral land of the Lulan tribe contains many amazing treasures. For example, there are materials to forge weapons. There are even ancient weapons. Rumor has it that the ancient city of Lulan contains the legendary heaven-shaking stone tablet, the immortal elixir, and so on. What? Is this rumor true? Lin Feng couldn't help but look astonished. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. This was too shocking. Just how many supreme treasures did the Lulan tribe collect? This was truly shocking. People couldn't help but feel that this was unimaginable. Of course it's true. Years ago, I secretly entered the ancient city of Lulan and wanted to take something out, but I was discovered, Long Aotian said. He gritted his teeth and continued, the old ancestor of the Lulan tribe was the first old fart who wanted to suppress me and make me his mount. During the battle with this old fart, A few other old farts were attracted. That period of history was like a nightmare to Long Outyen. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Long Outyen was very depressed. Every time he thought about it, he would still grit his teeth. He was mad with hatred. That history was unbearable to think about. So you don't know about the destruction of the Lulan tribe and many other things that happened after that? Lin Feng frowned. Long Outyen nodded. I really don't know about what happened after the suppression. Something must have happened back then. The ancient city of Lulan had mysteriously disappeared. This period of history had become a mystery. It was just as Long Outyen had said. Something shocking must have happened back then. However, he did not know how many secrets were buried in that incident. Looking back, the world had changed. When Long Outyen was born, and the world had changed. When he first came out, Long Outyen was still yelling about finding those old farts for revenge. However, he was no longer yelling about it. That was because, after so many years, those who suppressed him might have died long ago. There are wars in every era, whether it's because of conflicts of interest or because of invasions from other realms. Too much history has been hidden, and there's no way to find out. Lin Feng frowned. It could be said that this was truly a pity. Lin Feng continued. You must have been to Lulan Island back then, right? You should know what treasures there are on Lulan Island, right? Long Outyen said. This is the Lulan tribe's land. Many of their experts lived here. I don't know what treasures there are because the Lulan tribe doesn't have much contact with the outside world. This tribe is full of mysteries. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Long Outyen's words. He couldn't find out what he wanted to know from Long Outyen. For example, the whereabouts of some supreme treasures or some legacy. How much do you know about the Lulan tribe? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Lulan tribe. This powerful and terrifying race was definitely a race that was terrifying to the point that it would shock anyone. In the past, they were incomparably powerful and glorious, but now, they were only legends. It was almost impossible for people of the future to know more about this tribe. The origin of this tribe is very mysterious. Back then, some said that this tribe was related to an extremely ancient Xiantian lifeform. Others said that this tribe was a mysterious tribe born after the beginning of time. Even then, the Lulan tribe was shrouded in a veil of mystery. I don't know when it started, but rumors about the Lulan clan began to spread in the universe. Many people knew about the legend of the ancient city of Lulan, and they also knew that there were countless treasures in the ancient city. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. The Lulan tribe had so many treasures, so it was natural that many powerful factions would want to know more about them. Thus, more than one faction made a move against the Lulan tribe. However, those factions didn't end well. They were all destroyed by the Lulan tribe. Long Outyen began to talk about the history of the Lulan tribe. After hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. Perhaps, the Lulan tribe was much more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, such a powerful tribe, how many people do they have? There aren't many people in the Lulan tribe. Perhaps it's because their bloodline is too powerful, so it's difficult for them to produce offspring. However, this tribe searched everywhere for children with outstanding talents and nurtured them from a young age. Many geniuses rose because of this and were very loyal to this tribe. If they were especially powerful and talented, they could even marry into the Lulan tribe. Marriage was a very common thing. When two extremely powerful bloodlines were married, the children born from the marriage might be even more powerful. This was the so-called twin bloodlines. Thus, some ancient tribes were extremely fond of marriage. Actually, the destruction of the Lulan tribe was within expectations. Too many people were spying on the ancient city of Lulan. It would be strange if they weren't destroyed. Chapter 31-35. Lin Feng said, So, you think that Lulan's destruction was caused by some top factions in the universe coveting their treasures? Long Outyen nodded and said, There is indeed such a possibility. In the past, too many forces coveted the treasures of the Lulan family. That time, I secretly infiltrated the ancient city of Lulan. In fact, I was not alone. There were many experts from other forces. However, Those experts were all killed. Perhaps because I am an Eastern dragon god, I was not killed. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the treasures in Lulan City have already been looted by those ancient factions? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, then what was the point of finding Lulan City? They would still not be able to get anything. Long Aotian said, that's not necessarily the case. Lulan is a terrifying race. They've been scheming for ages. Moreover, Lulan City is very strange. It has always been traveling through parallel universes without a fixed location. Even if Lulan is destroyed, others might not be able to find its location. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, I heard that there's a way to enter Lulan City on Lulan Island. Long Aotian said, perhaps there are some tokens that can be used to enter Lulan City. Lin Feng and Long Aotian chatted for a long time until Lin Feng felt that he could no longer get any more secrets out of Long Aotian. Only then did he decide to let Long Aotian go. Hurry up and leave. I won't make things difficult for you, but don't think of causing trouble for me again. I have a bad temper. If you dare to provoke me again, I don't know what I'll do to you. Lin Feng threatened Long Aotian. Long Aotian, however, refused to leave shamelessly. His eyes were fixed on the food in front of him. Long Aotian jumped out and took a big bite of the roasted meat. Then, he began to eat as if there was no one else around. No one would doubt that he was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. Hurry up and scram once you're done eating, Lin Feng said. Long Aotian replied to Lin Feng in a muffled voice as he chewed on the meat. Lin Feng didn't hear what this guy said clearly. After enjoying these delicacies, Lin Feng, on the other hand, planned to find a place to go into seclusion. He still had 5 holy fruits that he had obtained not too long ago. Lin Feng planned to refine the 5 holy fruits. Then, he would raise his cultivation base. 5 saint fruits were extraordinary. He wondered how many levels he would be able to raise. TSK, little brat, we'll definitely be able to display our might when we combine our swords. Long Aotian was practically standing beside Lin Feng. Then, he shook his head and started talking. Naturally, Lin Feng did not believe Long Aotian's nonsense. Long Aotian must have a lot of anger in his heart. If he cooperated with him, he might be betrayed. Lin Feng increased his speed in an attempt to shake Long Aotian off. Slow down a bit. Let's sit down and talk about our cooperation. Long Aotian couldn't help but shout. He quickly chased after Lin Feng, but in the end, he was shaken off by Lin Feng. After shaking off Long Aotian, Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed it with a restriction. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the cave. Squeak, 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 Bibi, who had been sleeping for a long time, woke up temporarily. It was at a crucial moment in its evolution and spent most of its time sleeping. Every time it woke up, it would be to eat. As expected, it was the same this time. After waking up, Bibi ate a large amount of precious spirit fruits before falling asleep again. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This little guy had always been so cute. Bibi's evolution path was very difficult. That was because Bibi's race was too strong. However, until now, Lin Feng still didn't know what race Bibi was. Lin Feng took out 5 sacred fruits. These 5 sacred fruits were all green in color. And they weren't big. They were about half the size of a fist. Surrounded by sacred light, they emitted a refreshing fruity fragrance. Just a whiff of it would make one feel refreshed. Lin Feng quickly ate the 5 sacred fruits. The sacred fruits were very sweet and delicious. However, this wasn't what Lin Feng was concerned about. Lin Feng was more concerned about the effects of these sacred fruits. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation level had stopped at the 55th step. Now, it was about the mid-level boundary emperor. It was too difficult for Lin Feng to break through. However, with the help of these treasures, it could greatly reduce the time needed to break through. After eating the 5 sacred fruits, Lin Feng began to use the archaic dragon-esque elephant art to refine the power of the 5 sacred fruits. The 5 sacred fruits gradually disintegrated into the purest form of energy. This energy was then gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body. After the powerful energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's cultivation base also began to steadily increase. Soon, he rose from the 55th step to the 56th step. Soon, he reached the 57th step. In the end, Lin Feng's cultivation base stopped at the 62nd step. The power contained within the sacred fruits was simply too astonishing. The 5 sacred fruits allowed Lin Feng to increase his cultivation base by a total of 7 levels. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. His combat prowess had increased by such a large margin. This was simply too difficult. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng continued toward the depths of Lulan Island. Lin Feng was still wondering if he would be able to meet Feng Yarao on Lulan Island. He didn't know what Feng Yarao's father, the heavenly wind god, had obtained from Lulan Island. Lin Feng had a feeling that if someone could find a way to enter the ancient city of Lulan, then that person would definitely be the heavenly wind god. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his judgment. This time was no exception. Of course, Lin Feng would only know if this was the case after meeting the heavenly wind god. That night, Long Outian showed up again. "Why are you here again?" Lin Feng looked at Long Outian with a speechless expression. He didn't want to have anything to do with Long Outian. This was because Lin Feng felt like Long Outian was a very unreliable divine dragon. Furthermore, Lin Feng had a feeling that Long Outian was going to set him up at a critical moment. After all, there was a grudge between them. Long Outian didn't seem like someone who would be able to set aside all grudges in a short period of time. "Hehe, I'm here to collaborate with you. Don't be in a hurry to turn me down," Long Outian spoke in a calm voice. "Not interested," Lin Feng replied and kicked Long Outian flying. Chapter 31-36. Damned bastard, I, Long Outian, am going to tear you to shreds. Long Outian rushed out of the forest and roared furiously. By the time he reached the place where Lin Feng was, Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. "I'll chase," Long Outian couldn't help but shout. He chose a direction and quickly gave chase. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw a female cultivator fly past. When he saw her, Lin Feng quickly hid himself completely. The female cultivator was none other than the sacred god clan's empress, Sheng Chiru. This woman was very charming. She was an extremely beautiful young married woman. She was extremely powerful. She was such a powerful woman, and also so beautiful, it was easy for people to have the idea of conquering her. Even Lin Feng had such thoughts. However, Sheng Chiru was too powerful now. Lin Feng didn't have the strength to conquer her. She was an empress. Such an existence was an overlord of the universe. Even in the sacred god clan, there weren't many experts of this level. Sheng Chiru was injured previously. Looking at her complexion now, her injuries should be recovering well, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Sheng Chiru seemed to be in a hurry. She seemed to have something urgent. Perhaps she had received news of some secret treasure and was rushing to the place where it was located. Although Lin Feng was very curious, he didn't follow Sheng Chiru. If Sheng Chiru saw him on the way, the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Feng didn't believe that Sheng Chiru would let him go. After Sheng Chiru left, Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. This woman was probably a goddess in the hearts of countless people in the past, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. In every era, there would be a few publicly recognized goddesses. These goddesses didn't just have peerless looks. At the same time, they were also extremely powerful. They were of noble birth and had astonishing talent. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't commoner goddesses. However, it was indeed very difficult for top-notch geniuses to appear in those ordinary forces. There were so many beautiful women. It wasn't that beautiful women would be sought after by others. Only those beautiful, noble, powerful, and talented female cultivators would be sought after by countless cultivators and become goddesses. He was admired and loved by countless people. She had countless suitors or escorts. Regardless of which aspect one looked at it from, Sheng Chiru in the past fulfilled these conditions. If I can get a female sovereign emperor as my slave, that would be pretty good too. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself when he had that idea. It was as if a ball of fire was burning in his heart. That clump of flames wanted to be extinguished, but it was unable to. Lin Feng temporarily put aside the evil thoughts in his heart. He didn't stop and continued to walk deeper. That night, an earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the forest. It was a ferocious beast, roaring furiously. Countless cultivators were alarmed and looked in the direction of the forest. Lin Feng was no exception. He was also alarmed and looked in the direction of the forest. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a huge monster. It was a giant ape. It was covered in pitch-black hair and was about 1,000 meters tall. Titan. Lin Feng was very shocked. It was actually a titan. This was an extremely rare race and was abnormally terrifying. Nowadays, Titan was extremely rare and had long disappeared from the outside world. Only in some secret places could one see the figure of this kind of creature. It's not a Titan, it's a King Kong, the Demon Lord said. King Kong? Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of this race. It looks very similar to a Titan. What's the difference? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. They both belong to the ape race, and they are the most powerful ape race. If there's a difference, it might be the difference in bloodline. The Titan's bloodline is the Golden Titan's sacred blood, so the Titan's hair is golden. The King Kong's bloodline is the King Kong's undying sacred blood, and its hair is black. These two terrifying apes are abnormally heaven-defying, but the King Kong might be more powerful when combined. This is because the King Kong's undying sacred blood is very similar to your immortal bloodline. It has the ability to be immortal. Even if it's injured, it can recover at the fastest speed. The Demon Lord couldn't help but say. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The King Kong's bloodline had an ability similar to the immortal bloodline. It was really extraordinary. Roar, 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 the huge King Kong kept roaring. Lin Feng saw from afar that there were more than a dozen great emperors besieging the King Kong. The King Kong was fighting with more than a dozen great emperors. It seemed to be guarding something important, so it didn't leave. Lin Feng was very surprised. He quickly flew in the direction of the battle. When he arrived at the battlefield, there was already a large number of cultivators gathered here. Naturally, many cultivators came here to watch the show. Everyone was scattered in all directions, watching this battle of the pinnacle. More than a dozen great emperors were abnormally terrifying. Moreover, there were a few imperial emperors. Previously, Lin Feng saw the female King Kong's Sheng Qiru in a hurry. Now, Sheng Qiru also appeared here. In addition to Sheng Qiru, Old Man Yin Mo and Huang Bie Shun, who Lin Feng had seen before, also came here and participated in this battle. Among the dozen great emperors, the most powerful one wasn't these three imperial emperors, but another person. That cultivator was surrounded by endless immortal light. He was like a banished immortal who had descended to the world. That cultivator's temperament was really extraordinary. Lin Feng heard people talking about that cultivator. That cultivator was from the immortal god clan, called Xian Wudao. Xian Wudao had cultivated for 5,324 years. However, it was said that his cultivation had reached the peak of the imperial emperor realm. How peerless and terrifying! Xian Wudao's lifespan was at least 50 million years. However, he had only lived for a little more than 5,000 years. More than 5,000 years. It was really in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye. Therefore, Xian Wudao's future was simply limitless. These experts besieged the powerful King Kong. Lin Feng also saw what the King Kong was protecting. The King Kong was actually protecting a holy flower. The holy flower was surrounded by endless holy light, emitting waves of shocking waves. Chapter 31-37. A holy flower took root in the void, giving birth to a powerful life. It looked like a holy flower that only appeared in myths and legends. It was an azure holy flower. No one knew what species it was. The energy waves it emitted were getting stronger and stronger. Such a holy flower was simply too extraordinary. It attracted too many people's attention. These emperor-level experts were all attracted by the holy flower. They wanted the holy flower, so they all attacked King Kong. Lulan Island was indeed extraordinary. There were countless opportunities. A holy tree had appeared before, and now a holy flower had appeared. Each had its own merits. They were all rare treasures. Of course, if they were to be broken down, the holy flower in front of them was obviously more valuable. Because this holy flower gave birth to life. This was an extremely shocking matter. What was the life inside the holy flower? Could it be a Holy Spirit? This was very likely. In the past, Lin Feng had seen the birth of a female Holy Spirit. That was truly a peerless and invincible expert. Who could compete with her in all the heavens? Therefore, once a Holy Spirit was born, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. This matter would shock countless people. Many people had their eyes on the holy flower because they suspected this. If the holy flower really gave birth to a Holy Spirit, then before the Holy Spirit was born, it would be the only chance to refine the Holy Spirit into an avatar. There was a rumor that a cultivator had obtained a Holy Spirit that had never been born, and then refined the Holy Spirit into an avatar. After that, he was invincible. When the time came, the Holy Spirit avatar could cultivate on its own. Until a certain level. The cultivator who refined the Holy Spirit would completely merge his soul with the Holy Spirit's body. Then he would abandon his original body. This was a very important point for cultivators. If their souls could perfectly fuse together, there would be no rejection. Refining other avatars. There might be some rejection. But refining a Holy Spirit basically wouldn't cause any rejection. This was also the reason why countless experts coveted the Holy Spirit. Ocean overflows the sky. 10,000 miles rolling waves. Star God invincible. Galaxy reversal. Topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Heaven and earth reversal. Universe collapses. Myriad divine fists. And so on. Powerful divine abilities were displayed by the great emperors and launched wave after wave of attacks on the powerful Vajra. Every single divine ability was profound and unfathomable, containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. People couldn't help but be shocked. With so many powerful divine abilities unleashed at the same time, the power was simply too terrifying. Even an imperial emperor wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. Vajra roared and swept his fists in all directions. It was extremely strenuous for him to resist the attacks of more than a dozen powerhouses by himself. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. King Kong's body was torn apart. His injured, the spectating cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, King Kong had unleashed a shocking and powerful battle prowess. He had been contending with more than a dozen great emperors. But in the end, they were still outnumbered. No matter how powerful a person's battle prowess was, there was no way it could withstand the continuous attacks of so many experts, each wave stronger than the last. He was as powerful as King Kong. Now, he was showing signs of fatigue, revealing his weaknesses. Many wounds appeared on his body, and blood immediately flowed out. Roar! King Kong stood up straight and pounded his chest with both fists, letting out an angry roar. His eyes were filled with flames of anger. Now, King Kong was incomparably furious, and his killing intent was monstrous. He was using this method to intimidate the surrounding great emperors. Leave quickly, and we can still spare your life. Don't seek your own death, Xian Wudao said with an indifferent expression. These great emperors besieging King Kong didn't want to fight to the death with him. Because King Kong was too powerful. Although more than a dozen great emperors were confident that they could kill King Kong if they joined forces, who knew what would happen later? They naturally wanted to use the most reliable and safest method to scare King Kong away. Moreover, these people were very afraid of this Vajra. If this Vajra fought back before it died, it would be very dangerous. Perhaps some of them would be killed by King Kong. Roar! King Kong roared angrily. He seemed to be warning these great emperors to let them leave. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then only death awaits you. Huang Bashan's gaze was cold, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. They already had the intention to kill King Kong. Since this King Kong is so stubborn, let's kill him. But everyone must be careful. This King Kong is very powerful. We need to be more vigilant, Sheng Churu said. This woman was very cautious. Okay, the others nodded. Boom, 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 next. An even more terrifying aura spread out. These people took out their own Dharma treasures. They hadn't used their Dharma treasures before. Now that King Kong was injured, they took out their Dharma treasures and were about to erupt with their strongest combat strength. One by one, the powerful Dharma treasures emitted a shockwave that made people turn pale. Each Dharma treasure had an extraordinary origin. Some took out monarch weapons, some took out bronze weapons, and some even took out forbidden weapons. All kinds of magic treasures were unleashed, causing others to be aghast. All kinds of attacks gathered together and blasted towards King Kong. Roar! King Kong roared and swung his fist at the Dharma treasures. Puff! 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 The sound of his body being torn apart rang out one after another. After this wave of attacks, more than a dozen huge wounds appeared on King Kong's body, and blood gushed out. King Kong was seriously injured. However, King Kong still had no intention of leaving. His willpower was very strong. Although his body was constantly trembling, he struggled to stand up. He was protecting the holy flower. For the holy flower, he was even willing to give up his life. Stupid gorilla, some great emperor-level powerhouses looked indifferent. In the eyes of many, nothing was more important than their own life. Not to mention the holy flower. They could even give up the life of their loved ones at a critical moment. Many people had such thoughts, but King Kong was fighting to the death here to protect the holy flower. This action made them feel very stupid and ridiculous. However, there were also quite a few people who were moved. They were moved by King Kong's persistence. Lin Feng sighed. King Kong couldn't resist the siege of these great emperor-level cultivators at all. He was probably going to die here today. Boom! More than a dozen great emperors attacked again. Powerful Dharma treasures blasted towards King Kong. King Kong roared to the sky and swept his fists at the Dharma treasures one after another. This time, King Kong suffered even more serious injuries. An emperor's sword streaked across the void and almost cut off King Kong's head. Chapter 31-38. Roar! Vajra roared and grabbed the imperial sword. Then, he threw the imperial sword away. If he hadn't grabbed the imperial sword at the critical moment, his head would have been chopped off by the imperial sword. Half of Vajra's head was chopped off. There were so many wounds on his body. His entire body was covered in blood. It was too tragic. Many people were moved. Such a scene was really bloody. Especially some female cultivators. When they saw such a scene, they couldn't bear to continue watching. Prevent him from self-destructing. Don't get too close, Immortal Wu Dao said. He thought of all the consequences. If an existence like Vajra wanted to self-destruct to drag a few people down with him, it was very possible. Therefore, they had to be on guard. As long as they took all the precautions. So what if Vajra was strong? It wouldn't be easy for him to drag them down with him. Sob, sob, sob. Sobbing sounds came from the sacred flower. It was a clear and pleasant sobbing sound. It sounded like the sobbing of a 3- or 4-year-old girl. It really gave birth to a sacred spirit, and she's still young, many people exclaimed. The eyes of the great emperors lit up. The sacred flower had given birth to a sacred spirit. It was just as they had guessed. And this sacred spirit was still young. It was the best opportunity to blood bond with the sacred spirit. If they waited until the sacred spirit grew up, just like the female sacred spirit that was born before, with such terrifying strength, they wanted to blood bond with her to become an avatar. The difficulty level, naturally, it would be greatly improved. Confirmed the sacred spirit's existence. These people won't give up so easily. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. These cultivators were all filled with killing intent. They definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Lin Feng didn't think that Vajra could leave with the sacred flower. If he could, he would have left with the sacred flower long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was likely to be Vajra's death. The sacred flower would be snatched away by one of the great emperors. Kill. When they heard the sobbing of the little girl in the sacred flower, The killing intent in the hearts of the group of great emperors grew even stronger. They launched a new round of attacks on Vajra. Vajra Sacred Fist. Suddenly, at this time, King Kong let out a low roar. He threw out a punch. Endless holy light surged out. It condensed into a dazzling and powerful fist radiance. The power of that fist was simply too strong. It should be one of King Kong's ultimate moves. The fist aura blasted away powerful magic treasures one after another. Meanwhile, the fist radiance enveloped everyone and forced all the great emperors back. Some of the weaker great emperors even spat out blood from the impact of the fist radiance. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. King Kong grabbed the holy flower and quickly rushed into the distance. He ran in the forest, and as he ran, the earth shook violently. Now, King Kong's injuries were very serious. If it wasn't for his body's self-healing ability, he might not have been able to hold on. However, even though he had the ability to heal himself, he had lost too much blood and continued fighting. King Kong was also very weak now. In particular, the Vajra Holy Fist just now had consumed a lot of Vajra's energy. Lin Feng had a feeling. After the punch just now, King Kong's aura had withered a lot. Such a move could only be used when he was in a desperate situation. At the beginning of the battle, everyone was in their peak condition. Even if they used such a powerful move, it would be easily neutralized by the opponent. As for themselves, because they used such a powerful move right from the start, their combat power had decreased greatly. This made it easier for the opponent to kill them. You can't escape. The dozens of great emperors looked gloomy. Especially those great emperors who were injured. They were filled with killing intent and couldn't wait to cut King Kong into pieces. Boom boom boom, these great emperors immediately took out their Dharma treasures and attacked Kong Kim with all their might. Facing the attacks of these powerful magic treasures, King Kong swung his fist, but only a portion of the magic treasures were sent flying. There were still a few powerful magic treasures that landed on King Kong's back. In an instant, it was a mess of flesh and blood. King Kong was sent flying and fell to the ground with a thud. The earth shook violently. Sob sob sob. Brother King Kong, get up. Brother King Kong, get up. Don't care about Xiao Ling anymore. Brother King Kong, get up quickly and leave this place. Cries could be heard coming from the holy flower. It was the voice of the little girl just now. King Kong tried to get up. But he tried several times. He couldn't get up again. King Kong is dead for sure. It's a race that has long disappeared in the outside world. It's hard to find them now. Now that King Kong is about to die, this race might go extinct because of this. A cultivator lamented. But this was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Countless living beings were killed every day. It was unknown how many races had been wiped out. Who can help us? I beg you, please help us, okay? The little girl in the holy flower begged. She hoped that someone would lend a helping hand and save them at this time. But who would dare to help at this time? There were dozens of great emperors. Each of them was extremely powerful. Wouldn't it be suicide if they helped now? Go, King Kong spat out a word with difficulty. He was at the end of his rope. It was difficult for him to fight anymore. Now, he only hoped that the holy flower could leave. I want to accompany Brother King Kong. The little girl in the holy flower was sobbing. What a touching scene. A great emperor couldn't help but show a mocking expression. From his expression, he didn't feel that this matter was very touching. Now, these great emperors only had killing intent in their hearts. One great emperor after another. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Their eyes emitted a cold light. They didn't rush up immediately because King Kong wasn't dead yet. If they rushed up now and King Kong suddenly self-destructed, then, most of them would die. Kill him with magic treasures, Huang Biashan said coldly. He planned to take out his magic treasures to kill this terrifying creature. These great emperors began to activate their magic treasures. Waves of terrifying energy waves were transmitted from their magic treasures. King Kong is going to be killed. Many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as these great emperors were about to take out their magic treasures to kill King Kong, suddenly, there was a flash of light above King Kong, and a young cultivator appeared. The young cultivator waved his hand and put the severely injured King Kong and the Holy Flower into the Demon Emperor's small world. Perhaps because he didn't feel any hostility from this cultivator, King Kong didn't attack. He just let this cultivator take him and the Holy Flower away. This cultivator was none other than King Kong. Chapter 31-39. After this happened, everyone was stunned. No one had expected something like this to happen. Someone dared to steal the prey of more than a dozen great emperors. How audacious! Plucking the fur from a tiger. Stirring up the earth above its head. Wasn't this courting death? Lin Feng. His Lin Feng, said a cultivator of the 10,000 clans when he recognized Lin Feng, grinding his teeth. What? His Lin Feng of the human race? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Who didn't know Lin Feng's name? Who didn't know? The number one of the younger generation of the human race. The future hope of the human race. The pillar of the younger generation of the 9 provinces. Of course, there was another identity. He was listed as the number one existence of the top 10 experts of the 9 provinces that the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces wanted to kill. The 3 forces had even issued a bounty. It was said that if anyone could kill Lin Feng, they would be rewarded with 100 types of 3,000 great dows, a top-grade emperor weapon, and 500,000 immortal stones. The bounty had only been issued recently. Even killing a great emperor wouldn't give such a generous reward. The 3 forces had offered such a generous reward for killing Lin Feng. From this, it could be seen. The 3 forces wanted to kill Lin Feng so badly. Now, Lin Feng had appeared. And he had stolen the prey of more than a dozen great emperors in front of all the cultivators in the world. This was simply a slap to the faces of more than a dozen great emperors. Every great emperor felt a burning sensation on their cheeks. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and their eyes were emitting a dense killing intent. The great emperors looked at Lin Feng as if they wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Cut him into pieces. Ha 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 ha, everyone, I'll be leaving first, Lin Feng laughed. Before the surrounding cultivators could react, he had already crushed the void teleportation talisman. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng was teleported out. Lin Feng brat, are you courting death? Many great emperors immediately roared in exasperation. They had gone through untold hardships to severely injure King Kong to the brink of death, but in the end, it was all for naught. How could he not feel hatred in his heart? Each and every one of them hated Lin Feng to the bone. They wished they could eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the great emperors quickly chased after Lin Feng through the void. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 300 kilometers away. The only thing that could be confirmed was that he was still on Lulan Island. As for where it appeared, Lin Feng didn't know. Because he was in a hurry at that time. Lin Feng randomly teleported in a direction. Moreover, Lin Feng wasn't familiar with Lulan Island, so he didn't know where he was. However, it was very quiet here. Lin Feng found a secluded cave and sealed the entrance with a restriction. He entered the Yarrow Emperor's small world. Are you all right? Lin Feng looked at King Kong and the Holy Flower. Thank you for saving us, big brother. The little girl's voice came from the Holy Flower. You're welcome, little sister, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng wasn't a savior, but he was a man of flesh and blood. When he saw King Kong and the little girl in the Holy Flower standing by each other's side, anyone with a bit of conscience wouldn't be able to remain unmoved. However, there were too many people. They had their misgivings. That was why they didn't dare to make a move. King Kong was very weak. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Thank you for saving my life. I'll never forget it. I'll definitely repay you generously. When Lin Feng saved King Kong and the Holy Flower, he didn't expect them to repay him. He only saved them out of pity. However, since King Kong wanted to reward him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He took out a million-year-old immortal herb and handed it to King Kong. Eat it. You'll recover faster after eating it. My race doesn't need this to recover, King Kong said. He was very stubborn. He wanted to use his own bloodline to recover. This would stimulate his bloodline and make it stronger. Lin Feng nodded. He said, "You can rest here for now. You can leave when you're fully recovered." Then, he left the Yarrow Emperor's small world and went to the outside world. The dozen or so great emperors must be frantically searching for him. Moreover, the manpower they could mobilize was too great. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other factions were definitely searching for him. Therefore, Lin Feng had been hiding there for a few days. He wanted to avoid the limelight. The holy flower flew out. It floated in the air. "Big brother, my name is Xiao Ling." "What's your name?" the little girl in the holy flower asked. "My name is Lin Feng," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Can I be good friends with Big brother in the future?" The little girl was a little nervous and expectant as she asked. She was very innocent. She was very lovable. Lin Feng said with a smile. "Of course you can. Big brother likes little sister Xiao Ling a lot." That night, Lin Feng suddenly had a dream. In the dream, he saw a holy flower. The holy flower was surrounded by holy light. It was very extraordinary. On this day, not far away, there was a huge valley. In the valley, 2 huge corpses were lying there. They were the corpses of 2 King Kong. No one knew what had happened. 2 extremely powerful King Kong had died here just like that. There was also a young King Kong. That King Kong was very young and had suffered serious injuries. However, it was still on the verge of death. It had not truly died. The holy flower had a spirit. It flew over and poured down holy light. The holy light fused into the young King Kong's body. The young King Kong's injured body began to gradually recover. When the holy flower and King Kong were young, Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. No wonder King Kong would rather die in battle than give up the holy flower. Their relationship was too deep. However, he did not know when the holy flower saved the young King Kong. Had the little girl been born by the holy flower? After that, the young King Kong and the holy flower lived together. Until Lulan Island appeared in front of the world again. When Lin Feng felt that he was about to wake up from the dream, suddenly, the world in the dream changed. The world became as dark as ink and emitted a very oppressive aura. Lin Feng was astonished. He didn't know what was going to happen next. It was still the same island. Black clouds pressed down. Chapter 3140. Suddenly, a man and a woman walked over from afar. The torrential rain suddenly fell, and they braved the rain to arrive. Born with broken meridians, this is a physique that can't live past 3 years old. She has to go against the heavens and change her fate, the man said. He was holding a little girl in his arms. It was a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade. She looked to be around 3 years old. Her delicate face was like a porcelain doll. She was so delicate and cute. The man who spoke looked to be around 30 years old. He was dressed in white and had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extremely handsome. Beside him was a beautiful woman. That woman was so beautiful that it was suffocating. "Can't we bring her with us? With our strength, we can definitely prolong Xiao Ling's life," the woman said with a sorrowful expression as she gently caressed the little girl who was sleeping soundly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. "We can prolong her life for a while, but it's not a long-term solution. This place used to be the Lulan clan's land. Although it's broken now, it still has the power of the world's laws. If we leave her here, we can borrow the power of the world's laws to change her fate," the man said. He was also in pain. His daughter was still so young, but she had experienced pain that other children had never experienced. Every time he saw his daughter's painful face, the man couldn't help but feel hot tears flowing out. Their daughter was very obedient. When she saw that they were still sad, she would reach out her white and tender hands and wipe away their tears. Then she would gently persuade her parents that she wasn't in pain at all and that they shouldn't worry about her. Such a lovable child was being treated unfairly by fate. "We can definitely find another way. When the time comes, we can help Xiao Ling live like a normal person," the woman said. She couldn't bear to part with her child. There's no time, the man sighed. Hearing that, The woman's expression changed greatly. She seemed to know everything and finally nodded in agreement. The man placed the little girl in the woman's arms. Then he took out a saint flower. I hope you can communicate with the power of the world and help Xiao Ling change her fate. The man prayed sincerely. Someone as powerful as him. But he knelt and kowtowed to the saint flower. The saint flower bloomed on its own. The woman placed the little girl in the saint flower. The husband and wife stood beside the saint flower. They gently caressed their daughter's face. They were so reluctant. But they had to leave. Child, live well. If there comes a day when we are able to come out of that place alive, we will definitely come and find you. Don't forget us, the man said. The woman was already choking with sobs. They needed to do something they had to do. All the sages who stepped into that place. Very few people were able to make it out alive. They had no choice but to do it because they were burdened with responsibilities and missions. Child, if you don't see your mother when you wake up, don't be afraid. The holy flower will protect you. Don't blame mother for being cruel. Mother has her own difficulties. The woman sobbed as she spoke. If people from the outside world knew that she was as powerful as she was, but now, she was crying like this. Perhaps no one would believe this to be true. But this was kinship. Someone who could defeat existences like them. Perhaps it was only familial love. There was nothing else. In the end, the holy flower closed. It took root in the void. The man and woman left. A long time passed. They never came back. At this moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly. Then, he took a deep breath. Was that a dream? Or was it real? Perhaps both were possible. But Lin Feng felt that it wasn't a simple dream. It was very likely something that happened in the past, but it appeared in his dream. Lin Feng didn't know why he would dream of those things. Was it because of Xiao Ling? Or was it because of the holy flower? That's right, it must be the holy flower. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. The holy flower had experienced everything. And the holy flower was extraordinary. Perhaps it could imprint many things that happened in the past. And the holy flower entered the dream and told him these things. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Xiao Ling wasn't a holy spirit. She had parents. It was just that in the past, because she had a broken pulse body, she couldn't live past 3 years old. That was why her parents put her here to change her fate. And her parents seemed to be shouldering some responsibilities and had to do some important things. From then on, they never came back here. Her parents. Had they already died? Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Why had so many years passed? Why hadn't Xiao Ling's parents appeared again? Xiao Ling would come out every day. She was very young, and it was the time when she was very active. In fact, compared to other children of similar age, she was very young. Xiao Ling was extremely quiet. Little sister Xiao Ling, do you have any other people who are especially close to you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Xiao Ling said, I only have big brother Jin Gang and big brother Lin Feng. Amnesia. She forgot who her parents are. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. In the past, Xiao Ling's parents hoped to borrow the world power and the holy flower's extraordinary power to help Xiao Ling successfully change her fate. And now, they had done it. Xiao Ling had obtained a new life. But, Xiao Ling had forgotten who her parents were. Perhaps even Xiao Ling's parents hadn't thought of this. Xiao Ling didn't know if her parents were alive or dead, so Xiao Ling couldn't remember them. This was something worth celebrating for Xiao Ling. Such a young child. If she remembered her parents, but found that they were no longer by her side, or even dead, how sad would she feel? After hiding for about 5 days, Jin Gang's body recovered. Even though Jin Gang's recovery speed wasn't as fast as Lin Feng's, Jin Gang's recovery speed was much faster than Lin Feng's. But in reality, Jin Gang's recovery speed was extremely fast. After coming out, Jin Gang's body became much smaller, and he was about 3 meters tall. We're planning to head to the space where the world power is. Come with us. Jin Gang looked at Lin Feng and said. The space where the world power is. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The world power was the most mysterious and noble power in the world. If a huge world didn't have the world power, then all the plants and flowers would wither and wither. Then, the flowers and trees of this world would wither, and all kinds of living beings would die. Rumor had it that if a cultivator refined the world power, their life would undergo a complete transformation. Their cultivation would also increase greatly. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Jin Gang had asked him to go to that mysterious space. Could it be that Jin Gang had tacitly allowed him to obtain the world power in that space? Chapter 3141. In a mysterious space in the depths of Lulan Island. This space was connected to the core of Lulan Island. The power of the world was pouring into this space. Lin Feng followed King Kong and Xiao Ling into this space. King Kong explained, "The core of Lulan Island is very terrifying. It's said that that place is a mysterious world created by several ancestors of Lulan Island. In the past, these powerful ancestors collected a large amount of world origin and merged it into that mysterious world. The space we're in can communicate with that mysterious world. Every once in a while, the power of the world will descend into this space." The power of the world was divided into small world power, medium world power, and major world power. They were divided very carefully. Each type of power of the world was naturally different. Although the small world power was condensed and did not dissipate, it was difficult to devour. This type of power of the world was very fragile. Once it was touched, the small world power would automatically dissipate. The medium world power would complete its transformation. Moreover, after fusing with the power of order law, the power of the world at this stage could already be devoured. Moreover, the effect of the power of the world at this stage was extremely good. It could change a cultivator's life level. Once it was devoured, the cultivator's cultivation level would be greatly improved. The major world power was naturally the most precious. However, not everyone could touch the major world power. The major world power was the origin power of a world. A treasure like the major world power was too precious. Moreover, the power it contained was extremely terrifying. If an ordinary cultivator wanted to touch the major world power, instead, they might be devoured by the major world power. In the end, it would become a part of the major world power. With Lin Feng's current cultivation level, devouring the medium world power was the best choice. Lin Feng and King Kong communicated a lot. Through the communication, Lin Feng found out how extraordinary the major world power in the core of Lulan Island was. Under normal circumstances, a medium world. However, it only contained the power of a medium-level world. However, the medium world power in the core of Lulan Island was very vast and majestic. In the past, the ancestors of the Lulan clan had destroyed countless medium worlds to gather so much major world power. King Kong continued, "In fact, it said that the ancestors of the Lulan clan even obtained a portion of the major world power and fused it into that mysterious world. However, after so many years, I've never seen or sensed it." Major world power? Lin Feng couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He couldn't believe it. That news was too shocking. The major worlds were destroyed during that time. So, if some extremely powerful experts of that era joined forces? Asked Lin Feng. Back then, why did the strong cultivators of the Lulan clan collect so much world strength? They were very ambitious. At the same time, they felt a sense of danger. They wanted to build Lulan Island into a major world and make it impregnable. If they could control a major world, they would be able to borrow the power of the entire major world to fight their enemies. Then, the various powers that coveted the treasures of the Lulan clan would have to think twice about attacking Lulan Island. King Kong said. Lin Feng stroked his chin. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Perhaps there was a deeper reason for this. Lin Feng said, if they could create a major world, it would be a matter of great merit. Would the ancestors of the Lulan clan want to borrow such great merit? To break through to a higher realm in one go? King Kong said. That's very likely. Evidently, King Kong had considered this possibility as well. After all, They had spent a lot of effort to create a mysterious world that could store major world power. Then, they had spent a lot of effort to find all sorts of major world power. Their goal was naturally not that simple. At this moment, waves of violent fluctuations came from the void. Lin Feng looked up. Cracking sounds could be heard. Next. Space cracked. The cracked space seemed to be connected to another spacetime dimension. King Kong said, "Do you see that? That cracked land is connected to the mysterious world where the major world power is. We can't enter that world. Even if there's no major world power there, there's too much major world power gathered there. Once we enter that place, we'll be instantly killed by the terrifying power of the major world power. If there's major world power, then it'll be terrifying. Even if an immortal-level powerhouse dares to barge in, only death will await them." Lin Feng agreed wholeheartedly with King Kong's words. It was indeed as King Kong had said. Major world power was too terrifying. For example, the 9 states major world gave birth to Nua, Pangu, fire god Zhurong, water god Gonggong, and so on. The birth of these innate life forms was related to the 9 states major world's world origin. Nua, Pangu, and so on were the top powerhouses. They were many times stronger than ordinary immortals. Their birth was related to the 9 states major world's world origin. It could be seen how terrifying the world origin was. Buzz. A strand of major world power fell. That strand of major world power was extraordinary. Surrounded by the holy light, it contained a shockingly pure energy. Later, little brother, you can also collect some major world origin. When you break through to the Great Emperor Realm, you can definitely break through to the Great Emperor Realm in one fell swoop. Without the support of major world origin, it's too difficult for little brother to break through to the Great Emperor Realm with your own saving. King Kong couldn't help but say. This existence was so powerful that he could naturally see Lin Feng's depth at a glance. Lin Feng nodded. He planned to collect as much major world power as possible. If he collected enough major world power, then he would refine part of it to improve his strength. At the same time, he would try to transform his life level again. If he didn't collect enough major world power, Lin Feng would keep the major world power. He would refine it when he broke through to the Great Emperor Realm. With the help of the major world power, Lin Feng believed. At that time, he would definitely be able to break through to the Great Emperor Realm. Without the help of major world power, it would be as King Kong had said. Chapter 3142. Big Brother, let's devour the power of the world first. Xiao Ling will devour the other power of the world later, Xiao Ling said immediately. Lin Feng said with a smile. Xiao Ling, you go first. Big Brother is not in a hurry. King Kong said, Xiao Ling, you go first. After you devour it, try to walk out of the holy flower. There will be more power of the world later. It won't be too late for little brother to devour it then. Xiao Ling agreed when she heard that. Huff, huff, huff. The holy flower flew into the air. It began to devour the power of the world. Soon, the first power of the world was successfully devoured by the holy flower. After devouring the first power of the world, the holy flower fell silent. Xiao Ling should have begun to refine the power of the world. Soon, the second power of the world descended. Sit down cross-legged and use your heart to sense the power of the world. Brute force will not be able to devour the power of the world unless your strength is far beyond the power of the world. However, only cultivators of the Emperor Realm and above can devour the power of the world with brute force, King Kong said. Hearing that, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly sat down cross-legged. He began to sense the power of the world that descended from the sky. Soon, Lin Feng sensed the power that was as majestic as the sea. Lin Feng felt as if he was in a vast and boundless world. In that vast world, there was an extremely noble power surging. That power. People couldn't help but be aghast at this sight. Lin Feng had the feeling that in front of that strength, he was extremely tiny. This was the power of the world. Moreover, it was only the power of the world. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. The power of the world was already so powerful. He really did not know how terrifying the power of the world was. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious and abstruse state. He felt that he was forming a special connection with this ancient world. The power of the world. This was a grand and vast world. It was simply too extraordinary. Gradually, the connection became closer and closer. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of weakness that he had never felt before. He felt as if there was something. It was constantly devouring his magic power. Very soon, Lin Feng discovered that it was actually the power of this world that was devouring his magic power. When the Fa Li in Lin Feng's body was almost completely devoured, Lin Feng felt an extremely close connection with the power of this world. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He had finally refined the power of this world. However, refining such a strand of world energy was simply too difficult. His magic power was almost completely devoured. His body was extremely fatigued. Most importantly, he felt tired mentally. Lin Feng just wanted to have a good sleep. Anything else? He didn't want to do anything. However, Lin Feng's willpower was strong, and he didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he looked at the holy flower and King Kong. He immediately saw it. The holy flower and King Kong should be refining the power of the world. They had a lot of experience in this area, unlike Lin Feng, who had no prior experience and had to rely on himself to figure things out. At this moment, a purple light suddenly flashed through the space-time rift. That purple light contained an extremely high-level energy aura. That purple light flashed and disappeared. It even gave Lin Feng an illusion. It was as if that purple light had never appeared. This shocked Lin Feng. Can I use my divine sense to sense that world? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. That purple light was really too extraordinary, and he didn't know what it was. Lin Feng felt that it was necessary to use his divine sense to sense it. Perhaps he could find something special. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to enter the space-time rift. His magic power wrapped around his divine sense, blocking the space-time power that was emitted from the space-time rift. Then, Lin Feng's divine sense quickly rushed towards that mysterious world. Divine sense was equivalent to a cultivator's eyes. Everything that divine sense sensed was no different from what one could see with their eyes. Lin Feng quickly saw a world surrounded by endless holy light. When he saw that world, he couldn't help but be shocked. That world. Could it be the mysterious world that the ancestors of the Lulan clan had created to store the power of the world? He didn't know what cultivation level those ancestors of the Lulan clan had back then, but they were actually able to create such a powerful world. It was extremely shocking. Lin Feng's divine sense finally entered that world shrouded in holy light. After entering, Lin Feng discovered that there was another universe in that world. That world was like a vast and boundless starry sky world. After entering it, Lin Feng saw many huge stars. Those stars were naturally not real stars, but stars formed by the power of the world. In this world, the power of the world transformed into stars. The power of the world transformed into stars. Some of the world's power was stronger, so the stars they transformed into were larger. Some of the world's power was weaker. Then, the stars they transformed into were smaller. Lin Feng suddenly discovered a shocking thing, and that was these stars. They actually started to spin in this world. After Lin Feng saw these rotating stars, he couldn't help but ponder slightly. So many huge stars began to revolve. And these stars seemed to be rotating in an extremely orderly manner. This was an extremely shocking scene. Because Lin Feng thought of something. The stars in the starry sky world would revolve around a main star as the center. Then, the stars in this star field would revolve around this main star. Could it be that this place had also formed a main star? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's divine sense continued to explore this world. Not long after, Lin Feng saw an extremely huge star. That huge star was surrounded by endless holy light. All the stars seemed to revolve around that star as the center. And Lin Feng could feel that the energy contained in that star was far purer than the energy contained in the other stars. That kind of energy seemed to be a kind of extraordinary energy. The power of the world. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. There was really the power of the world here. His previous guess was indeed correct. He just didn't know if he could get the power of the world. Even if he only got a bit of the power of the world, then, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. After this idea came into his mind, Lin Feng could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. Although he knew that refining the power of the world was extremely dangerous, Lin Feng still wanted to try. Chapter 3143. Lin Feng's divine thought approached the main star formed by the power of the major world bit by bit. Gradually, Lin Feng's divine thought got closer and closer to the main star formed by the power of the major world. Originally, Lin Feng even thought that when his divine thought tried to get close to the main star formed by the power of the major world, his divine thought would be instantly destroyed. However, the actual situation was not like that. After Lin Feng's divine thought got close to the main star formed by the power of the major world, he actually felt a gentle force. That gentle force wrapped around Lin Feng's body, making Lin Feng feel extremely comfortable. This feeling was extremely comfortable. Lin Feng was shocked. This was completely different from what he had imagined. The power of the major world did not attack him. Lin Feng did not know the reason. However, this was enough to make Lin Feng shocked and pleasantly surprised. Did this mean that he really had a chance to obtain the power of the major world? If he could really obtain the power of the major world, it would be an unimaginable opportunity for him. Lin Feng began to try to refine the power of the major world. However, he soon discovered that with his ability, it seemed that he could not refine the power of the major world here. This was because the level of the power of the major world was too high. If he wanted to refine the power of the major world, he needed to gradually integrate his Dharma power into the power of the major world. However, Lin Feng's Dharma power was rejected by the power of the major world. It could not reach the level of strong purity that could be integrated into the power of the major world. This was like a toothpick that could not pierce into a piece of iron at all. Lin Feng frowned. It seemed that he could not refine the power of the major world, which made him a little disappointed. However, thinking that he had already obtained the power of the major world, Lin Feng's mood improved again. Lin Feng's divine thought was about to withdraw from it. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura from the depths of the star formed by the power of the major world. That aura quickly disappeared. The surroundings returned to calmness. There seems to be something wrong with the interior of the star formed by the power of the major world. Lin Feng frowned. He intended to see what was so extraordinary about the world formed by the major world. Lin Feng's divine thought entered the interior of the star formed by the power of the major world. In an instant, Lin Feng saw something shocking. In the interior of the star world, there was a huge creature. The creature was lying on the ground, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Dao. That creature was actually a Baian. As a famous ferocious beast, it was an extremely terrifying creature. And the key was Dao had a ferocious temperament. Once it was born, it would be a disaster. Dao's was. Of the 3 emperors of the 3 sovereigns of the 3 sovereigns and 5 of the emperors. It 4 great son had a grandson sovereign of the 5 sovereign emperor god. Sovereign of the sovereign world. Zhuanshu was born in the wilderness of Ruoshire. Because of Zhuo Shaohao's meritorious service, he was conferred the title of Gaoyang. After the death of Shaohao, one of the 5 emperors, Gonggong and Zhuanshu fought for the throne. Zhuanshu defeated Gonggong and succeeded Shaohao as the ruler. And the ferocious beast Xuanni was said to be the grandson of Zhuanshu. Zhuanshu had many sons. Some of them were unparalleled heroes, but some of them were extremely evil. Laro Ari was the son of Zhuanshu and a beautiful demonic woman. However, they were ferocious by nature and were one of the famous evil beasts. There was a record of Swan Ni in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Shishan Classic, 220 li to the west. There are 3 dangerous mountains, where 3 green birds live. It's a mountain, 100 miles wide. There was a beast on it that looked like a cow. It had a white body and 4 horns. It was bold and imposing, and its name was Swan Ni. It was a man-eating creature. From the introduction of the scripture of mountains and rivers, he knew that the Swanni was as big as a cow. Its body was white, and it had 4 horns. Its fur was very long, and it liked to eat people. This is the first generation of Xingzhe. It was also the most powerful Swanni. Then, the Swanni race was passed down from generation to generation. Even now, there were still Swanni in the world. Of course, the current Swanni bloodline naturally could not be compared to their ancestors. However, there were also some mutated Swanni who had awakened their ancestral blood and mastered the ability to return to their ancestors. They were still extremely terrifying. Now, the Swanni in front of him was emitting waves of terrifying aura. Although the Swanni was still sleeping, it made people tremble involuntarily. It was a kind of soul trembling. Such a terrifying creature was really too powerful and terrifying. Who could contend against it? When Lin Feng saw the Swanni, he was shocked. Why was there such a terrifying creature slumbering here? It was really too strange. Lin Feng was puzzled. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt an indescribably terrifying aura enveloping his body. Lin Feng looked forward and suddenly revealed a look of horror. Dao Wu, who had fallen into a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. That pair of eyes exuded a cold light. Now, those cold eyes were looking at him. Lin Feng was dumbstruck and his face turned pale. Go! At that moment, Lin Feng didn't even think about it. He quickly withdrew his godly awareness from the great world star. He did not dare to stay for a moment. Soon, Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, he could not help but let out a long breath. Thinking back to the scene just now, he still felt a lingering fear. That Swanni was too terrifying. The only thing he was thankful for was that the Swanni did not attack him. If the Swanni had attacked him, that would have been the case. If it had, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When did that fearsome Bian enter the mysterious world to sleep? Was it before the change in the Lulan clan? Or after the change in the Lulan clan? Lin Feng could not help but mumble to himself. He thought of many possibilities, but he did not know which one was the most likely. Lulan Island has many secrets. It seems that my understanding of Lulan Island is only the tip of the iceberg. Especially the powerful Lulan clan of the past. Is it really extinct? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He had never really believed that the Lulan clan had been exterminated. Such a powerful clan could not have been completely exterminated, right? But time was long, and everything was buried by history. Not long after, King Kong woke up. King Kong was very strong. At the very least, it was a peak sovereign emperor. Now that he had refined the power of the world, his cultivation had obviously improved by quite a bit. Lin Feng had obtained a strand of the great realm power, so he did not intend to refine it to improve his cultivation. It would be too wasteful to refine it now. Lin Feng decided to save the strength of that world for when he broke through to the great emperor layer. Chapter 3144. Lin Feng and King Kong turned their gazes towards the holy flower. Within the dream world, Lin Feng found out about Xiaoling's background. Back then, she had the broken pulse body. Her parents had no choice but to place her here so that she could change her fate. Now that she had successfully changed her fate, she was only left with the final step to walk out of the holy flower. For countless years, Xiaoling had been in a deep sleep. Furthermore, she had forgotten many things, including her parents. The holy flower had sealed the flow of energy between heaven and earth. As such, it had sealed the flow of time as well. Therefore, the current Xiaoling was still the same age as when she was sealed. She was only 3 years old. She was so innocent and lovable that anyone would want to take pity on her. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out from the holy flower. That aura caused Lin Feng's heart to skip a beat. He did not know if that aura was coming from within Xiaoling's body or from the holy flower. It was truly shocking. Soon, that terrifying aura disappeared. Following that, the holy flower began to bloom. One by one, the petals of the flower spread out in all directions. The fragrance of the flower spread out. Between heaven and earth, beams of holy light shone down. It was beautiful. Not long after, the petals opened up completely. A little girl then walked out. This little girl wore a pure white dress. She looked like a little fairy that had fallen from the 9 heavens. This little girl was Xiao Ling, and her delicate appearance was truly lovable. Brother King Kong, brother Lin Feng. Xiao Ling is out. Xiao Ling, who had walked out of the holy flower, was extremely happy. She skipped and skipped towards King Kong and Lin Feng. The holy flower began to burn. Finally, a seed was born from the burning holy flower. That was the seed left behind by the holy flower's nirvana. Lin Feng wanted to take that seed. However, that seed had already left through the void. It did not give Lin Feng a chance to take that seed. Lin Feng's gaze then turned towards Xiao Ling. Seeing that Xiao Ling had successfully walked out of the holy flower, Lin Feng could not help but feel happy. He patted the little girl's head and smiled. Xiao Ling, what do you plan to do after coming out? Xiao Ling said, just now, I heard a mysterious voice resounding in my mind. That voice seemed to want to bring Xiao Ling to a mysterious place. Even though Xiao Ling was young, she was a mischievous child. She was not someone ordinary children could compare to. Besides, she knew a lot of things. She looked like an adult. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw her serious face. But Xiao Ling's words caught Lin Feng's attention. A mysterious voice. Whose voice was that? Lin Feng guessed. This voice might be related to her parents. It was still a mystery to this day. Even King Kong probably didn't know. After all, when Xiao Ling was placed in the holy flower by her parents, King Kong had probably just been born. Then go find that mysterious place. Perhaps you can find some lost items or something that belongs to you, Lin Feng said as he patted Xiao Ling's head. There were some words that he could not say clearly. Perhaps Xiao Ling would only grow up after experiencing them. Big brother Lin Feng, can you go with me? Xiao Ling raised her head and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. She hoped that Lin Feng would accompany her. Lin Feng said, Big brother still has a lot of things to do, so I can't go with you. Can Big brother King Kong accompany you? Xiao Ling was a little disappointed when she heard that, but she still smiled and said, Then when Xiao Ling finds that place, I will write a letter to tell Big brother Lin Feng. When the time comes, Big brother Lin Feng must come and find Xiao Ling. Of course, Big brother Lin Feng will definitely come and find Xiao Ling, Lin Feng said with a smile. In the end, Lin Feng left the mysterious space with King Kong and Xiao Ling. They soon went their separate ways. King Kong left with Xiao Ling. Lin Feng continued to search for fortuitous encounters on Lulan Island. The myriad races, the Outer Realm races, and the cultivators from other factions were still searching for Lin Feng. The great emperors from these 3 factions were furious because Lin Feng had saved King Kong and Xiao Ling. They would not give up until they killed Lin Feng. Not long after, someone discovered Lin Feng's tracks. A large number of myriad races, Outer Realm races, and the cultivators from other factions surrounded Lin Feng. There were even 2 great emperors among them. One of them was the great emperor of the Sky Devil race, Tian Mo Xie. The other was the great emperor of the Blood Lion race, Kuang Xiao. These 2 great emperors had participated in the attack on King Kong and Xiao Ling. They were both immortal emperors, and their strength was terrifying. The 2 great emperors had set up a formation to trap Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, there were thousands of myriad races, Outer Realm races, and the experts from other factions scattered around. These people would help to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng is dead for sure now. The cultivators watching from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim. The current situation was too dangerous. Anyone who fell into such a dangerous situation would feel despair. Anyone who fell into such a situation would feel despair. Lin Feng, you little brat, you really know how to hide. However, you won't be able to hide anymore. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Tian Mo Xie looked coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng said indifferently, The great emperors of the myriad races are openly attacking a young cultivator from the 9 continents. Have you forgotten what the human race's old emperor said? If the great emperors of the myriad races dare to attack, thousands of your races will be slaughtered. When the human race's old emperor said those words, countless myriad races were enraged. However, only the great emperors knew how terrifying the human race's old emperor was. Therefore, the myriad races began to restrain their own people. The great emperors of the outer realm races and great worlds were also restraining their own people. Although the human race's old emperor didn't mention their names, he clearly included them. Therefore, for a period of time, the great emperors of the myriad races, outer realm races, and other factions were more obedient. The human race's old emperor? Tian Morsier sneered, he is indeed a terrifying existence, but not to the extent that we myriad races fear him. Now that our primogenitor has awakened, if the old emperor of the human race dares to come to heavenly sage great world, I guarantee that he will die without a grave. This was where Tian Mosier's confidence came from. Chapter 3145. The progenitors of the myriad races were too powerful, each unfathomable. The primogenitors of the myriad races had all awakened. If they joined forces, what kind of terrifying momentum would they create? This was something no one could imagine. No wonder. It turns out that you have the support of those old fart. However, this is all you myriad races can do. Without the support of those old bastards, who do you think you are? Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. The cultivators around were astonished. Lin Feng was surrounded by the strong cultivators of the 10,000 clans, and surprisingly, he dared make fun of them. Moreover, there were 2 immortal emperors among the cultivators from the myriad races. How audacious. Rumor has it that Lin Feng is extremely arrogant. Looks like it's true. This guy will be crying in a while. Some of the cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces who were watching the show sneered. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. There was no chance for him to escape. This was because the 2 immortal emperors had made ample preparations. The cultivators of 9 provinces looked at Lin Feng worriedly. They didn't know if Lin Feng could escape. Attack, Kwang Xiao said indifferently. He didn't want to waste any more time. If Tian Mosier and Tian Mosier could kill Lin Feng now, they would be able to share Lin Feng's treasures, spells, luck, and so on. If more immortal emperors came, then the number of immortal emperors who could share Lin Feng's treasures would increase. As a result, the 2 of them would receive less loot. This was not something that Wild Owl and Heavenly Demon Evil wanted to see. Blood Blue Devil Moon, Kwang Xiao made his move and immediately unleashed a powerful superpower. The dharmic powers in his body continued to surge out. Those powerful dharmic powers actually gathered together. Then, the magic power gradually turned into a huge moon. The moon was originally a bright one. The moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. It was very beautiful. But in the blink of an eye, the moon turned into a blood-red moon. An evil power surged out from the blood-red moon. People couldn't help but be shocked. However, the moon's changes were not over yet. As time passed, the moon began to change. As time passed, the moon gained a touch of blue. In the end, the moon became a blood-blue moon. A terrifying aura spread out from the blood-blue moon. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The blood-blue moon fell from the sky, crushing toward Lin Feng. Kwang Xiao was indeed worthy of being an immortal emperor realm expert. The divine ability he unleashed was truly terrifying to the extreme, causing people to involuntarily be aghast. This was definitely an unparalleled ability. Once used, it could turn the heavens upside down. Its power was boundless. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. At the same time, the other immortal emperor, Demonic Demon, also used a powerful ability. Devil breaking the myriad worlds. Demonic demon roared. The demonic demon's power ability. Of immortal emperors of myriad worlds. Immortal emperors of heaven and earth. Every beam of light. They all contained destructive power. Those beams of light suddenly turned into terrifying creatures. Those creatures were all creatures of the devil world. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others had wings on their backs. All of them had monstrous auras. Every single one of these terrifying creatures could easily destroy a world. Those terrifying creatures rushed toward Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The attacks of the 2 immortal emperors were too terrifying. It made people feel despair. The cultivators watching the battle felt the attacks of the 2 immortal emperors. They were all trembling. Their faces were as pale as paper. This is too terrifying. As expected of an attack from an immortal emperor, many people cried out in horror. One had to know that the attacks of the two immortal emperors were not targeted at these cultivators, but they still caused such a strong sense of oppression. From this, one could see how much pressure Lin Feng was under. Facing the attacks of the two immortal emperors, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He took out the sky drum. Dong dong dong. Following that, Lin Feng beat the sky drum. The immortal heroic spirits will revive once again. The unyielding warriors, please wake up quickly. Even if you can destroy our bodies, you can't destroy our wills. We are willing to do our last bit for this world, this era, and the countless living beings. We have taken out the swords in our hands. We have raised the weapons in our hands. Our undying wills are shouting, together, we will fight bravely against the enemy. Even if we die 9 times, we have no regrets. Along with the shouts, the people in the crowd began to shout. In an instant, earth-shaking shouts resounded through the clouds. Loud rumbling sounds were heard. Behind Lin Feng, a vast world appeared. That world was hazy. One couldn't see it clearly, but it emitted a shocking power. That world. It was filled with too many mysteries. That world. It hid too many secrets. That world. It was mysterious and unfathomable. At that moment, a dense crowd of cultivators flew out from that mysterious world. Those cultivators formed an army. They were immortal heroic spirits. They had undying wills. The sky drum had summoned them. The army charged forward. It crushed the world. The divine abilities summoned by Kuang Xiao and Xie Tianmo were instantly broken. Lin Feng had obtained the sky drum for some time now. During this time, he had been comprehending the wonders of this supreme treasure. Not long ago, when Jinggang was recuperating, Lin Feng had been comprehending the wonders of the sky drum. Finally, he had figured out how to activate it. Although Lin Feng still couldn't fully unleash the power of the sky drum, he could still unleash a portion of its power. The sky drum shook the 9 heavens. It resounded through the clouds. Now, the army of cultivators he summoned was invincible. The army of cultivators charged towards the two immortal emperors. When the two great emperors sensed the aura of the sky drum, they couldn't help but reveal fearful gazes. The sky drum was too terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. They didn't fight against the army of cultivators summoned by the sky drum. Instead, they chose to retreat quickly. The army of cultivators instantly killed a large number of experts from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Then, they tore apart the great emperors that the two great emperors had set up. Lin Feng quickly rushed out and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng only stopped when he was 30 miles away from the battlefield. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The sky drum was terrifying, but it consumed too much energy. He had just activated the sky drum, but more than half of his magic power was instantly devoured. Chapter 3146. Lin Feng walked all the way into the depths. In the next few days, he heard some news. There was news about him and also news about Long Outyen. The news about him was that there were great emperors from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces who wanted to take his life. Therefore, these great emperors sent more subordinates to find his whereabouts. A few days ago, when Lin Feng took out the heavenly drum, even the two immortal emperors were so shocked that they did not dare to make a move. This caused a huge uproar. Then, the news about the heavenly drum spread. Someone recognized the origin of the heavenly drum. Commanding billions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Once the heavenly drum beats, heaven and earth will be destroyed. This is definitely a peerless treasure from ancient times to modern times. Many people were talking about the heavenly drum. This treasure was simply too extraordinary. Lin Feng has too many powerful Dharma treasures. This guy's luck is monstrous. Not only can we obtain his Dharma treasures and divine arts, but we can also plunder his luck. Then, a cultivator said. It was indeed as this cultivator said. Everything about Lin Feng was too shocking. This was also the reason why those great emperors wanted to kill Lin Feng at all costs. There were also many rumors about Long Outyen. This was because Long Outyen had always wanted to subdue a few powerful cultivators to be his human pets. If it was when Long Outyen was just born, there would be no problem. But now, Long Outyen's battle strength had dropped greatly. However, this guy did not give up and took action. This guy did not only do this. Moreover, the targets he chose were not simple. Myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces, saintesses and goddesses became Long Outyen's targets. However, Long Outyen, whose battle strength had dropped, failed every time he attacked. After failing, Long Outyen was chased by those saintesses and goddesses. Those saintesses and goddesses often had many escorts or suitors. In order to vent the anger in their hearts, Long Outyen wanted to kill those saintesses and goddesses. Those escorts and suitors of the saintesses and goddesses also started chasing Long Outyen. Although Long Outyen's strength had dropped greatly, his escaping skills were still very strong. Because of this, he was able to evade the pursuit of those cultivators many times. On this day, Lin Feng heard news that Xian Lenghen, the saintess of the immortal god clan, Dongfang Jiue, the saintess of the starry race, and Princess Yaoji, the saintess of the heaven and earth macro world, had joined forces to search for Long Outyen's whereabouts. Each of them wished they could cut Long Outyen into pieces. The three saintesses were all pitilessly beautiful. They were all peerless figures of their generation. They had been harassed by Long Outyen earlier. Long Outyen was a hooligan and a scoundrel. He appeared next to the three saintesses one after another, and then said all kinds of obscenities, wanting to subdue the three saintesses and make them his human pets. The identities of the three saintesses were too extraordinary. Furthermore, each of them was extremely powerful. How could he tolerate this? They had many protectors and suitors, but they did not ask them to attack Long Outyen. They wanted to capture Long Outyen and torture him. This was the only way to vent the hatred in his heart. What did Long Outyen say to the holy maidens? Why are they so angry? When Lin Feng heard that the three saintesses were searching for Long Outyen, he could not help but rub his head. He had interacted with Long Outyen more than once, and knew how shameless Long Outyen was. Therefore, no matter what Long Outyen did, Lin Feng would not suspect anything. The only thing that puzzled Lin Feng was what Long Outyen said. Long Outyen seemed to have disappeared from the world. The three saintesses searched for a long time, but they could not find him. Lin Feng saw the three saintesses from afar. Xian Lenghen, the saintess of the immortal god clan. This woman's cultivation was very terrifying, and it was said that her bloodline was very heaven-defying. She could compete with great emperors long ago. Her cultivation had been at the peak of the Boundary Emperor realm for a long time. She could break through to the Boundary Emperor realm at any time, but Xian Lenghen did not choose to do so, because she wanted to continue stabilizing for a while. She wanted to fully stimulate her potential. Lin Feng did not know the saintess of the starry race, Dongfang Jiue. He had never seen this saintess before either. However, Lin Feng had heard of how extraordinary Dongfang Jiue was. The starry race was one of the overlords of the outer realm, with a long history. It was said that the starry emperor was an extremely terrifying great emperor. Dongfang Jiue was the starry emperor's daughter. As for fairy Yarrow Ji, Lin Feng was all too familiar with her. She was the ruler of the universe realm, the daughter of the universe emperor. She had gone against Lin Feng many times. This woman was very terrifying, and she had many powerful means. She could not be underestimated. These three women were all peerless figures of their generation, and it was unknown how many pursuers and admirers they had. Lin Feng could not help but feel that the shameless Long Outyen had good taste. However, it was not until later that Lin Feng found out that Long Outyen's targets were not just these three. There were also several saintesses, and they were all very powerful. Moreover, they were all outstanding beauties. Suppressing these three women should be enough to exchange for many of the 3,000 great Daos. Lin Feng could not help but touch his chin. He urgently needed the 3,000 great Daos, so he wanted to capture the top geniuses of these opposing forces and threaten the forces behind them. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. These women are very scary. They have many terrifying means hidden, and they all have powerful treasures on them. I need to come up with a foolproof plan. Lin Feng could not help but think. Although Lin Feng wanted to suppress the three saintesses, he knew that it would be very difficult. Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat the three saintesses, but defeating them and capturing them were two completely different things. Moreover, Lin Feng could not act rashly and alert the enemy. If he attacked the three saintesses, he had to succeed in one strike. If he captured the three saintesses directly, if they escaped, in that case, it would not be easy to capture the three saintesses in the future. Boom! A violent sound came from afar, attracting the attention of many people. Even the three saintesses were attracted. In the mountains over there, a cultivator said as he pointed to a mountain in the distance. There was a holy light soaring into the sky from that mountain. No one knew if some amazing treasure had appeared. When the cultivators rushed over, they saw a fat man and a donkey showing off their prowess. They defeated dozens of cultivators and fled without a trace. Chapter 31:47. After seeing Fatso and the donkey, Lin Feng's expression became extremely strange. Weren't those Fatso and little donkey? Those two actually came to Lulan Island as well. Lin Feng hadn't seen Fatso and little donkey for a long time. He had no idea where the two of them had run off to. Now that he saw Fatso and little donkey appear, Lin Feng was very happy. After all, those two were Lin Feng's old friends. Don't let that damned Fatso and that donkey escape. The holy light from before is definitely a supreme treasure. Capture them, kill them, and snatch the supreme treasure. Many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign factions shouted loudly, each of them filled with killing intent. There were very few treasures that emitted holy light. However, any treasure that emitted holy light, regardless of whether it was a magic treasure or a natural treasure, was fine. They were definitely the most precious supreme treasures. This was something that was publicly acknowledged in the world of cultivators. Therefore, when everyone saw the holy light appear in the mountain range, they were almost certain that a supreme treasure had appeared. Countless cultivators chased after Fatso and little donkey. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly left. That person's back looks very familiar. Suddenly, Xian Lenghen looked at Lin Feng's back and couldn't help but frown. The distance was rather far, so Lin Feng's back was already very blurry. Even so, this figure still gave Xian Lenghen a sense of familiarity. It's Lin Feng, Fairy Yaroji said. She had interacted with Lin Feng more than Xian Lenghen had with Lin Feng. Therefore, she immediately recognized Lin Feng's back. Oh, that person is Lin Feng? He doesn't seem to be anything special. Dongfang Ji Yu said in astonishment. She had heard the name Lin Feng countless times. Her friends would always talk about Lin Feng during their gatherings. The cultivators of her clan would always talk about Lin Feng. After coming out, countless cultivators from other clans, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces would also talk about Lin Feng. Even the great emperors were discussing Lin Feng. It was unknown when, but the name Lin Feng had become an existence that even great emperors had to pay attention to. How could Dongfang Ji Yu not be curious about Lin Feng? However, when she glanced at Lin Feng from afar, she felt that the rumors about Lin Feng might be exaggerated. Dongfang Ji Yu had seen too many geniuses. There was a peerless saint shrouded in holy light. Among them were the descendants of the ancient clans who possessed the most ancient bloodline. There were children of destiny who were blessed by the heavenly Tao at birth and so on. As for Lin Feng, he looked so ordinary that she was rather disappointed. Don't underestimate Lin Feng. The 10,000 clans, the foreign races, and the cultivators of the great worlds all want to kill him, but he's still alive. That's enough to prove that he's strong. Xian Lenghen said. She thought of the time when they fought for the holy fruit in the forbidden space. Lin Feng had left a deep impression on her. Lin Feng was just a human, nothing more. The human's body was weak. However, Lin Feng overturned her impression of the human race. Lin Feng used his physical body to defeat more than 10 experts, including the 3 great emperors. In that battle, they had lost 7 to 8 supreme geniuses of the younger generation. It was a disastrous loss. That battle was filled with humiliation for them. Especially the 3 imperial monarchs, they'd even taken that incident to be the greatest humiliation in history. The three great emperors even warned Xian Lenghen and the rest not to speak of what happened in the forbidden space. Even though the three emperors didn't say anything threatening to them, they didn't dare to say anything. However, they could clearly feel the cold killing intent from the three sovereign emperors. If someone really dared to reveal what happened in the forbidden space, they might be mercilessly killed by the three great emperors. Xian Lenghen had only fought Lin Feng with his physical body. He had never fought against Lin Feng with his spiritual power. However, in Xian Lenghen's eyes, Lin Feng's physical body was already so strong. His spiritual power would definitely not be weak. Hence, Xian Lenghen was extremely wary of Lin Feng. Fairy Yaroji said, "This Lin Feng is indeed very powerful. Moreover, he had many fortuitous encounters and possesses many powerful magic treasures. Many of these magic treasures can be used to turn the tide of a battle." Just like when Lin Feng was trapped by Kuang Xiao and Tian Mo Xie, the two immortal emperors led thousands of experts from the three powers to set up a huge array to trap Lin Feng. Such a situation was simply like an inescapable net. Lin Feng would definitely die. However, Lin Feng took out that mysterious magic treasure, the heavenly drum. It shocked the two immortal emperors so much that they did not dare to fight him. In the end, they allowed him to escape. This legendary magic treasure, the heavenly drum, is only one of the many magic treasures on him. Dongfang Ji snorted coldly and said, "Lin Feng's treasures are too shocking. No wonder so many people want to kill him." Luckily, he left quickly. Otherwise, he would be a corpse now. Seeing how confident Dongfang Ji was, Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaroji were slightly moved. Even though they weren't particularly familiar with Dongfang Ji, they had still spent some time together. They didn't think that Dongfang Ji was an arrogant person. However, Dongfang Ji was very confident in killing Lin Feng. This greatly surprised them. "Sister Ji, do you have some powerful means to kill Lin Feng?" Fairy Yaroji looked at Dongfang Ji and asked with a smile. Xian Leng also looked at Dongfang Ji. She was also very curious. She didn't know if Dongfang Ji really had such an extraordinary method. Of course, not to mention Lin Feng, even immortal emperors and low-level god monarchs would be killed if they were careless. Dongfang Ji said confidently. However, Dongfang Ji didn't tell Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaroji what that method was. It was unknown if he was deliberately guarding against the two of them or if there were other reasons. Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaoji were both extremely intelligent people. Since Dongfang Ji didn't say anything, the two of them didn't continue to ask. However, the two of them couldn't help but be on guard against Dongfang Ji. The three of them had formed a temporary alliance to deal with Long Outyan. If the three of them could become close friends in a short period of time, even if they told others about it, no one would believe them. "Let's put aside Lin Feng's matter for now. Our current priority is to find that damned Eastern Dragon God," Xian Lenghen said. A cold light flashed through her beautiful eyes. Chapter 3148. Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaroji clearly knew what Dongfang Ji wanted to say. The two girls couldn't help but nod slightly. The three of them wanted to capture Long Outyan. Moreover, they wanted to deal with him personally. It seemed like it wasn't just because Long Outyan wanted to capture them as human pets. There was clearly something else going on. But what exactly was this secret? For now, it was unknown. Xian Lenghen, Fairy Yaroji, and Dongfang Ji, the three saintesses, didn't stay any longer. They quickly left as well. Fatso and Little Donkey finally managed to shake off their pursuers. They stopped in a valley to rest. "Who is it? Come out. Do you believe that Lord Donkey will stomp you to death with his fart?" Little Donkey was very alert. He looked in a certain direction and shouted fiercely. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He had just appeared and Little Donkey had already discovered him. Lin Feng had known for a long time that Little Donkey was extraordinary. This was a donkey with a very mysterious background. But now, he knew how extraordinary Little Donkey was. It's been so many years, but Brother Donkey is still as elegant as ever. After being discovered by Little Donkey, Lin Feng simply walked out from his hiding place. He smiled at Little Donkey. Although Brother Donkey was only Little Donkey, Lin Feng treated him as a friend. Little Feng, it's actually you. I've really missed you all these years. Little Donkey immediately shouted after seeing Lin Feng. He twisted his butt and quickly pounced at Lin Feng. Then, Little Donkey's 2 hind legs touched the ground. Then, his body straightened. Little Donkey then spread his 2 front legs and gave Lin Feng a big hug. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Little Donkey was really smart. He could actually walk on his hind legs. It gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. Lin Feng and Little Donkey gave each other a bear hug. Then, he looked at Fatso and said with a smile, "Damn Fatso, what is that treasure you just got? Show it to me." Fatso rolled his eyes and said, "What treasure? You're mistaken." Hearing this, Lin Feng said speechlessly, "Damn it. I'm just taking a look. I didn't say that I want your stuff." He saw Fatso hiding the treasure. Little Donkey rushed over. Then, with a hoof, he kicked the fatty to the ground. "Damned donkey! Bastard donkey! What are you doing?" Fatso roared angrily. Little Donkey shouted, "Take it out and we'll split it equally." Then, Little Donkey snatched the item from Fatso's storage ring. Lin Feng saw a ball of holy light. Within the holy light, there was a drop of spiritual liquid. The energy contained in that drop of spiritual liquid was too terrifying. After seeing that drop of spiritual liquid, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. For words flashed through his mind. Sacred source liquid. This was an extremely rare and precious spiritual liquid. It was rumored that this was an immortal liquid that was born in the core world. This spiritual liquid had many uses, such as cleansing a cultivator's body, increasing a cultivator's cultivation, and so on. This kind of thing could be said to be the most precious natural treasure. This was something that cultivators dreamed of. Although there was only 1 drop, it was precious enough. Little Donkey immediately split this drop of spiritual liquid into 3 and gave one to Fatso. He swallowed one of them himself. The other was given to Lin Feng. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Donkey is still the best. Fatso, you have to learn from Brother Donkey in the future. You can't be so stingy with your own brother." Lin Feng looked as if he was teaching Fatso a lesson. Fatso was speechless. "It's easy for you to say that." Lin Feng patted Fatso's shoulder and said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying. Our relationship can't be measured by these things." Fatso could not help but roll his eyes. He suddenly had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng continued, "I have a big business deal to discuss with you." "What business?" Fatso's eyes lit up when he heard that Lin Feng had a big business deal to discuss with him. "What big business deal? What big business deal?" Little Donkey was also very excited. Lin Feng said, "I saw Dongfang Jiyu, Xian Lenghan, and Fairy Yaoji together earlier. These 3 have extraordinary origins. Are you interested in helping me suppress these 3? Fatso's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Feng's words. When Fatso had first joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect, he had always wanted to bring a fairy back home to be his wife. However, he had not been able to bring a fairy back to be his wife. Therefore, when Fatso heard that Lin Feng wanted to suppress the 3 holy maidens, he immediately wanted to help. Fatso wanted nothing more than to immediately take action with Lin Feng and suppress the 3 holy maidens. Fatso said while drooling, "Good, good, good. What a great idea. The 3 holy maidens are all outstanding beauties. This fat lord wants to bring them back home to be his wives." Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He almost kicked Fatso away. He said in annoyance, "That's all you've got." Fatso rubbed his hands and chuckled, "Brother, I can't compare to you. If I had as many beautiful women as you do, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to bring a few beautiful female cultivators back home to be my wife." Lin Feng said, "I didn't capture the 3 holy maidens so that you could bring them back to be your wives. Then why did you capture them? Are you trying to monopolize them? That won't do. At most, you'll get 2 and I'll get 1. Fatso said fiercely, with an expression that said this was the limit of my patience. Lin Feng said, "Of course, I don't want to monopolize them. This time, I captured the 3 holy maidens because I plan to use them to exchange for the 3,000 great Tao from the forces behind them." Upon hearing the words 3,000 Great Tao, Fatso's eyes lit up again. He looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Little Lin Feng, you're really something. You can even think of this. I have to admire you. Wives are nothing. You can find them anytime, but the 3,000 Great Tao are not easy to obtain." Although Fatso did not seem very reliable most of the time, Lin Feng knew that Fatso was someone who knew what was important at critical moments. Just like now. Fatso knew what to do. "How about we talk about the specific plan in detail after we refine the sacred source liquid?" Lin Feng said. "Okay." Fatso and Little Donkey nodded quickly. The three of them did not stay in the valley. They quickly left, found a hidden cave, and entered it. They began to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng drank the sacred source liquid directly and then began to circulate the Archean dragonesque elephant art to refine the sacred source liquid. Chapter 3149. After the pure energy of the sacred source liquid was completely broken down, Lin Feng immediately felt the Dharma power in his body begin to stir. This was an extremely excited fluctuation. The Dharma power in Lin Feng's body seemed to have a soul of its own. It was as if it could think. After a large amount of pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's Dharma power, Lin Feng's cultivation level increased again. This time, Lin Feng's cultivation level increased by 2 levels. He went from the 62nd stone step to the 64th stone step of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Lin Feng woke up with an extremely surprised expression on his face. His cultivation level and combat strength had increased again. This was extremely difficult for him because Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong. It was easy for others to achieve a breakthrough, but for Lin Feng, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was the difference between Lin Feng and others. Therefore, Lin Feng cherished every opportunity to break through. When Lin Feng woke up, Fatso and Little Donkey were still in closed-door cultivation. It was not until 6 hours later that Fatso and Little Donkey came out of closed-door cultivation one after another. These two fellows had obviously benefited greatly as well, so they were dancing with joy after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Each was more excited than the other. Next, let's properly discuss how to suppress the 3 saintesses, Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Fatso's eyes immediately lit up and he grinned. Hehe, then we'll have to properly think about it. Broken Dragon Ridge. Rumor had it that this was a place where dragons had fallen. In the past, an extremely powerful Eastern divine dragon had fallen in this place. There were towering peaks everywhere. There were fewer trees in the forest and it exuded a cold and terrifying aura, as if it was a forbidden zone for life. This place was very strange and there were unknown dangers. Ever since Lulan Island appeared, many cultivators had come to explore this place, but it was said that many strange things had happened. Many cultivators had died here one after another. As for the cultivators who managed to escape, they were all in a daze and their minds had become abnormal. If they were asked about what happened in the Broken Dragon Ridge, those people would be abnormally frightened and their emotions would become extremely irritable. This matter could be said to have caused a great uproar, but no one knew the reason, so the Broken Dragon Ridge also became a forbidden area overnight. If there was no special reason, no one would be willing to set foot in this place. There were rumors that the Eastern divine dragon named Long Outyen had entered the Broken Dragon Ridge. The 3 saintess pursuers and escorts who were searching for Long Outyen stopped in front of the Broken Dragon Ridge. He didn't dare to take another step forward. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations swept through the heavens and earth, surging in all directions, shocking everyone. The 3 saintesses entered the Broken Dragon Ridge together and no longer concealed their strength. He released a powerful aura. He wanted to use this to intimidate some unknown and terrifying things. The reason why the 3 saintesses dared to enter the Broken Dragon Ridge was that they were strong enough. Moreover, each of them had hidden powerful means and were not afraid of the dangers in the Broken Dragon Ridge. Immortal coldness lingered in the immortal light, like a fairy in the moon palace, cold as the moon. Her lotus steps were light, rippling out waves of ripples. Fairy Yaroji was dressed in white, like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Her temperament was untainted by the mud, like a pure immortal lotus that could only be seen from afar and not profaned. Dongfang Ji Yu's body was surrounded by the power of moonlight, as if a fairy was born from the moonlight. She was incomparably beautiful and peerless. Her every move had a great charm, making people's hearts palpitate. There were many pursuers and escorts outside, watching the three saintesses enter the broken dragon ridge together. There were also some cultivators who watched the three saintesses enter the broken dragon ridge. However, except for the three saintesses, no one else set foot in it. Because the legend of the broken dragon ridge made many people feel terrified. No one was willing to joke with their own life. The same was true for many cultivators who pursued the three saintesses. Why did that damned Eastern dragon god enter this place, causing us to be in a difficult position? Some cultivators were extremely angry, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. The place the Eastern dragon god went to was too dangerous, so many people didn't dare to enter. Now, these people began to blame Long Outyen. This place couldn't be entered casually. If one entered, they would be met with a calamity. If one didn't enter, then they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of the saintesses they were pursuing. If they still wanted to pursue the three saintesses, then it would be a daydream. Soon, the three saintesses disappeared from the sight of the people outside. The three saintesses observed the broken dragon ridge, only to see that there were strands of black chi coming out from the ground, and even from the mountain rocks, permeating the air. Immortal Coldness sent out a strand of magic power, wrapping around a strand of black chi. Screech, suddenly. A sharp screech came from the black chi. When Immortal Coldness heard the screech, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Dongfang Jiyu and Fairy Yaoji also jumped in fright. Did the black chi develop spirituality? Dongfang Jiyu said. Fairy Yaoji nodded and said, "It's very possible." Saying so, Fairy Yaoji also used her magic power to wrap around a strand of black chi. Screech. The strand of black chi wrapped around by Fairy Yaoji also let out a sharp screech, sounding very mournful. It was like the mournful screech of a malicious spirit. It made people's hair stand on end. How strange. Immortal Coldness couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "This place is very similar to the Devil Burial Ground." Dongfang Jiyu said. "Oh, Devil Burial Ground? What kind of special terrain is this?" Immortal Coldness and Fairy Yaoji didn't know much about feng shui, so they looked at Dongfang Jiyu in astonishment. The devil rises from the east, the sun and moon startled, the devil falls from the heaven and earth, burying the heaven and earth, burying the ancient devil, the 10,000 evil chi is born. Dongfang Jiyu suddenly muttered. This seemed to be a limerick, but it didn't rhyme. Dongfang Jiyu used her magic power to wrap around a strand of black chi. That strand of black chi also let out a sharp screech. This screech could affect a cultivator's soul. If a weak cultivator heard it, their soul would directly shatter. Even a powerful cultivator couldn't listen to it for a long time. Otherwise, their soul would be greatly damaged. It's rumored that only the Devil Burial Ground can produce this kind of devil chi. That's why this demonic chi was born. We call this demonic chi the chi of all evil. Dongfang Jiyu said. Amazing, amazing. You even know about the 10,000 evil chi and can tell that this place is the Devil Burial Ground. Fairy Jiyu is not only beautiful, but also knowledgeable. I can't help but admire you. Chapter 3150. Lin Feng. Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaoji had heard Lin Feng's voice before. Thus, when they heard this voice, they instantly knew who the owner of this voice was. The owner of this voice was none other than Lin Feng. That's right, it's me. The void cracked open, and Lin Feng walked out with a smile on his face. Dongfang Jiyu looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Looks like you purposely released fake news to lure us here, right?" Not only did Dongfang Jiyu not show any fear, she even looked at Lin Feng with a meaningful gaze. It was as if she had everything under control. No matter what happened, she would be able to predict everything. Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaoji were both extremely intelligent people. They quickly recovered from their shock. Then, they looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right, I was the one who lured the three of you here. The three fairies are really cooperating with me. What's your goal in luring us here?" Xian Lenghen asked. Although she could roughly guess what Lin Feng was thinking, She still wanted to ask for more details. She hoped to get an accurate answer from Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Actually, my goal is very simple. I just want to have a romantic trip with the 3 holy maidens. Lulan Island is really a good place. The scenery is beautiful, the environment is beautiful, and there are so many treasures. The 3 holy maidens don't have a single man by your side. Don't you feel empty, lonely, and cold? I'm willing to volunteer myself to be the 3 holy maidens' personal assistant." After hearing Lin Feng's shameless words, the 3 holy maidens suddenly had the urge to punch Lin Feng to death. They wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Cut him into pieces. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Feng. Moreover, even some shameless people would behave politely in front of the 3 saintesses. Who would be like Lin Feng, acting so brazenly? He wanted to win her heart. Naturally, he needed to perform well and show his gentlemanly side in order to make a beauty's heart flutter. Of course, the 3 saintesses also knew that Lin Feng's purpose in coming here was not as simple as he said. His shameless words just now were just to provoke the 3 of them. Dongfang Ji sneered and said, "You really don't want to take the right path to heaven, but instead you barge into the doorless hell. Could it be that you think you can suppress the 3 of us just because you've lured us here? If that's the case, then it's too stupid." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Little Yeye, you are really a smart woman. You can see through many things so clearly. I really admire you." "Shut up. Who are you calling little Yeye?" Dongfang Ji couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Feng. She was very dissatisfied that Lin Feng called her little Yeye so intimately. "Ha ha ha ha, little Lin Feng, looks like you're not this fairy's cup of tea." At that moment, Fatso walked out from another direction. Of course not all the women in the world like Big Brother Feng. Little Donkey also walked out. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey formed a triangle. They surrounded the 3 saintesses. Seeing Fatso and Little Donkey appear, the 3 saintesses frowned slightly. However, their brows quickly relaxed. Even though Lin Feng had 2 helpers, they were still very confident. "Beauty, little Lin Feng isn't your cup of tea. Look at this handsome and suave fat brother, isn't he your cup of tea?" Fatso shook its butt as it spoke. It was like a male peacock spreading its tail to attract a female peacock. "Get lost, or I'll chop you into pieces." Dongfang Ji wasn't someone with a good temper. She couldn't help but glare coldly at Fatso. Fatso immediately showed a bitter expression and said, "Are you blind? How dare you speak to this handsome Lord Fatty in such a tone? Do you believe that Lord Fatty won't sell you to Myriad Flower Brothel after I capture you? Damned Fatso, I'll chop you into pieces later." Dongfang Ji's killing intent surged. "Do it," Lin Feng said. He didn't want to waste any more time. He waved his hand and instantly, lines of formation runes intertwined in the void. The densely packed runes contained a world-destroying fluctuation. Every fluctuation was unimaginably terrifying. Those runes weren't set up by Lin Feng. Instead, they were the runes in the Broken Dragon Ridge itself. It was difficult to deal with the 3 holy maidens by relying on one's own strength. He needed some other methods. This was to prevent the 3 holy maidens from escaping. It was impossible to set up a powerful formation in a short period of time. Moreover, even if he did set up a formation, he might not be able to lure the 3 holy maidens into the formation. Thus, it wasn't feasible to set up a formation to deal with the 3 holy maidens. After discussing with Fatso and Little Donkey, Fatso mentioned the Broken Dragon Ridge. It was rumored that the Broken Dragon Ridge was related to a fallen eastern dragon. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Long Outyen. And the 3 holy maidens were looking for Long Outyen. Therefore, in the name of Long Outyen, it was very likely to attract the 3 holy maidens. Thus, Lin Feng released the news and really attracted the 3 holy maidens. The Broken Dragon Ridge was indeed extremely dangerous. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong because the Broken Dragon Ridge had formed a devil burial ground. However, the Eastern Dragon wasn't a devil. What kind of devil was buried in the devil burial ground? Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. This place made him feel uneasy. However, In order to deal with the three holy maidens, Lin Feng still took the risk to use the formation here. He took down the three holy maidens in one fell swoop. The densely packed runes sealed the void and shrouded the three holy maidens. The three holy maidens couldn't escape. Little Donkey shouted at this time. This holy sage is currently lacking 3 maids to serve this holy sage. If the 3 of you take the initiative to submit to this holy sage won't treat you unfairly. What do you think? Damn donkey, I'll kill you and make donkey roast later. The 3 holy maidens couldn't help but glare at little donkey fiercely. Even a donkey dared to be so impudent towards the 3 of them. This made the 3 holy maidens extremely angry. They wanted nothing more than to kill little donkey immediately. You don't know what to do. Little donkey snorted coldly. Boom. Boom. Chapter 3151. The grand formation here could only be described as pitilessly terrifying. The great formation here was terrifying to an unimaginable degree, so the attacks released could be described with the word shocking. All sorts of attacks, such as death beams, destruction rays, and so on, were unleashed towards the 3 saintesses. The 3 saintesses took out their magic treasures to block these powerful attacks. Fairy Yarrow Ji took out her cosmic sword. This was a powerful imperial weapon refined by her father, the Heaven and Earth Monarch. The Heaven and Earth Monarch only had one daughter, Fairy Yarrow Ji. Naturally, he loved her dearly. He didn't even hesitate to use his origin to refine this sword for her. The cosmic sword's power was boundless. It gently shook the void. It was able to sweep out endless killing lights. Those killing lights contained a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the world. Its power was so strong that it made people turn pale with fright. Dongfang Ji, you took out a seal-type magic treasure. This treasure was called the Blood Moon Seal. It was shrouded in the color of blood. There was a blood moon diagram imprinted on the seal. The blood moon diagram was very strange. It seemed to be able to revive. This was also a powerful imperial weapon. It possessed terrifying power. The blood moon rose into the sky and the world collapsed. Myriad worlds shattered. Xian Lenghen's treasure was a heaven chaotic sash-type treasure. This treasure was called the 9 Dragons Heaven Chaotic Sash. It was said that it was forged with the soul of a 9-headed heavenly dragon. It was also a powerful imperial weapon. The 3 saintesses all wielded imperial weapons. From this, one could see how powerful their attacks were. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out one after another. The 3 saintesses wielded their imperial weapons and displayed shocking battle prowess. They relied on the power of the 3 imperial weapons to break through the various attacks of the Grand Formation. However, this was already the limit of what they could do. The Grand Formation's attacks were too terrifying. It was already good enough that they could block the attacks, let alone counterattacking Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. They couldn't do this at all. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "It seems that the 3 fairies are destined to be captured by us today. Lin Feng, don't be too pleased with yourself. There are still many methods that I haven't used yet. When the time comes, you will be doomed eternally." Dongfang Ji, you sneered. "I feel a little uneasy. We should end this quickly," Fatso said in a deep voice. Fatty's senses had always been extremely accurate. Hearing Fatty's words, Yizichen nodded. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He nodded. He hurriedly took out the other 3 supreme treasures. 9 Demons Diagram. 5 Dragon Wheel. Hell King Bell. The 3 supreme treasures locked onto the 3 of them. Then, it quickly flew over, wanting to defeat the 3 of them. The 3 saintesses hurriedly activated their monarch weapons to block Lin Feng's 3 supreme treasures. Clang, clang, clang. Sounds of violent collisions were heard, accompanied by the earth-shaking noises. The sound of the 3 supreme treasures clashing against each other was deafening. Terrifying energy shockwaves swept out, almost shattering the void. This collision was incomparably terrifying. People couldn't help but be moved and shocked by this scene. At the same time, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey worked together to push the power of the formation to the maximum. The earth-shattering attacks continued to bombard the 3 saintesses. Without the protection of their monarch weapons, the three saintesses could only rely on themselves. It was naturally more difficult for them to deal with the formation's attacks. Bang! 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 The three saintesses were directly swept away by the formation, their faces turning pale. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The formation here was too terrifying, there was no way they could resist it. Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaroji both looked at Dongfang Jiyu. Because Dongfang Jiyu confidently said that she had a way to deal with Lin Feng. Sister Jiyu, hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, we might be suppressed by Lin Feng, Fairy Yaroji said. All right. Dongfang Jiyu nodded. Then, she took out an item. It was actually a piece of gold leaf. A piece of gold leaf as thin as a cicada's wing. The most inconceivable thing was that the piece of gold leaf was obviously damaged. More than half of it was missing. Only a small piece was left. After seeing the piece of gold leaf, Fatso grinned, such a broken piece of gold leaf and no one would pick it up on the streets. You have the nerve to take it out and embarrass yourself. Damned Fatso, you'll be kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy later. Dongfang Jiyu glared fiercely at Fatso, then began to chant an incantation. Something's not right. There's something wrong with that broken piece of gold leaf. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the stone sword flew out. Lin Feng wielded the stone sword and attacked Dongfang Jiyu. However, it was already too late. The piece of gold leaf emitted waves of golden light. Activating the piece of gold leaf didn't take too long. It only needed a few simple incantations. To be able to release the attack of the piece of gold leaf so quickly. Forget Lin Feng, even if it was a monarch or an emperor-level expert, they wouldn't be able to stop Dongfang Jiyu from releasing the power of the piece of gold leaf. The golden light from the piece of gold leaf shot up to the sky. Amidst the golden light, ancient characters began to appear one after another. Those words. They seemed to be words that were branded on the piece of gold leaf. It was an extremely ancient language. Lin Feng carefully looked at it, but he didn't recognize the words on the piece of gold leaf. That was why Lin Feng didn't know what the words on the piece of gold leaf meant. What the hell is that thing? Fatso couldn't help but mutter. He was also an experienced and knowledgeable person, but he had never seen a treasure like the piece of gold leaf. Extremely strange. Extremely strange. Little Donkey also couldn't help but shout. The piece of gold leaf was truly too extraordinary. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and the piece of gold leaf. This is immortal chilliness. Fairy Yaroji also looked at the mysterious piece of gold leaf in shock. That treasure also made them feel incomparably shocked. Such a terrifying treasure was definitely world-shaking. By the will of the heavens. The Heavenly Emperor's edict. Suddenly, an earth-shattering voice resounded between heaven and earth. That voice was filled with majesty. Like the might of the heavens. Unstoppable. Anyone who heard that voice would feel shocked. Trembling. Even their souls were trembling. There was only fear in their hearts. It was like an ant facing a dragon. A mortal facing a heavenly god. The Heavenly Emperor's edict. That treasure is the legendary Heavenly Emperor's edict. At this time, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 3152. The Demon Lord was usually very calm. Very few things could affect the Demon Lord's mood. However, the piece of golden leaf had changed the Demon Lord's mood. Judging from the Demon Lord's reaction, that piece of golden leaf should be an extremely shocking treasure. The Heavenly Emperor's edict was the name of the treasure, but Lin Feng had never heard of it before. Was it related to the legendary Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor, the Lord of the Undying Realm. He had a deep connection with the Heavenly Realm. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, it should be the Heavenly Emperor's edict written by the first Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's edict is written on a piece of 9 heavens supreme immortal gold leaf, so it is imbued with a terrifying power. There were only a few Heavenly Emperor's edicts in the past, and after a few great battles, I thought the Heavenly Emperor's edicts were destroyed in the long river of time. I never thought they would still exist in this world. However, look at this Heavenly Emperor's edict. Its power must have weakened a lot, but it's just too extraordinary. Even if it's weakened, it's still terrifying. It's not a good time to fight the three women. Let's leave this place before the Heavenly Emperor's edict unleashes its full power. Lin Feng was shocked after hearing the Demon Lord's words. Lin Feng didn't expect the situation to be so serious, but the Demon Lord wasn't one to joke around. The Demon Lord sounded very serious. It seemed like there was really a big problem. The Heavenly Emperor's edict was definitely a terrifying treasure, even though it was badly damaged and looked like a piece of junk. However, it shouldn't be underestimated. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Fatso and Little Donkey were shocked when they saw Lin Feng's serious expression. Let's go, let's leave this place, Fatso shouted. Heavenly Donkey Holy Master won't play with you anymore. Little Donkey shouted. The three quickly rushed outside. Dongfang Ji-Yu's expression changed when she saw Lin Feng and the other two running away. She didn't expect someone like Lin Feng to take the initiative to retreat. Dongfang Ji-Yu increased the speed of the edict. She locked onto Lin Feng and said coldly, Lin Feng, today, it's difficult for you. Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. As soon as Dongfang Ji-Yu finished speaking, the image of a man appeared in the golden light formed by the Heavenly Emperor's edict. The man emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. It was a man shrouded in endless holy light. That man was the legendary first-generation Celestial Emperor. The position of Celestial Emperor was like the Emperor of the mortal world. He was not a fixed person. It was passed down from generation to generation. Heavenly Emperor A. It was just like how emperors, prime ministers, and so on were all titles. The first Heavenly Emperor was naturally the strongest. Legend has it that the first Heavenly Emperor was a Xiantian lifeform that could fight against existences like Nuer, Pangu, Taishang, Guangyuan, and so on. From this, one could see how strong was the first Heavenly Emperor. The edict of the Heavenly Emperor summoned the first Heavenly Emperor's projection. It was truly an extremely powerful treasure. This treasure was simply unheard of. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor locked onto Lin Feng after it appeared. Whoosh, then. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. When the projection of the Heavenly Emperor opened and closed his eyes, it was as if there were two worlds floating within. A terrifying aura was emitted from the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. It was powerful, shocking, and soul-stirring. I originally wanted to kill all three of you, but your early escape interrupted my plan. I had no choice but to summon the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. Now, I can only kill you first, then think about killing that damned fatso and that little donkey. Dongfang Ji-Yu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. At this moment, Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaroji couldn't help but take a deep breath. Dongfang Ji-Yu's methods were truly extraordinary. If they were the ones locked onto by the projection of the Heavenly Emperor summoned by the edict of the Heavenly Emperor, Xian Lenghen and Fairy Yaroji felt that they would undoubtedly die. They simply couldn't resist the attack of the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Feng, who was locked onto by the projection of the Heavenly Emperor, felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He felt that he would die at any moment. His body couldn't help but tremble. He had never felt as insignificant as he did now. The first Heavenly Emperor was truly an unrivaled existence. An existence that could compete with Nuer, Pangu, Grand Supreme, Guangyuan, and other experts was truly too powerful. Even if it was only a projection that appeared after countless years. It was terrifying enough. It made people's hair stand on end. Kill. A cold voice suddenly sounded. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor displayed a powerful attack, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the Heavenly Profound Pagoda to block the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Lin Feng used one qi into 3 pure ones. The 9 layers of haki condensed into a magnetic field. Together, they suppressed the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor instantly destroyed the defense of the Heavenly Profound Pagoda. Then, it continued to attack Lin Feng. However, it was suppressed by Lin Feng's 9 layers of haki. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor's speed was greatly suppressed. Its power also rapidly decreased. But even so, the projection of the Heavenly Emperor was close to being unable to resist. The terrifying aura of the projection of the Heavenly Emperor enveloped Lin Feng. A fist swept towards Lin Feng's main body. Lin Feng waved his 5 times dragon elephant arm and clashed with the projection of the Heavenly Emperor. Crack, crack. His arm had actually been directly broken. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor's power had already reached a shocking level. There was simply no way to resist. Lin Feng's body flew out, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Projection of the Heavenly Emperor. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor continued to launch a terrifying attack towards Lin Feng. This time, the projection of the Heavenly Emperor transformed into a dazzling beam of light. It was as though it could instantly destroy heaven and earth. Even the void was torn apart. Then, it slashed towards Lin Feng. After Lin Feng was locked onto by the terrifying beam of light, he instantly felt the threat of death enveloping his entire body. That aura of death was so dense and so terrifying that it caused one to involuntarily feel despair. Lin Feng's will to resist was about to crumble in an instant. Too terrifying, Xian Lenghan and Fairy Yaroji couldn't help but be greatly shocked. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor's attack wasn't targeted at them. But after feeling the projection of the Heavenly Emperor's attack, the 2 girls couldn't help but reveal an aghast expression. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor's attack was truly too powerful. Anyone would feel despair. In their opinion. Chapter 3153. Lin Feng. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and great worlds have sent so many experts to take your life, but none of them succeeded. Now, you're going to die in my hands. Do you have any last words before you die? Dongfangji, you looked at Lin Feng with a smug look. Clearly, Dongfangji, you was very confident that she could kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't despair. His willpower was very strong. He quickly overcame the thought of giving up in his heart. Lin Feng began to use the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. This was a divine ability that Lin Feng created himself. It was Lin Feng's own Tao. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was activated, it was inside Lin Feng's body. All of the Divine Ability Grand Arrays revolved around the Supreme Reincarnation Fist Divine Ability Grand Array and spun rapidly. Lin Feng seemed to have turned into an unparalleled immortal god. His temperament had changed. At this moment, Lin Feng had an indescribable domineering aura. The 2 clones disappeared. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of domineering aura dissipated. The Divine Ability Array formed by Lin Feng's 3 types of domineering aura. It also began to revolve around the Supreme Reincarnation Fist's formation. The power of the 3 types of domineering aura continuously flowed into the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's 3 types of domineering aura were very powerful. The domineering aura had many unimaginable abilities. Unfortunately, perhaps it was because the realm wasn't high enough. Lin Feng had been unable to raise the level of his domineering aura. It was said that domineering aura was divided into many layers. Lin Feng's domineering aura was equivalent to the first layer of domineering aura. Domineering aura transformation was a technique of the second layer of domineering aura. It was unknown how powerful the domineering aura of the third, fourth, and fifth layers would be. Lin Feng's domineering aura was extraordinary. The Epoch Domineering Aura was a domineering aura that could continuously evolve. It had already evolved to the 3rd layer, which was red. The White Tiger Domineering Aura was the 7th layer, which was green. The Supreme Domineering Aura was the 9th layer, which was purple. Other than the White Tiger Haki that had been cultivated to the Haki transformation stage, Epochal Haki and Supreme Haki were still the most primitive uses. This was especially true for Lin Feng's Paragon Aura. If he could cultivate it to a high level, facing the attack of the Sky Emperor's Phantom, Lin Feng immediately unleashed his Supreme Being Aura. It could instantly destroy the Celestial Emperor's Phantom. However, that would have to wait until Lin Feng cultivated his Supreme Aura to the 4th or 5th level. Obviously, the current Lin Feng was still far from being able to do this. Of course, even if he couldn't do it. However, the three types of domineering auras in his body played an extremely important role at this moment. The three types of domineering auras could stimulate all of Lin Feng's divine abilities and raise their power to the peak. This was a very frightening point. This was because after a cultivator cultivated a divine ability, it was hard to say how much of the divine ability's power could be unleashed. The same person had used the same divine ability twice. The first time he used this divine ability, the power of this divine ability might be able to reach 70% of its peak power. But the second time he used it, it might only be 50% of its peak power. It was almost impossible to unleash 100% of the power of a divine ability. However, the domineering aura could increase the power of these divine abilities to 100%. Moreover, Lin Feng had cultivated close to 100 different divine abilities, and the power of these divine abilities had all reached 100%. And these divine abilities could continuously inject a portion of his power into the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist was powerful in this aspect. The more divine abilities Lin Feng cultivated, the more powerful the Supreme Reincarnation Fist would be when he used it. Of course, the consumption of magic power for this divine ability was unimaginable. The magic power in Lin Feng's body couldn't support him for too long. He estimated that he would only be able to throw 4 or 5 punches. Lin Feng's magic power was about to be depleted. Generally speaking, one had to be extremely careful when using such a divine ability. Especially when surrounded by a large number of cultivators, one had to be even more cautious when using it. Now, Lin Feng had reached the point where he had no choice but to use the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. If he didn't use this divine ability now, he would die in the hands of the Sky Emperor's projection. Lin Feng first used his immortal divine body to recover from his injuries, and then the Supreme Reincarnation Fist swept out towards the Sky Emperor's projection. Bang! Along with the earth-shaking sound of violent collisions, the sound of the collision spread out. Lin Feng and the Sky Emperor's projection collided, as if two unparalleled rulers of the world had collided. With the place where they collided as the center, the void began to crack. Dense cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks were like spider webs that densely covered the void. It made one's heart involuntarily tremble. How is this possible? Dongfang Jiyu, Xian Lenghen, and Fairy Yaroji all exclaimed in disbelief. The Sky Emperor's projection was so powerful. And now, Lin Feng had actually blocked the Sky Emperor's projection's attack. This made the three of them feel as if they were in a dream. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Just how strong was Lin Feng's cultivation base? To be able to block the Sky Emperor's projection's attack. It was only now that the three girls realized that they had underestimated Lin Feng's battle strength. Lin Feng was far more terrifying than they had imagined. After the Sky Emperor's projection's attack was blocked by Lin Feng, the Sky Emperor's projection continued to launch a powerful attack on Lin Feng. Bang! 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 Next, both sides once again exchanged 3 punches. The Sky Emperor's projection became even more illusory. Obviously, the Sky Emperor's projection was about to reach its limit. But, at this time, Lin Feng's situation had also become extremely bad. Right now, Lin Feng could only feel that the mana in his body was about to be exhausted. At most, he could still use one more punch. If the next punch was still unable to break the Sky Emperor's projection, then it would be dangerous. Let's attack together and increase the power of the Sky Emperor's projection, Dongfang Jiyu said in a deep voice. Next, Dongfang Jiyu, Xian Lenghen, Fairy Yaroji and the other two all poured their powerful mana into the Sky Emperor's projection's body. The aura of the Sky Emperor's projection soared, and once again, it swept a punch towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy, and once again collided with the Sky Emperor's projection. This time, Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again, and his mana was almost exhausted. Lin Feng's situation became extremely dangerous. However, the Sky Emperor's projection did not collapse. The 3 holy maidens seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Lin Feng's situation, and immediately became incomparably proud. But at this moment, Fatso and Little Donkey split open the void and appeared behind the three holy maidens. Lord Heavenly Donkey Lord is back again, Little Donkey shouted loudly, locking onto Dongfang Jiyu and Xian Lenghen. Little Donkey, this guy, actually fought one against two, raising his back hooves and kicking towards the two. Fatso, on the other hand, locked onto Fairy Yaroji and punched towards her. Chapter 3154. Fatso and Little Donkey had yet to leave. They had been hiding in the dark, ready to attack Dongfang Jiyu, Xian Lenghen, and Fairy Yaroji at any time. It was just that they hadn't found the opportunity before. Now, the three saintesses had all made their moves, strengthening the Heavenly Empress projection with their magic power. Their attention was focused on killing Lin Feng. Therefore, Fatso and Little Donkey had locked onto this opportunity and suddenly attacked, catching the three saintesses off guard. Little Donkey's attack was very powerful. The power of his two hooves was so strong that it made people pale. Dongfang Jiyu and Xian Lenghen's expressions changed slightly. They quickly blocked Little Donkey's attack. However, before they could attack, they heard a puff sound. Following that, a stench quickly spread out. Little Donkey was indeed a piece of work. When he attacked, he used a series of dirty tricks. He actually used such shameless methods to deal with peerless beauties like Dongfang Jiyu and Xian Lenghen. Dongfang Jiyu and Xian Lenghen almost fainted from the smell. Even though the two of them weren't misophobic. But they were also women who loved cleanliness. Now that they smelled such a disgusting smell, they saw stars and felt nauseous. They almost vomited directly. They had made their move in a hurry. The power they gathered wasn't particularly strong. After smelling Little Donkey's smelly attack, the power they had gathered with great difficulty dissipated by another 30%. Bang bang, the two sides collided. Little Donkey directly kicked Dongfang Jiyu and Xian Lenghen away. Ahaha! Heavenly Donkey Holy Sovereign's attack is indeed extraordinary. Little Donkey couldn't help but laugh. Little Donkey wasn't bragging. His attack was indeed very powerful. Dongfang Jiyu's magic power was on the verge of dissipating. She couldn't continue to activate the Heavenly Emperor's decree. Without the support of powerful magic power, the Heavenly Emperor's projection began to gradually dissipate. At the same time, on the other side, Fatso locked onto Fairy Yaroji. Fairy Yaroji was incomparably terrifying. But after all, she had made her move in a hurry. After clashing with Fatso, she was directly sent flying by Fatso. Fairy Yaroji's face became extremely pale. She also suffered heavy injuries. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He circulated the remaining magic power in his body and then punched towards the Heavenly Emperor's projection. A muffled sound of collision was heard. After taking on Lin Feng's punch, Linziziz's, to say, Linziztus. Lin Feng took out his celestial absorbing jar, which flew out and absorbed the Celestial Emperor's edict. Because the Heavenly Emperor's to you to tus. Dongfang Jiyu suffered a backlash and couldn't help but let out a painful scream. Then Lin Feng took out his immortal binding rope. To wrap to bind s donketes us Little Donkey charged towards Xian Lenghen. He lifted his back hoof and kicked at Xian Lenghen again. Xian Lenghen was exhausted and was once again sent flying by Little Donkey's kick. Little Donkey charged forward. Powerful magic power surged out and directly suppressed Xian Lenghen. Hihi, Fairy Yaroji, Grandpa Fatty has admired you for a long time. Be suppressed by Grandpa Fatty. Fatso charged towards Fairy Yaroji. This guy had a smile on his face. His eyes were shining as he looked at Fairy Yaroji. Fatso wanted to suppress Fairy Yaroji. But at this moment, Fairy Yaroji took out a jade talisman. That jade talisman directly exploded. Bang! A powerful force of impact. It fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. The power of such a fierce attack was terrifying to the extreme. Fatso was sent flying. Fairy Yaroji tore apart the formation and quickly escaped. Ayo! This little girl is really ruthless. She almost used a jade talisman to blow Grandpa Fatty to death. The saying that a woman's heart is the most poisonous is indeed true. Fatso howled. This guy's clothes were all tattered from the explosion. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that Fatso did not have any injuries on his body. Although Fatso's screams were loud, in reality, he did not suffer any injuries at all. Fatso, you still have the nerve to act pitiful here? You let Yaroji go. Do you know that? Little Donkey could not help but roll his eyes at Fatso. Fatso could not help but roll his eyes and say, "Damn Donkey, what are you saying? Do you believe that Grandpa Fatty will beat you up for being so impudent?" Little Donkey curled his lips and said, "If you dare to make a move, Grandpa Heavenly Donkey doesn't mind kicking you to death." Fighting each other was Fatso and Little Donkey's daily life. This was something that Lin Feng already knew. They were a pair of clowns. Seeing Fatso and Little Donkey fighting each other, Lin Feng could not help but laugh out loud. "Lin Feng, what will it take for you to let us go?" Dongfang Ji took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down before looking at Lin Feng and asking. Xian Lenghen also said, "Tell us your conditions. We will definitely do our best to agree to them," Lin Feng said with a smile. 30 types of 3,000 grand daos and I will return your freedom." After hearing Lin Feng's conditions, Dongfang Ji and Xian Lenghen could not help but roll their eyes. Dongfang Ji coldly said, "You are making things difficult for us. Treasures, cultivation resources, heavenly treasures, etc. We can give you anything you want," Xian Lenghen said. These inheritances would not be passed down to outsiders. Sometimes, these inheritances would not be willing to cooperate, but it was not that these people did not want to cooperate. It was because there was a restriction in their minds. If they dared to pass down these inheritances, the restriction in their minds would kill them. Lin Feng said indifferently, "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say to you. I will wait for your elders to come." Following that, Lin Feng took out the 9-dragon cauldron and suppressed the 2 women inside. Although Fairy Yaroji had escaped, Lin Feng was still quite satisfied with being able to suppress Dongfang Ji and Xian Lenghen. Broken Dragon Ridge was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng said, "This place is too eerie and terrifying. Let's quickly leave." Fatso and Little Donkey hurriedly nodded. They did not want to stay here any longer. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of Broken Dragon Ridge. Black fog rolled. It covered the entire Broken Dragon Ridge. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey were unable to leave Broken Dragon Ridge. They were trapped inside. Broken Dragon Ridge was a very scary place. Many people had died in Broken Dragon Ridge. Therefore, after suppressing Dongfang Ji and Xian Lenghen, Lin Feng wanted to quickly leave Broken Dragon Ridge. However, it seemed that they could not leave even if they wanted to. Catcher, catcher. It was at this moment that a series of strange sounds were heard. It sounded like the sound of friction, the sound of bones cracking, and the sound of chewing. Chapter 3155. What's that sound? Fatso's voice turned solemn. Fatso's methods were extraordinary, and he had always treated life like a game. It was rare for him to have such a serious expression on his face. However, it was different now. This was because the fatty sensed an aura that made his soul tremble. It sounds like the sound of chewing. Could some powerful monster be eating something? Little Donkey couldn't help but ask. He then looked at Fatso and said, "Fatso, you're in trouble. You're so fat, and you taste just right. If that monster really wants to eat the 3 of us, it'll definitely eat you first. You have to hold on for a little longer. The longer you hold on, the greater our chances of escaping." Fatso rolled his eyes when he heard Little Donkey's words. "Haven't you heard of this saying? Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. This means that donkey meat is the most delicious thing in the world. If I were that monster, I'd eat you first. You have to hold on for a little longer so that Lin Feng and I can escape." Little Donkey and Fatso were truly a pair of clowns. They were the best of the best. Even at a time like this, they still didn't forget to tease each other. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the 2 of them. The sound disappeared, Lin Feng said. The strange sound didn't continue. It quickly disappeared. After hearing the strange sound, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. That sound was too strange. He didn't know what it came from. Do you want to go deeper to take a look? Little Donkey said. There was a strange sound in the depths. They were unwilling to retreat just like that. Little Donkey wasn't the only one who was unwilling. Lin Feng and Fatso were also unwilling. Of course, they knew that once they entered the depths, they would face great danger. However, as the saying went, wealth comes from danger. They didn't want to take any risks. They also wanted to obtain a great opportunity. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Soon, the three of them came to an agreement and decided to explore the depths. This place was called Broken Dragon Ridge, but it was the terrain of the Devil Burial Ground. What was so profound about it? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Perhaps after entering, they would be able to uncover the secrets hidden within. The three of them carefully walked toward the depths of Broken Dragon Ridge. As they gradually approached the depths, the three of them felt a cold aura enveloping their bodies. It was as if something terrifying was staring at them in the dark. Lin Feng took out 2 stone swords to protect himself. Fatty, on the other hand, took out a dirt yellow flag. His khaki-colored flag looked a little shabby. However, the origin of that khaki-colored flag was extremely extraordinary. That treasure was called the Devil Suppressing Banner. It said it was extremely powerful. The donkey, on the other hand, took out a black hoof. What is this thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but look curiously at the black donkey's hoof. Little Donkey said mysteriously, "This is a holy artifact." Holy artifact? Lin Feng looked at the black donkey's hoof in surprise. He couldn't see anything special about the black donkey hoof. However, Little Donkey said that the black donkey's hoof was a holy artifact. Then, the black donkey's hoof might really be a holy artifact. Does this black donkey's hoof have an extraordinary origin? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Of course. The black donkey's hoof is one of the 7 evil warding treasures, Little Donkey said. Then, he continued, the black donkey's hoof I obtained is not simple. It's not an ordinary black donkey's hoof, but a black donkey's hoof left behind by a descendant of the Black Donkey clan. It was indeed an extraordinary treasure because Fatso's eyes shone with greed as he looked at the black donkey's hoof. It seemed like he wanted to rush up and snatch the treasure away. However, Fatso didn't act. Perhaps he had done so before, but Little Donkey was very strong, even stronger than Fatso. It was impossible for Fatso to snatch something from Little Donkey. If he really attacked, the most likely possibility was that he would be beaten up by Little Donkey. The three of them continued walking. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of Broken Dragon Ridge. In this place, a huge passage appeared. The passage was as black as ink. It was connected to the depths of the ground. It was very deep and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. It's here. Let's be careful, Lin Feng reminded. This place made him feel very uneasy, but Lin Feng didn't plan to leave. He had already prepared to enter and explore. After arriving at the place, it was naturally impossible for him to suddenly change his mind. Fatso and Little Donkey's expressions also became solemn. They nodded and walked towards the underground passage with Lin Feng. This underground passage was extremely deep and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. However, the three of them didn't encounter any danger along the way, which made them feel extremely surprised. In the end, the three of them entered a huge underground cave. The depths of this underground cave were connected to 3 passages. The passage led to a deeper place. In the cave, there were many skeletons accumulated. They should be the skeletons left behind by the creatures who died here. After seeing those skeletons, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly, because he saw some extremely extraordinary skeletons. For example, he saw a jade-like skeleton that was crystal clear. There were also a few golden skeletons. Of course, there were also many different skeletons. The skeletons here had completely decayed. With a light touch, they would turn into ashes. Bones evolving into golden or jade-like colors is not something that ordinary cultivators can do. The cultivators who died here were very powerful, Fatso said. Lin Feng said, I wonder how these people died. At that moment, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from the depths of the 3 caves. After sensing the powerful fluctuations coming from the depths of the caves, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. It seemed that something terrifying was quickly crawling out from the depths of the caves. Not long after, a huge cobra nearly 100 meters long crawled out from the left passage. It was a 9-headed cobra, and its eyes flickered with a sinister light. A huge toad crawled out from the right passage. This toad was pitch black, and venom constantly flowed out from its body. It was extremely horrifying and terrifying. In the middle of the tunnel, a huge spider spirit crawled out. This spider spirit had 7 hideous human heads on its abdomen. Chapter 3156. The 9-headed Cobra King. The Dark Toad. The human-faced spider demon. Each of the 3 terrifying creatures exuded an aura that made one's heart palpitate. That aura was so terrifying that anyone who sensed it would involuntarily feel a sense of horror. Keek. Lowly creatures, you actually dared to enter the forbidden area. You're simply courting death. The Dark Toad laughed sinisterly. The flesh and blood of ants like you are really delicious, especially that brat in the middle. His flesh and blood is so fragrant. The 9-headed Cobra King's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the effect it had on the evolution of these creatures. Lin Feng's bloodline was really too powerful. Therefore, in the eyes of the 9-headed Cobra King, Lin Feng's flesh and blood was extremely delicious. The human-faced spider demon said, "Don't waste your breath. Let's kill these 3. The human-faced spider demon should be the leader of these 3 creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, the human-faced spider demon took the lead and pounced on Lin Feng. Then, the 9-headed Cobra King pounced on Fatso. The Dark Toad pounced on Little Donkey. Fart. The Dark Toad directly sprayed a large amount of poison at Little Donkey. Fart. 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 Instantly, the void was corroded by the Dark Toad's poison. The Dark Toad's poison was extremely terrifying. This kind of poison could cause unimaginable harm to a cultivator. Even a great Emperor-level expert would die in a very short period of time after being poisoned. I'll let you have a taste of Lord Heavenly Donkey's unparalleled unique skill. Facing the Dark Toad's attack, Little Donkey directly aimed his donkey butt at the Dark Toad. Fart. 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 Then, a series of smelly attacks were released by Little Donkey. Little Donkey's smelly attacks were really too powerful. It directly formed a gust of wind and blew back the Dark Toad's poison. The poison was directly sprinkled on the Dark Toad's body. The Dark Toad roared, "Lowly creature, I'll take your dog life. Divine Toad art." Then the Dark Toad roared, and its body began to swell. They started to croak. An extremely terrifying power condensed within its body. Clearly, it was brewing an extremely terrifying divine ability. At the other side, the 9-headed Cobra King's attack was also extremely powerful. All 9 heads could spit out venom. In addition to venom, it could also spit out various other attacks. For example, thunder, lightning, hail, fire, and so on. Venom was one of the 9-headed King Cobra's trump cards, while thunder, lightning, and other attacks were its innate attacks. Now, the 9-headed Cobra King's attack was truly horrifying and shocking. Those terrifying rays of light caused people to be shocked and moved. An overwhelming number of attacks blasted towards Fatso. "Oh my God! Help!" Fatso screamed. This guy was already screaming before the fight even started. It really made people speechless. Such a powerful attack made Fatso's heart skip a beat. If not for the fact that the 9-headed Cobra King had locked on and could not escape, Fatso might have already run away. The 9-headed Cobra King looked at Fatso indifferently and disdainfully. In its opinion, the ant-like human Fatso in front of it was not much of a threat. Killing this fatty was as easy as flipping his hand. When the dense attacks were about to hit Fatso, Fatso's fat body suddenly moved quickly as if it was teleporting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every time Fatso appeared, he would only stay for a moment and then disappear directly. He was quickly approaching the 9-headed Cobra King. Fatso's methods were still very shocking. Lin Feng and Fatso were best friends, but in fact, he did not even know the origin of Fatso. Back then, he met Fatso and Little Donkey on the way to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. At that time, Fatso and Little Donkey were also out to gain experience. In the beginning, Lin Feng did not feel that Fatso and Little Donkey were extraordinary. But the more he knew, the more shocked he was. These two people had too many methods. They definitely had a shocking origin. However, Fatso and Little Donkey did not mention their origin. Lin Feng naturally would not take the initiative to ask. Everyone had their secrets. The way to get along with friends was to respect their secrets. If a friend did not want to say but still tried to pry into his friend's privacy, when the time came, no matter how good the relationship was, it would drift apart. At this time, the magic weapon in Fatso's hand had changed from the demon suppression flag to a dagger. The 9-headed Cobra King's 9 ferocious heads spat out one attack after another, but they could not hurt Fatso. Fatso dodged all of them. Fatso came to the top of a huge and ferocious head of the 9-headed Cobra King. Then, he held the dagger in his hand and stabbed at the 7-inch position of the 9-headed Cobra King's head fiercely. The 7-inch position, the weakest point of a snake, was also the Achilles heel. Once the 7-inch position was hurt, the snake would almost certainly die. It's done. Fatso's eyes suddenly lit up. Fatso wanted to pierce the 7-inch position of the 9 heads of the 9-headed Cobra King. In this way, the 9 heads would die one after another, and the 9-headed Cobra King would be killed in the end. But when Fatso's dagger stabbed at the 7-inch position of the 9-headed Cobra King's head, there was a clang of collision. Sparks flew everywhere. Clang. It was as if this attack had struck the hardest magical treasure. It could not cause any damage to the 9-headed Cobra King at all. Damn it! This giant snake is terrifying. Its 7-inch head is so hard. Fatso screamed in horror. At this moment, the 9-headed Cobra King's thick tail had already lashed over. Fatso wanted to dodge, but the surrounding void was confined by the 9-headed Cobra King, so his teleportation failed. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The 9-headed Cobra King's thick tail had already lashed Fatso's body, and directly sent Fatso flying. Barf! Fatso could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as pale as paper. With a plop, he fell to the ground. The 9-headed Cobra King opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Fatso, wanting to swallow Fatso in one gulp. At this time, the human-faced spider demon also launched a powerful attack on Lin Feng. The human-faced spider demon spat out dense spider webs. Chapter 3157. The spider web of the human-faced spider spirit was very special. The spider webs that it spat out were all dark green in color. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a strange spider web. Obviously, the spider web that the human-faced spider spirit spat out contained a terrifying poison. Such a spider web was extremely terrifying. If a cultivator was careless, they could be poisoned. Such a terrifying spider web naturally had to be treated with caution. These 3 monsters were all extremely proficient in poisonous attacks, and he did not know why 3 monsters with such abilities would appear in this place. Black flame devouring god fire. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the 8th heavenly flame flew out. Ordinary flames were unable to cause any damage to the spider web of the human-faced spider spirit. Only the heavenly flame could cause a devastating blow to the spider web spat out by the human-faced spider spirit. Furthermore, the heavenly flame that Lin Feng had summoned was such a high-level heavenly flame. The 8th heavenly flame. It was definitely an extremely heaven-defying heavenly flame. Kai 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 kai. When the spider web spat out by the human-faced spider spirit was enveloped by the 8th heavenly flame. Suddenly, the spider web began to burn violently, emitting an incomparably foul smell. Lin Feng took out 2 stone swords and slashed towards the human-faced spider spirit. Heavenly flame, it's actually the heavenly flame. Despicable brat, you actually have the heavenly flame, but it's useless. So what if you have the heavenly flame? It's impossible for you to be a match for me. The human-faced spider spirit couldn't help but let out a series of earth-shaking roars. It raised its huge claws, each of which was like the sharpest spears. A light strike. It could pierce through the void, shattering heaven and earth. The power was so strong. It was truly shocking. It made people unable to help but be shocked. Clang clang, the human-faced spider spirit's sharp claws collided with Lin Feng's stone sword. It actually blocked the power of Lin Feng's stone sword. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the attack of the human-faced spider spirit was. Crack crack. Suddenly, the ground split open. A tail actually emerged from the ground, and that tail directly wrapped around Lin Feng. That tail was the human-faced spider spirit's tail. It was like a scorpion's tail. The tail was well hidden by the human-faced spider demon. Previously, Lin Feng hadn't noticed that the human-faced spider spirit had such a strange tail. After Lin Feng was entangled, the barbs at the end of the human-faced spider demon's tail stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. The barb shone with a blue luster. Obviously, it contained a deadly poison. At the other side, the Dark Toad's divine toad technique was truly terrifying, forming a huge shockwave. The shockwave spat out by the Dark Toad swept Little Donkey's body and sent Little Donkey flying. The Dark Toad quickly flew toward Little Donkey and arrived in front of Little Donkey in an instant. Then, the Dark Toad stuck out its tongue and rolled it towards Little Donkey. Little Donkey was caught by the Dark Toad's tongue. The Dark Toad was going to devour Little Donkey. At this moment, whether it was Lin Feng, Fatso, or Little Donkey, they were all in danger. The situation was precarious, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. These three creatures were too terrifying and posed a serious threat to the lives of Lin Feng and the other two. The expressions of the three of them couldn't help but turn ugly. At this critical juncture, the three of them launched a counterattack. First, it was Little Donkey. Holy light intertwined in his body. There was a mysterious bone in Little Donkey's body. That bone was too extraordinary. It was surrounded by holy power. No one knew what kind of bone it was. The mysterious bone swept out a dazzling and powerful holy power. The holy power instantly rushed out of Little Donkey's body and penetrated the Dark Toad's head. Croak, croak, croak. After the Dark Toad's huge body collapsed, it let out a few unwilling cries. Then, it fell to the ground and died. Fatso also displayed his extraordinary ability. He was about to be swallowed by the nine-headed Cobra King. Whoosh! Fatso's body suddenly disappeared. Only a little puppet was left on the spot. Originally, the void was imprisoned, which made it difficult for Fatso to move. However, Fatso was proficient in puppetry. So, he summoned a puppet to replace his real body. His real body dodged the nine-headed Cobra King's attack. The nine-headed Cobra King didn't swallow Fatso. It was Fatso's puppet. In the next moment, Fatso came above the nine-headed Cobra King, and a broken sword appeared in his hand. It was a bronze sword. Although it had been broken in the middle. However, the power emitted by the broken sword was still enough to make people turn pale with fright. That broken sword was definitely an extremely powerful treasure. Fart. The broken sword directly pierced the 7-inch mark of one of the nine-headed Cobra King's heads. Screech! The nine-headed Cobra King let out a shrill scream. The head that was pierced by the 7-inch mark instantly lost all its vitality. The nine-headed Cobra King turned its head and bit Fatso. However, Fatso was too fast. He teleported and dodged the nine-headed Cobra King's attack. Then, he appeared above the second head of the snake. Then, the sharp broken sword pierced into the second head. The second head was also killed by Fatso. The same thing happened. Fatty killed 9 of the enemy's heads in a row. In the end, the nine-headed Cobra King was successfully killed by Fatso. At the same time, Lin Feng also launched an attack on the human-faced spider demon. When the human-faced spider demon's poisonous barb stabbed towards Lin Feng exhaled like a sword. The sword chi slashed towards the barb that was coming at him. Then, a sonorous collision sound was heard. Although the sword energy that Lin Feng exhaled did not directly destroy the barb, it blocked the barb's attack. Lin Feng immediately activated the 5 times strength of the arm of the dragon elephant and directly grabbed the human-faced spider demon's tail. Then, he suddenly exerted force. How terrifying was Lin Feng's strength! The human-faced spider demon's tail could not withstand such terrifying strength. Phut! The human-faced spider demon's tail was directly torn off by Lin Feng. Screech! The human-faced spider demon let out a shrill scream after its tail was cut off. Obviously, the human-faced spider demon was seriously injured after its tail was torn off by Lin Feng. Lin Feng recalled the stone sword and quickly rushed towards the human-faced spider demon with 2 stone swords in his hands. Then, he suddenly slapped the hilt of the stone sword with force. The 2 stone swords were hit by such a powerful impact and instantly pierced through the human-faced spider demon's body. The human-faced spider demon was killed. The 3 terrifying beasts were all killed. Let's go deeper and take a look. Chapter 3158. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey all carefully walked towards the depths because they did not know what would appear in the depths. If a few more powerful and terrifying creatures appeared, wouldn't they be courting death if they went in rashly? The passage was deep. After walking for about an hour, they finally reached the end of the passageway. There was a huge stone cave at the end of the passage. The final place where the 3 passages connected was the stone cave that appeared in front of them. Lin Feng and the other 2 entered and found that there were many skeletons here. These are the skeletons of dead cultivators. They should be the cultivators who were eaten by the 3-headed monster, Fatso could not help but say. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as Fatso said. The skeletons here should be the skeletons that were eaten by the 3-headed monster. However, they did not find the legendary skeleton of the Eastern Dragon God in the Broken Dragon Ridge. They also did not find the demon buried in the demon burial land. This was a little strange. Lin Feng was puzzled. However, the Broken Dragon Ridge was a strange place. Many things were difficult to explain. Look, those murals. Suddenly, Little Donkey pointed to the various murals around the stone cave. Lin Feng looked at those murals and suddenly showed a shocked expression. Those murals were very special. Every mural contained a terrifying wave of energy. Moreover, there were only 2 figures in those murals. One was the Eastern Dragon God, and another was a mysterious powerhouse surrounded by endless demonic chi. These 2 existences fought together. After seeing the contents on the murals, Lin Feng was very surprised. This had always been rumored to be the place where the Eastern Dragon God fell. In addition, this was the terrain of the demon burial land. Logically, a terrifying demon should be buried here to form the demon burial land. Therefore, Lin Feng suspected that this place was likely to be the place where the Eastern Dragon God and a powerful demon were buried. However, he had been unable to find the corpses of the Eastern Dragon God and the demon. There was no clue about the Eastern Dragon God and the demon. But now, these murals seemed to reveal everything that happened during the war in the past. This is a memory stone. It can imprint some things that happened, the Demon Lord said. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually such a mystical thing in this world. It was truly unimaginable and shocking. Lin Feng looked at the murals one by one and realized that this Eastern Divine Dragon was fighting intensely with this powerful devil. It was hard to determine the victor. In the battle, these 2 terrifying existences had suffered heavy injuries. Why do such powerful existences insist on fighting to the death? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He felt that this matter was very strange. Perhaps there was something hidden that no one knew about. However, countless years had passed. Perhaps it would be difficult to find out more about these things. The murals have disappeared. Fatso pointed to the place behind the last mural. The walls in that area had collapsed. As a result, the murals disappeared. Lin Feng didn't know what was engraved on the back. Right now, Lin Feng was frowning. Little Donkey said, "Perhaps you can comprehend it. Who knows, you might be able to gain something." The donkey's method was the only one they could think of at the moment. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey each looked for a place. Then, they comprehended the mural's contents. As time passed, Lin Feng suddenly felt an ancient aura rush towards him. Roar! Next, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses when he heard the dragon chant. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he immediately found himself above an ancient mountain forest in the distant void. An Eastern divine dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with a devil clan expert shrouded in endless devil chi. Extremely terrifying fluctuations surged from the Eastern divine dragon's body. The devil expert was equally powerful. His aura was not any weaker than the Eastern divine dragon's. These two existences fought until the sky darkened. The sun and moon lost their light, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the void collapsed. An ancient scroll shrouded in divine light was suspended in mid-air. The reason why these two terrifying existences were fighting to the death was because of that ancient scroll. The scroll can't be engraved on the murals. I wonder what's the reason for that. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Swoosh. At this moment, a light flashed, and the Demon Lord also appeared in this world. The Demon Lord had a special connection with Lin Feng. He could enter the world that Lin Feng entered when he was in an epiphany. Moreover, this wasn't the first time the Demon Lord had done this. Therefore, when he saw the Demon Lord enter, Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The Demon Lord said, "Although that stone can engrave many things that happened, there are also some things that can't be engraved. There are even some living beings that can't be engraved." After saying this, Zhongxian nodded. The Demon Lord pointed in a direction. A black-robed cultivator stood on a mountain peak not far away. That black-robed cultivator was surrounded by a cold and terrifying aura. When he saw that black-robed cultivator, Lin Feng frowned slightly. That black-robed cultivator also didn't appear on the murals. However, that black-robed cultivator gave him a sense of déjà vu. The battle between the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert became more and more intense. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and there was no clear winner. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator stepped forward and walked toward the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert. If I'm not mistaken, the content of this scroll should be the Sky Tyrant Divine Technique, right? The black-robed cultivator said indifferently. Who are you? The expressions of the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert changed abruptly. The dead have no right to know who I am. The black-robed cultivator said indifferently. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultivator launched an extremely powerful attack on the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert. This black-robed cultivator was extremely terrifying. His combat strength was so strong that it made people pale with fright. The Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert joined forces to besiege the black-robed cultivator, but in the end, they were no match for him. Poof! Poof! 2 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. The Eastern Divine Dragon and the Devil Expert were both killed by the black-robed cultivator. The Sky Tyrant Divine Technique, the supreme technique created by the first Sky Tyrant Divine Lord during the era of Titled God. It's amazing that something that has been lost for so long still exists in this world. This treasure is mine. Chapter 3159. First Generation Sky Tyrant Divine Lord? Who is that? And what is this Sky Tyrant Divine Art? To think that these powerful beings would go so crazy over it. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. His heart was filled with doubts. Swish. Suddenly, a cultivator appeared beside the scroll and grabbed the scroll containing the Heavenly Hegemon Divine Formula. That cultivator had obtained the Sky Tyrant Divine Art in advance. You're courting death. The black-robed cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards the cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere. The cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere was shrouded in holy light. It was unknown who he was, and his face could not be seen clearly. Bam! Following that, the two of them exchanged blows. With the place where the two of them exchanged blows as the center, the void was instantly destroyed. It was hard to imagine how terrifying these two beings were. Who are you? The black-robed cultivator's expression was indifferent. Human. Lin Xiaobai. The cultivator shrouded in boundless holy light said with an indifferent expression. The holy light disappeared. The cultivator appeared. He was a very handsome cultivator. His face was resolute, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. Lin Xiaobai. Your surname is Lin. Could it be that you are related to Lin Qi? The black-robed cultivator said with a gloomy expression. Lin Qi is my father, Lin Xiaobai said indifferently. So you are Lin Qi's son. Lin Qi deserves death. The black-robed cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent. Next, he rushed towards Lin Xiaobai. Killing you is enough to make Lin Qi suffer for the rest of his life, the black-robed cultivator said with an indifferent expression. Myriad Dao Shatter. The black-robed cultivator used a powerful mystic art. It was sent straight towards Lin Xiaobai. 6. Paths of Reincarnation. Lin Xiaobai's voice was indifferent. He also used a powerful mystic art and sent it towards the black-robed cultivator. Bam! The two of them collided violently. The black-robed cultivator was sent flying by Lin Xiaobai's 6 paths of reincarnation. Barf! The black-robed cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! 6 paths of reincarnation? How is that possible? Why do you know the 6 paths of reincarnation? Isn't your father the only one who knows the 6 paths of reincarnation? The black-robed cultivator roared in shock and anger. All human cultivators have a chance to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xiaobai's expression was indifferent. Your race is destined to never be able to peek into the mysteries of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This is a supreme skill that only we humans can cultivate, Lin Xiaobai said coldly as he stepped towards the black-robed cultivator. Do you know who I am? The black-robed cultivator's voice changed slightly. 3,000 years ago, Honorable Lord Tai Dao, Honorable Lord Yuan Tian, Honorable Lord Taichu, and Honorable Lord Nirvana came together to kill my father. How could I not know about your clan? Lin Xiaobai's voice was filled with killing intent. In that battle, Lin Qi was injured. Moreover, his injuries were extremely strange. He had yet to recover. Lin Xiaobai's hatred towards the black-robed cultivator's clan naturally reached the heavens. Back then, your father was lucky that he managed to escape. Since he managed to escape with his life, he should have gone into hiding and never appeared again, the black-robed cultivator said coldly. The reason I appeared was to kill you all, Lin Xiaobai said coldly. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The black-robed cultivator said coldly. Whoosh, he did not stop and quickly flew into the distance. In that clan, this black-robed cultivator had yet to reach the level of experts like Honorable Lord Tai Dao. Although he really wanted to kill Lin Xiaobai, he had to admit that Lin Xiaobai, who had mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation, was not someone he could kill. Therefore, this black-robed cultivator wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and report the latest news of the Lin clan to his superiors. The destruction of your clan begins with you, Lin Xiaobai quickly chased after him. He still used the powerful 6 paths of reincarnation to attack the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator wanted to escape but he could not. He was entangled by Lin Xiaobai. He fought with Lin Xiaobai and was eventually injured by Lin Xiaobai. You dare to come out and walk around with that puny cultivation base of yours? Lin Xiaobai's expression was indifferent and his killing intent was even stronger than before. The black-robed cultivator was infuriated. He had never been looked down upon by anyone. No one dared to look down on their clan either. In the eyes of the black-robed cultivator, the living beings of this era were nothing more than toys that they reared in captivity. How they wanted to play them to death. How they wanted to play them to death. Although there would occasionally be a few stronger characters that appeared. Ultimately, it was fate that could not be changed. But now, this lowly bloodline cultivator in his eyes was actually looking down on him so much. This was something that the black-robed cultivator could not accept. He felt as though he had just been humiliated. Both parties continued to fight for dozens of rounds. Even after using his final desperate move, he still could not injure Lin Xiaobai. The black-robed cultivator's injuries were getting worse. He could be killed by Lin Xiaobai at any moment. I can't accept this. My clan is so noble that you lowly creatures don't even understand the history of my clan. But now, I've actually been defeated by an ant like you. I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not willing to accept this. The black-robed cultivator roared in anger. You think too highly of yourself. In this world, Everyone is equal. What's the difference between nobility and lowly? Lin Xiaobai said coldly. He quickly rushed forward, wanting to kill this black-robed cultivator. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator roared, "No one can kill a cultivator of my clan. Go to hell." Boom, as soon as he said that. The black-robed cultivator's body exploded. This black-robed cultivator actually chose to self-destruct to kill Lin Xiaobai. Even before he died, he wanted to drag Lin Xiaobai down with him. This black-robed cultivator's strength was simply too strong. The destructive power of self-destruction from an expert of his level was completely unimaginable. An energy fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth surged out. Even the void was shattered. Following that terrifying energy wave. It directly drowned Lin Xiaobai. Although Lin Xiaobai was extremely strong, he was unable to resist the energy wave from the black-robed cultivator's self-destruction. He could vaguely see Lin Xiaobai's body, under the attack of the black-robed cultivator's self-destruction. It began to crumble inch by inch, turning into ashes. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Lin Xiaobai was Lin Qi's son. Wasn't that his ancestor? So in his father's bloodline, there was another terrifying character like Lin Xiaobai besides Lin Qi. However, Chapter 3160. Lin Feng was saddened by Lin Xiaobai's death. It was also hard for him to accept this fact. But in the end, Lin Feng could only let out a sigh. Because he had seen it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Lin Xiaobai had died just like that. The death of a top expert of the Lin clan seemed to be a little too unworthy. Undying, indestructible. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. At the center of the explosion, endless holy light shot up into the sky. Within the holy light, a figure vaguely appeared. That voice was Lin Xiaobai's. The ancestor is not dead. Lin Feng could not help but open his eyes wide, his face filled with joy. Lin Xiaobai had long cultivated an undying body. His physical body was almost undying and extremely powerful. Now, Lin Xiaobai's undying body had displayed a shocking ability. His body was reborn in perfect condition. Even someone as powerful as the black-robed cultivator could not kill Lin Xiaobai by self-detonating. Lin Xiaobai floated in mid-air, looking at the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Demon Clan expert. He could not help but sigh softly. What a pity, what a pity. There are some things that you are still unable to come into contact with. If you could come into contact with those things, you would not have continued to fight to the death. If not for the fact that both sides were injured, perhaps you would not have died in the end. Lin Xiaobai did not specify what some things he was talking about. Then, Lin Xiaobai buried the corpses of the Eastern Divine Dragon and the Demon Clan expert in the forest. They died because of it. This thing shall rest here forever. Lin Xiaobai then placed the scroll in the burial ground of the two experts. He allowed the scroll to accompany the two experts who were buried here. As time passed, the world changed greatly. This place turned into a terrifying land of danger. Then, this island became the famous Lulan Island. This was something that happened many tens of thousands of years later. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng found that his divine consciousness had returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he was still sitting in the cave. Little Donkey and Fatso still had not woken up. They seemed to have entered a mysterious state of epiphany. He wondered if what they were seeing was the same as what he was seeing. Scroll. That scroll. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. If everything that happened in the world that he saw in the epiphany was true, then that was to say, the scroll that recorded the Sky Tyrant divine art was still here. For the time being, Lin Feng didn't know what was recorded in the Sky Tyrant God Tactic. He would have to wait until he found the scroll before he could know the contents of the Sky Tyrant God Tactic. Lin Feng tried to use the dragon-seeking formula, a secret technique he had obtained from Daoist Wu Liang, to search for the mysterious scroll. However, he was unable to find any clues. Not long after, Fatso and Little Donkey woke up one after another. The two of them cried out in unison. Scroll, that scroll must be here. It seemed that Fatso and Little Donkey had seen something similar to what he had seen. That was why they knew that the scroll that recorded the Sky Tyrant God tactic was here. Lin Feng nodded and said, if it hasn't been taken by someone else, the scroll should still be here. However, I've been looking for it for a while, but I haven't been able to find the scroll. Maybe it's underground? Fatso pointed to the ground and said. Then, this guy wanted to use the earth burrowing technique to burrow into the ground to search. Soon, Fatso showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Because the ground here was very special, it was impossible to use the earth burrowing technique to burrow into it. There was a terrifying restrictive power in the ground. Unless one could break that restrictive power. Lin Feng had already discovered that restrictive power earlier. After studying it, he found that it was impossible to break that restrictive power. The restrictive power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it didn't seem to be a restriction set up by a cultivator. Lin Feng guessed that it was very likely that when the world changed, the laws of the world changed and condensed into this restrictive power. This restrictive power was the most terrifying type of restriction. It was a restriction of the heavenly Tao. With Lin Feng's current strength, he couldn't break through it. He still couldn't break through this powerful restrictive power. Could it be that we really have no fate with that scroll? Fatso said unwillingly. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Sky Tyrant God tactic, recorded in the scroll, was definitely extraordinary. He also wanted to find that scroll and see what kind of ultimate technique the Sky Tyrant God tactic was. But now, Lin Feng was extremely disappointed that he couldn't find the scroll. Look, there's so much demonic qi. At that moment, the donkey suddenly exclaimed. Lin Feng and Fatso looked outside the cave. They saw a large amount of demonic qi churning in the 3 tunnels. Previously, Lin Feng's attention was focused on finding the scroll, so he neglected the situation in the 3 tunnels. Not good. I'm afraid something unclean is about to appear. Fatso's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly took out the demon suppression flag. Little Donkey took out the black donkey's hooves. Lin Feng took out the mysterious metal box and placed it in front of him. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing flesh suddenly rang out. After hearing those voices, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng's, Fatso's, and Little Donkey's expressions changed. They had heard this sound when they were in the forest outside Broken Dragon Ridge. However, the sound disappeared very quickly last time. The 3 of them didn't expect it. Now, this voice rang out once again. What was the thing that was making this sound? It sounded like a malicious spirit chewing on food. What the hell is this? Come out. Fatso took out 3 talismans. They were yellow talismans, very precious. All 3 talismans burned fiercely. Then, they quickly flew forward. The 3 talismans entered the 3 tunnels, but they were instantly swallowed by the churning black mist. The 3 talismans were very powerful, but they didn't cause the slightest ripple. From this, it could be seen. The creature that appeared here was very terrifying. Look, it's the red spider lily. Fatso pointed at the 3 tunnels in horror. With the 3 tunnels as the starting point, on the ground and the walls, there were dense blood-red flowers. The blood-red flowers were extremely bewitching. It was the legendary red spider lily, a flower that only bloomed in the netherworld. However, the red spider lily had appeared here. It was too strange. Chapter 3161. The red spider lilies continued to spread. The speed at which these flowers grew was extremely fast, causing one's hair to stand on end. In the end, the red spider lilies covered the entire cave. Since you're already here, you might as well show yourself. There's no need to continue hiding, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Keik. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, a burst of sinister laughter rang through the cave. The sinister voice was extremely terrifying, like the cry of a malicious spirit. Upon hearing the sinister laughter, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey looked around warily. However, the terrifying existence still hadn't shown himself. He was hiding in the dark. He was observing Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng took out the black flame God-eater fire. The black flame God-eater fire burned fiercely, enveloping the entire cave in powerful flames. The flames burned extremely vigorously. The rolling black mist was ignited. The 8th Black Flame God-Eater Fire. Kid, you have quite a few good things on you. You've even refined the 8th Heavenly Fire. If I remember correctly, this heavenly fire should belong to the Heavenly Demon Emperor. I didn't expect you to have it. A sinister voice rang through the cave. It was the terrifying existence hiding in the dark who spoke. However, the terrifying existence still hadn't shown himself. Lin Feng was very surprised. This existence even knew about the Heavenly Demon Emperor. It seemed that this existence was at least from the same era as the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Of course, it could also be a creature that appeared after the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Otherwise, this terrifying existence wouldn't know that the Black Flame God-Eater Fire originally belonged to the Heavenly Demon Emperor. You even know about the Heavenly Demon Emperor. I'm getting more and more curious about who you are. Don't keep up the act here, Lin Feng said in a low voice. However, it didn't matter what Lin Feng said. The terrifying existence still hadn't shown himself. It seems that this guy is as cowardly as a mouse. He doesn't dare show himself at all. Fatso curled his lips. Little Donkey said, if he dares to come out, I, Heavenly Donkey Holy Master, will kick him to death with my hoof. Lowly ants, you actually dare to act so recklessly in front of me. Since you want to die, then I don't mind fulfilling your wishes. The terrifying creature's voice was extremely cold. Boom, immediately after. A terrifying aura permeated the void, causing people to turn pale with fright. A mysterious existence appeared in the blazing heavenly fire. That existence's body was shrouded in darkness. However, one could still vaguely see that the being was wearing a black robe. You're that person, Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. When he saw that cultivator wearing a black robe, Lin Feng immediately thought of the black-robed cultivator that Lin Xiaobai had forced to self-destruct. He's a yin master, Fatso said with an ugly expression. Keikakik, that's right. I'm a yin master. I'm a yin master formed from the black-robed cultivator that Lin Xiaobai had forced to self-destruct. That terrifying existence said in a sinister tone. Yin masters were formed from the resentment of powerhouses. Yin masters gathered too much negative energy, so they were evil, bloodthirsty, and only had killing in their hearts. Yin masters were living beings. They didn't belong to the world of the living. They didn't belong to the world of the dead. Such beings shouldn't exist in the world at all. They were rejected by the world of the living and the world of the dead. Therefore, such beings could never be reincarnated. From the day they were born, they would suffer endless pain and torture. The greatest joy of a yin master was killing. As for the strength of each yin master, it was different. The strength of a yin master was related to many factors. For example, it was related to the strength of the yin master's cultivation when he was alive, and it was also related to the degree of resentment when he died. There were too many factors that affected a yin master's strength. When the black-robed cultivator died back then, it could be said that his hatred was monstrous. His resentment was extremely heavy. Therefore, the yin master formed was extremely powerful and terrifying. Looking at the yin master in front of him, Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble. Because the heavenly fire was the bane of yin masters, but the yin master in front of him didn't suffer any damage when he appeared in the black flame spirit-eating fire. It could be seen how terrifyingly powerful this yin master was to be able to ignore the damage of the black flame spirit-eating fire. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Swoosh. Lin Feng took out the ghost cultivation jar. He sneered and said, "Today, I'll use the ghost cultivation jar to swallow you and use you to cultivate 2 ghost emperors." With that, the ghost cultivation jar flew towards the yin master quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, an extremely terrifying devouring power surged out of the ghost cultivation jar. That terrifying devouring power enveloped the yin master, trying to devour it. However, the ghost cultivation jar couldn't devour the yin master. The yin master raised his right hand and slapped the ghost cultivation jar. The ghost-raising jar was directly sent flying. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face changed slightly. It seemed that the ghost cultivation jar couldn't cause any damage to the yin master. You're the descendant of the undying bloodline, right? Is Lin Xiaobai your ancestor? All the descendants of the undying bloodline should die. The Yin Master looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Then, he slapped towards Lin Feng across the void. Buzz! A huge energy palm condensed in the void and blasted towards Lin Feng. The power of that energy palm was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng used the demon ancestor's sacred fist to block the attack of the Yin Master. However, he was still sent flying by the Yin Master. Go to hell! Lin Feng grabbed the mysterious metal box and rushed towards the Yin Master. He lifted the mysterious metal box and smashed it towards the Yin Master. The mysterious metal box was terrifying. It had helped Lin Feng resolve many dangerous situations. Lin Feng thought, the mysterious metal box might be useful at this moment. Take this. Fatso took out the demon subduing flag. This treasure fluttered and quickly became bigger, sweeping towards the Yin Master. The little donkey, on the other hand, took out its black hooves. The black donkey hoof this treasure emitted a terrifying black light and swept towards the Yin Master. Lin Feng, Fatso, and little donkey all attacked the Yin Master. However, the Yin Master took a step forward and the void seemed to be still. This divine ability was very similar to the space freeze that the Rock King used. It was the divine ability of the ancient god of space. Lin Feng felt that his body was imprisoned and he couldn't move. Fatso and Little Donkey were also imprisoned. Even their Dharma treasures had been sealed. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have fallen into a state of complete stillness. Chapter 3162. An ant will always be an ant. They have no power to resist. The Yin god said sinisterly as he looked at Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey with a look of contempt. What are you trying to act like? Back then, weren't you forced to self-destruct by my ancestor? Lin Feng couldn't help but mock. That's right, a guy who was forced to self-destruct actually has the nerve to act like a pretentious prick. Truly shameless, invincible. Fatso couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Right now, that guy is just a Yin god. He's neither human nor ghost. Don't use the word human to describe this guy. It's an insult to the word human. Little Donkey couldn't help but say. Although the Yin god was terrifying, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey's personalities were extremely open-minded. So what if they were in a dangerous situation? The three of them still wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, Lin Feng still had some hidden techniques that he could use. Perhaps he could solve the current crisis. You're courting death. The Yin god was furious and couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, he opened his big hand and slapped towards Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas instantly condensed. The situation was critical. Swish. Lin Feng's hand flashed and the Stone of Destiny flew out. This was given to him by Xue Linglong before she left the 9 prefectures. Xue Linglong was the reincarnation of a mysterious expert. Moreover, Xue Linglong seemed to have awakened the memories of her previous life. She had mastered the legendary Great Fate technique. Although she was young, because she had mastered the Great Fate technique, Xue Linglong's strength was simply unfathomable. The Stone of Destiny could change one's fate once. This Stone of Destiny was simply too precious. If it wasn't a moment of life and death, Lin Feng wouldn't be willing to use the Stone of Destiny. However, it was obvious that it was a moment of life and death. He had no choice but to use the Stone of Destiny. Otherwise, he would really die in the hands of this Yin god. Just as Lin Feng was about to crush the Destiny Stone, a shocking fluctuation came from the cave. Then, Lin Feng felt that his immortal bloodline was automatically activated. How long has it been? How many years have passed? Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in the cave. Inside the cave, an illusory figure appeared. Ancestor. When Lin Feng saw the illusory figure, he could not help but be shocked. The illusory figure was none other than his ancestor, Lin Xiaobai. In the past, Lin Xiaobai had forced the black-robed cultivator to the point of self-detonation. From this, one could see how powerful Lin Xiaobai was. Lin Xiaobai buried the Eastern mystical dragon and the devil clan expert, and placed the scroll that recorded the Sky Tyrant godly scripture at the place where they were buried. And now, Lin Xiaobai's projection actually appeared, which really surprised Lin Feng. Lin Xiaobai, you deserve to die 10,000 times. When he saw Lin Xiaobai's projection, the Yin god instantly roared with hatred. Although he could not remember most of his memories. But the hatred towards Lin Xiaobai, it was unforgettable. The Yin god had always remembered it in his heart. Now that he saw Lin Xiaobai, the Yin god naturally wanted to cut Lin Xiaobai into pieces. The Yin god did not continue to attack Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. Instead, he charged towards Lin Xiaobai. That terrifying palm slammed towards Lin Xiaobai. Bam! Lin Xiaobai made his move and clashed with the Yin god's palm. Both sides collided fiercely. Terrifying energy waves swept through the void, shaking the heavens and earth. The power was so strong that it was shocking. Deng deng deng, Lin Xiaobai, who had clashed with the Yin god's palm, could not help but be pushed back. Although Lin Xiaobai was extremely powerful. But, after all, this was only one of Lin Xiaobai's imprints. The Yin god had formed a special body. Naturally, his combat power far surpassed Lin Xiaobai's. Lin Xiaobai, now, I'll destroy your imprint first. In the future, I'll slaughter all the descendants of your clan and end your clan's bloodline. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. The Yin god roared venomously. His attack did not stop. The Yin god's speed was extremely fast as he charged towards Lin Xiaobai. My power will merge into your body. Use all your strength to kill him. Lin Xiaobai looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly nodded. Then, Lin Xiaobai entered Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the power in his body increasing rapidly. He felt as if his body contained a terrifying power that could split the heavens and earth. Whoosh! Lin Feng charged towards the Yin god. This Yin god had to be killed. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Now, after merging with Lin Xiaobai's power, Lin Feng realized that not only did his combat power increase tremendously, he also seemed to have mastered a few of Lin Xiaobai's supernatural powers. One of them was a supernatural power. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation. This supernatural power was definitely an unparalleled supernatural power. Lin Feng immediately used this supernatural power. He charged towards the Yin god. Boundless Yin prison. The Yin god's voice was cold. He had also condensed a powerful supernatural power. A Yin prison world was formed. That Yin prison world. It was extremely huge. It suppressed. It was as if it could suppress billions of gods and Buddhas. Chimph, what boundless purgatory? No matter what supernatural power you use, it will all be destroyed by my 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 6 paths of reincarnation formed 6 huge black holes. Those 6 black holes. They seemed to be connected to the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Each black hole contained a power that could destroy the world. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 6 paths of reincarnation was indeed extremely terrifying. It directly destroyed the Yin god's Yin prison world. Then, it charged towards the Yin god. Bang! 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 6 gigantic black holes pressed down on the Yin god's body. Catcher, catcher! The Yin god's body began to crack. Ah! Damn it! Why is it like this? The Yin god roared and resisted the attack of the 6 paths of reincarnation with difficulty. He turned around and fled into the distance, wanting to escape. Go to hell! Lin Feng's voice was cold. He took out the stone sword. Holding the stone sword in his hand, he poured all the mana in his body into the stone sword and slashed towards the Yin god. After receiving such a powerful infusion of mana, the power of the stone sword was truly released. When the sword slashed down, the void directly shattered. The Yin god had no way to dodge and had no choice but to block Lin Feng's sword. The Yin god used the supernatural power. Near the Milky Way galaxy, a Milky Way world appeared in front of him, wanting to use this supernatural power to block Lin Feng's attack. However, the Milky Way world was split into 2 by Lin Feng's stone sword. Next, Lin Feng held the stone sword and slashed the yin god's body, directly splitting the yin god into two. Chapter 3163. The yin spirit did not die after being split in half. The two halves of his body were still twisting as if they were trying to merge back together. I am an immortal existence. No one can kill me, the yin spirit roared loudly. The two halves of his body actually started to merge back together. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Stop struggling. When your body was split in half, your fate was already decided." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng punched the yin spirit. Bang! That terrifying punch landed on the yin spirit's body. The yin spirit's body directly exploded. Then, Lin Feng activated the ghost cultivation jar and directly swallowed the yin spirit. The ghost cultivation jar emitted waves of violent waves. The two ghost emperors began to devour the yin spirit's broken body. I wonder if the two ghost emperors can break through to the ghost emperor level after devouring the yin spirit. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. The ghost emperor level was equivalent to the great emperor level. If the two ghost emperors could break through to the ghost emperor level, then for Lin Feng, it would be a great help. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the majestic power in his body gradually dissipating. The power that belonged to Lin Xiaobai was quickly dissipating. This kind of power was really too terrifying. It could even kill the yin spirit. But Lin Feng knew. Such a powerful power did not belong to him. That power would eventually dissipate completely. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xiaobai appeared in front of Lin Feng. Our lineage still has a legacy to pass down to the world. Very good. Very good. Very good. Lin Xiaobai said very good 3 times in a row. Then, he stretched out his right hand. He gently grabbed in the void. Swoosh. The next moment, light flashed. Then, an item appeared in Lin Xiaobai's hand. This item was none other than the scroll. When he saw the scroll, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. The Eastern Dragon God, the Devil Race Expert, and the black-robed cultivator had all died because of this scroll. Lin Feng had always been very curious about the contents of the Sky Tyrant Divine Art, recorded in the scroll. Previously, Lin Feng had carefully searched for the whereabouts of the scroll but had not found anything. Now that the scroll had appeared, Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. Take him. Cultivate well. Lin Xiaobai handed the scroll to Lin Feng. Yes. Our descendant, Lin Feng, will remember this. Lin Feng said hurriedly. Lin Xiaobai nodded. His body became more and more illusory. In the end, his body completely dissipated. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the past, their ancestors, whether it was Lin Qi or Lin Xiaobai, were both so powerful. However, he didn't know what happened to cause them to fall one after another. Or perhaps, they didn't die. However, the possibility of this happening was too small. If he hadn't fallen, how could he have watched the Lin clan decline to this extent without doing anything? This is not a place to stay for long. Let's go quickly, Lin Feng said. Fatso and Little Donkey nodded and quickly left this place with Lin Feng. They walked out of the Broken Dragon Ridge. Outside, a large number of cultivators had gathered. Because Lin Feng had joined forces with Fatso and Little Donkey had suppressed Xian Lenghen and Dongfang Jiyu, the two saintesses, the news had spread. This matter caused a huge uproar. Many people surrounded the Broken Dragon Ridge, waiting for Lin Feng and the other two to appear. Now, Lin Feng and the other two finally appeared. Lin Feng, quickly release the two fairies, Xian Lenghen and Dongfang Jiyu. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place today. A large number of cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all shouted loudly. They blocked the way, wanting to rely on their numbers to force Lin Feng to release Xian Lenghen and Dongfang Jiyu. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you want to die, then feel free to make a move. With that, Lin Feng chose a direction and flew away. Fatso and Little Donkey followed closely behind. No cultivator in that direction dared to make a move against Lin Feng and the other two. Although many people wanted to make a move, they had to consider whether their strength was enough to contend against Lin Feng and the other two. Especially Lin Feng, this person, was simply too terrifying. If a real battle broke out, who knew how many people would be killed by Lin Feng? Therefore, these myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces only relied on their numbers to clamor in front of Lin Feng. If they were to really make a move, these cultivators would not do such a thing. After Lin Feng and the other two left, they found a hidden cave. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey could not wait to study the shocking content recorded in the scroll. It was definitely a heaven-defying scroll. Lin Feng opened the scroll. Sky Tyrant God Art, these 4 ancient words entered his eyes. This scroll was densely packed with words. Those words added up to more than 1,000 words. The Sky Tyrant God Art has a total of 9 levels. It is a peerless secret technique that aids the cultivation of Haki. After cultivating the Sky Tyrant God Art, one can rely on the Sky Tyrant God Art to raise the power of Haki to the 9th level. After seeing the introduction of the Sky Tyrant God Art, Lin Feng's face instantly revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Next, Lin Feng looked like he was going crazy with joy. The Sky Tyrant God Art could actually help a cultivator raise the realm of Haki. This technique was simply too heaven-defying. Right now, Lin Feng was cultivating 3 kinds of Haki. Epoch Haki and Supreme Haki were still in their initial state. That was the first level of Haki. White Tiger Haki was the second level of Haki. The second level of Haki was Haki transformation. There were 2 factors that affected the power of Haki. The first was the grade of Haki itself. Transparent Haki, white Haki, red Haki, orange Haki, yellow Haki, green Haki, cyan Haki, blue Haki, purple Haki. 1st to 9th grade. Each grade had a different color. The higher the grade, the stronger the power of Haki. The second was the level of Haki itself. The 9 grades of Haki were divided into 9 levels. For example, 2 cultivators respectively mastered the first stage of transparent Haki and the second stage of white Haki. If these 2 Haki were at the same level, then the white Haki would suppress the transparent Haki. But if the transparent Haki was cultivated to the 3rd level, and the white Haki was still at the 1st level, then the transparent Haki might even suppress the white Haki. Although Lin Feng cultivated a lot of Haki, he had never been able to truly release the power of Haki. The reason was that the level of Haki cultivated by Lin Feng was too low. Chapter 3164. Therefore, the value of the Sky Tyrant Godly Art was unimaginable. Only cultivators who cultivated Haki would know how precious it was. It was no wonder that the Eastern Dragon God and the Demon Race Expert were willing to fight to the death for the Sky Tyrant Godly Art. Lin Feng guessed that the Eastern Dragon God and the Demon Race Expert had cultivated Haki, which was why they were so determined to obtain the Sky Tyrant Godly Art. This Sky Tyrant Godly Art is awesome. There's actually such a godly art in this world. How unbelievable. The world is so big, and there are so many strange things. The creator of the Sky Tyrant Godly Art is truly an extraordinary person. Fatso couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Give me a copy. This Sky Tyrant Godly Art is practically tailor-made for me. Little Donkey immediately shouted in excitement. Lin Feng looked at Little Donkey in surprise and asked, "You know about Haki too?" "Of course," Little Donkey said proudly. "Have you heard of the Heavenly Donkey Hegemony?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The name of the Heavenly Donkey Hegemony was too strange. He had never heard of such a Heavenly Donkey Hegemony before. Of course, the world was so big that anything was possible. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't surprised by the Heavenly Donkey Hegemony. Lin Feng was very curious about Little Donkey's Heavenly Donkey Hegemony. He couldn't help but ask, "What kind of Heavenly Donkey Hegemony is?" "Show me." "Hehe, watch carefully." The donkey grinned and unleashed its Heavenly Donkey's domineering aura. Little Donkey's body emitted a blue light. The blue light was second only to the Supreme Hegemony. A huge black donkey with an ancient and powerful aura appeared behind Little Donkey. The huge black donkey was tens of thousands of meters tall with just one leg. It was simply too huge. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge donkey before. Of course, donkeys were extremely rare in the world of cultivators. Even if one could see some donkeys, their cultivation wasn't strong. Little donkey was an accident. Retract your domineering aura, Lin Feng said. Little donkey immediately retracted his domineering aura. Lin Feng imprinted the contents of the Sky Tyrant Divine Art into the 2 jade cylinders. Then, he handed the 2 jade tubes to Fatso and Little Donkey. Then, these two fellows found a place to sit down and carefully studied the Sky Tyrant Divine Art. Lin Feng kept the Sky Tyrant deity technique and took out the Heavenly Emperor's Edict. Lin Feng had already experienced the might of the Heavenly Emperor's Edict before. It was truly terrifying. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated into the Celestial Emperor's Edict and started modifying it. Only after Lin Feng refined the Heavenly Emperor's Edict did he realize that this treasure was actually a forbidden artifact. Generally, forbidden weapons were extremely powerful. However, forbidden artifacts usually had a limited number of uses. Many forbidden artifacts could only be used about 10 times. After 10 times, the forbidden artifact would be destroyed. Lin Feng still had 3 uses of the Heavenly Emperor's Edict. However, this already made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Although the Heavenly Emperor's Edict could only be used 3 times, the Heavenly Emperor's Edict had such powerful attack power. These 3 uses would definitely be of great use. After a short rest, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey continued to head deeper into the Heavenly Emperor's Edict. However, not long after, they received news that the Immortal God Tribe, the Extraterritorial Race, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Tribe, and the Wang family of the Eternal River Galaxy had all sent experts. The experts of these 4 forces requested to meet Lin Feng. They intended to negotiate with Lin Feng and redeem their clansmen who had been suppressed by Lin Feng. Xian Lenghan of the Immortal God Tribe. Dongfang Jiue of the Extraterritorial Race. Xiao Changfeng of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Tribe. Wang Xingheng of the Eternal River Galaxy. These 4 people's identities were not simple. If they were ordinary clansmen, the 4 forces might not have bothered. However, not only were the 4 of them direct descendants, but they were also of the direct bloodline. I want 3,000 great Daos. I want 30 types of 3,000 great Daos per person. Also, I want all 3,000 great Daos that I haven't cultivated before. Lin Feng passed on his request to the others. This guy really dares to make such a request. 3,000 great Daos are extremely precious inheritances. Any one of them can't be measured. This guy actually wants the 4 forces to offer 30 types of 3,000 great Daos to redeem their clansmen. This is daylight robbery. That's right. I wonder what the 4 forces will do. I'm not sure. However, the 4 people suppressed by Lin Feng are not to be trifled with. They will probably give in. The 4 forces probably hate Lin Feng to the core. Once their clansmen are freed, the experts of the 4 forces will definitely surround and kill Lin Feng. Even if they can extort so many 3,000 great Daos, they might not even be able to leave Lulan Island alive. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other forces were all discussing this matter. Many people felt that Lin Feng was challenging the 4 forces' bottom line. It was as if he was playing with fire. The cultivators of the 9 states were also discussing this matter. This was because this matter had caused a huge commotion. Many great Emperor-level experts were also discussing this matter. Before Lin Feng, no one had dared to threaten these major forces to hand over their powerful inheritances. Lin Feng was the first to do so. Moreover, he was targeting the 4 forces. Ignorant child. The world of cultivators has its own rules. You are breaking the rules. You should know what the consequences are. An expert from the 4 forces said coldly. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. It was obvious that he wanted to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not take his threat seriously. He replied indifferently, since there's no such rule, then I'll be the one to set the rules. Who do you think you are? A mere junior dares to say that you will set the rules. You really don't know what's good for you. Another expert from the 4 forces said coldly. If you don't want to cooperate, I will kill 4 of you. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He was extremely domineering and did not fear the experts from the 4 forces. How dare you? There was a threatening tone in the voices of the experts from the four forces. I even dare to kill your great emperors, let alone a few juniors. Lin Feng sneered. Okay. We can give you the 3,000 great Daos. Where will we do the transaction? In the end, the experts from the four forces compromised. They agreed to Lin Feng's request. At 1,000 Sun Mountain, Lin Feng looked at the mountain range not far away and said coldly, 1,000 Sun Mountain. It was rumored that one could see 10,000 suns fall from this place. Soon, Lin Feng's words spread. Lin Feng wanted to trade with the four forces at 1,000 Sun Mountain. Chapter 3165. Lin Feng dared to extort the four great forces. He was simply audacious. Many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces naturally hoped that the four great forces could join forces to kill Lin Feng. Many people felt that even though Lin Feng had extorted those powerful 3,000 great Daos, in the end, he still could not escape this calamity. Lin Feng is too self-righteous. He openly broke the rules of the cultivation world. This is a provocation to the laws that the entire cultivation world has followed for countless years. This kid will definitely die. If you want to kill someone, you must first make them crazy. How does the current Lin Feng complement this sentence? This guy should have died long ago. It was a huge mistake to let him live until now. The cultivators of the three forces were all sneering. They wanted Lin Feng to die without a burial ground. Do the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the forces of the great world still care about rules? How laughable. If we cared about rules, we wouldn't have caused so much suffering in the 9 provinces. We don't need to care about any rules when dealing with you three forces. A human expert spoke up. Who dares to be so arrogant? Do you not want to live anymore? The cultivators of the three forces were filled with killing intent. The one who supported Lin Feng was a human cultivator with a sword on his back. My name is Li Jianga. I'm currently rushing to the Myriad Sun Mountain. If anyone wants to die, try your best to challenge me. The cultivator continued to sneer. He was not afraid of the cultivators of the myriad races. How laughable. The 9 provinces only produced one Lin Feng. Now, everyone thinks that they are Lin Feng. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to jump out and court death. They simply don't know what death is. When I reach the Myriad Sun Mountain, I will definitely chop off your dog head. There were cultivators from the myriad races who opposed each other. They did not restrain their killing intent. All right, I'll wait for your arrival. The cultivator called Li Jianga did not say much. His response was very simple. He was not afraid of any challenge. The outside world was in an uproar because of Lin Feng extorting the 4 major forces. However, Lin Feng did not appear. When a large number of cultivators arrived at the Myriad Sun Mountain, many of them wanted to enter the Myriad Sun Mountain to explore, but they discovered that this place was filled with danger. Entering it. Just a little carelessness. His body died and his Dao vanished. Many cultivators were frightened and retreated. They did not dare to approach the Myriad Sun Mountain because this place was definitely a peerless and terrifying place. If they dared to approach this place, they would only die. Unless one's methods were very powerful, only then would one be able to enter the Myriad Sun Mountain to investigate. There are many dangerous places in Lulan Island, and 1,000 Sun Mountain is one of them. This place is filled with danger and is abnormally terrifying. Lin Feng is the successor of the celestial master Taoism. He is proficient in formations. He must have chosen this place to use the formation here to block the experts of the 4 forces and then escape. I heard that the experts of the 4 great forces have invited an old ancestor of the Geomaster lineage. Isn't the ancestor of the Geomaster branch, Shu Tianxing, dead? Brother, you don't know about this, right? The Geomaster branch had a total of 3 old ancestor-level existences during the chaotic ancient era. These 3 existences were Shu Tianxing, Shu Tianmaro, and Shu Tiankuan. Shu Tianxing was the first old ancestor to break out of the stone and walk out. Therefore, although Shu Tianxing has fallen, the Geomaster branch still has 2 old ancestors. Moreover, It is rumored that these two old ancestors are even stronger. I see. If an old ancestor of the Geomaster branch makes a move, Lin Feng will definitely die. However, I wonder which of the two old ancestors of the Geomaster branch made a move this time? The one who made a move is Shu Tiankuan. Just as the various factions were discussing, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey appeared in the Myriad Sun Mountain. They stood on a mountain peak in the depths of the Myriad Sun Mountain and looked outside. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the outer region of the Myriad Sun Mountain. A cultivator from the Myriad races stepped toward a human cultivator with a sword on his back. The terrifying aura directly enveloped the human cultivator. The human cultivator with a sword on his back looked very young. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. This cultivator exuded an indescribable temperament. If one really had to use a word to describe his temperament, perhaps only the words fluttering in immortal robes could describe it. Lin Feng also saw this person and was slightly surprised. This human cultivator was very extraordinary. He had never seen or heard of such a cultivator before. Was he a human cultivator from the 9 provinces or an alien cultivator? The human cultivators from the outer realm were basically neutral, coldly watching the changes in the 9 regions. If he was a human cultivator from the 9 provinces, was he a human cultivator from a reclusive family or a reclusive sect? Scorpio race cultivator, Endless Scorpion. It's actually him. This Endless Scorpion is a powerful figure. He has cultivated for 79,000 years this year. It is said that he can enter the Great Emperor realm at any time. Some of the cultivators from the Myriad races recognized the identity of the cultivator who was about to make a move. This was an extremely powerful figure. Of course, he had cultivated for close to 80,000 years and could no longer be considered a young generation. However, his age was not considered old in the world of cultivators. He still belonged to the young generation. The cultivators from the Myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces all looked at Li Jianga with a gloating expression. In their opinion, after being targeted by Endless Scorpion, Li Jianga was bound to die. The cultivators of the 9 provinces were very unfamiliar with Li Jianga. Now, the cultivators of the 9 regions were bound together for glory and disgrace as they were against a common enemy. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry about Li Jianga's safety. Hihi, so it's this guy. Fatso grinned after seeing Li Jianga. Li Jianga was definitely a terrifying existence. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Seeing that Fatso seemed to know Li Jianga, Lin Feng was very surprised. You know him? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Fatso nodded. Just as he was about to explain Li Jianga's identity, Little Donkey began to recite a poem. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Don't you see the bright mirror in the hall with sad white hair, like black hair in the morning and snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful, and 1,000 gold will come back after it has been spent. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure, drinking 300 cups at a time. Center Fuzi, Dan Chosheng, when wine is served, don't stop drinking. I will sing a song with you, please listen to me. Bells and drums are not expensive, I hope you will be drunk forever. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, only those who drink leave their names. In the past, the king of Chen held a banquet and drank 10,000 cups of wine. Why does the master say that he is not rich? He must take the right wine. Colorful horses, golden fur coats, whoever will be exchanged for fine wine, with you to sell the worries of eternity. Chapter 3166. Householder Qing Lian's name was well known to Lin Feng. Householder Qing Lian was a cultivator from the Tianwu continent. He was probably a figure from the Middle Ages. Householder Qing Lian's surname was Li, his name was Xian, and his courtesy name was Taixian. He was known as the Wine Sword Immortal. His swordsmanship was superb, and he was addicted to wine. He was also good at writing poems. He was a great writer. He was also a top-notch swordsman. It was rumored that Li Taixian had already left the Tianwu continent for the Undying Realm during the Middle Ages. Of course, no one knew if the rumors were true. In the past, Lin Feng had once entered the Taishen mansion. It was the place where Li Taishen comprehended the Tao. Therefore, Lin Feng and Li Taishen seemed to have a trace of relationship. Now, Little Donkey was reciting Li Taishuan's masterpiece that had been passed down for generations. Then, he recalled that the cultivator with the sword on his back was called Li Jianga. Lin Feng thought of Li Jianga's origin. This person. It was very likely that he was a descendant of Li Taishen. Walking the world with a sword on his back. Drinking a cup of sake. How cool was that? How happy was that? Perhaps that was the realm that sword immortals pursued. Are you that Li Jianga? Endless Scorpion looked at Li Jianga indifferently. His eyes were full of contempt. Obviously, he did not take Li Jianga seriously. Li Jianga said indifferently, "That's right. I am Li Jianga. Are you here to die?" Many people were dumbfounded. This Li Jianga was so arrogant. Endless Scorpion narrowed his eyes, which flickered with a sinister light. He sneered and said, "Lowly thing, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Today, I won't kill you directly. Instead, I'll capture you and cut off your flesh piece by piece." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Endless Scorpion attacked. He was very decisive and did not delay any time. He could not wait to torture this human cultivator who dared to look down on him. Endless Scorpion was naturally an extremely terrifying existence. He had not cultivated for 79,000 years for nothing. It was said that he could already compete with some early-stage great emperors. He definitely had great potential. His future could be described as limitless. Endless Scorpion's divine ability was called the Scorpion of all evils. An endless amount of black fog began to churn. Within the black fog, a terrifying creature appeared. The terrifying creature was a huge scorpion, and its body emitted an extremely evil aura. The pressure emanating from the scorpion's body was suffocating. Many people were unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and had no choice but to quickly retreat, not daring to approach the battlefield. This endless scorpion is pretty good. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Endless Scorpion was an expert. Among the myriad of races, he was absolutely not a nobody. Of course, the current Endless Scorpion could no longer be considered part of the younger generation. Almost half of the top experts of the younger generation of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces had died in the 9 prefectures. Li Jianga is very powerful. I've seen him fight before. This person's swordsmanship had already reached the acme of perfection, Fatso said. Little Donkey nodded and said, "That's right. This Li Jianga is quite terrifying. He will definitely alarm everyone later." There were too few people who knew how powerful Li Jianga was. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces obviously didn't know how powerful Li Jianga was. Endless Scorpion's attack is really powerful. That Li Jianga will definitely be defeated this time. That's right. That Li Jianga is nothing. He's just a lowly human. Compared to Endless Scorpion, he's too weak. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were indifferent, and their eyes were filled with ridicule. In their opinion, Li Jianga would not be able to escape today. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures couldn't help but frown and look at Li Jianga worriedly. But now, they could only watch the battle from the periphery and couldn't help Li Jianga in any way. You can't be defeated in 3 moves. Endless Scorpion looked at Li Jianga with contempt. Then, he urged the demonic scorpion to pounce on Li Jianga. Sword controlling technique. Li Jianga's expression was indifferent as his hands kept changing. Buzz. The sound of the sword resounded through the clouds. Then, the treasured sword on his back soared into the sky. Swoosh. The treasured sword gently shook the void. In an instant, billions of sword chi condensed. Those sword energies were truly terrifying to the extreme. They were so powerful that they caused people to turn pale with fright. Every sword chi seemed to have the power to destroy the sky. The endless sword chi combined together and turned into a sword chi dragon that swept towards the huge demonic scorpion. Puff! The demonic scorpion's body was instantly torn apart. Then, The sword chi dragon's power didn't decrease as it continued to slash towards Endless Scorpion. Many people were shocked. Especially the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were the most shocked. They originally thought that an expert like Endless Scorpion would be able to easily kill Li Jianga. But who would have thought that Li Jianga's swordsmanship was actually so superb? Sword controlling technique. A sword dragon was condensed. It was invincible. It was so terrifying that people couldn't help but be shocked. Endless Scorpion quickly retreated and waved his hand. Suddenly, a sky halberd appeared in his hand. Monstrous waves. Endless Scorpion held the sky halberd with both hands and suddenly waved it. Suddenly, an endless sea appeared under his feet. In the sea, huge waves rolled. The huge waves were as high as 100,000 feet. Then, the huge waves turned into huge dragons. Every single giant dragon. It was as if they all had the power to destroy the world. There were a total of 9 huge dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They pounced towards the sword chi dragon condensed by Li Jianga. But what was shocking was, Li Jianga's sword chi dragon was simply invincible as it directly shattered the huge dragon condensed by the 9 huge waves. The sword chi dragon instantly arrived beside Endless Scorpion. Shattering heaven and earth, Endless Scorpion roared and waved the sky halberd at the sword chi dragon that had already pounced over. Clang! Along with the earth-shaking clanging sound of the collision, there was an earth-shattering sound. The sword chi dragon collapsed. But Endless Scorpion was also forced to retreat. Endless Scorpion's face turned pale. His hands that were holding the sky halberd were cracked and blood flowed out. Endless Scorpion, have a taste of my swordsmanship. Li Jianga attacked. He became one with the sword and attacked Endless Scorpion. Endless Scorpion looked solemn as he waved the sky halberd at Li Jianga. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Li Jianga split into 9. 9 swords formula. Li Jianga's voice resounded between heaven and earth. The 9 Li Jianga held 9 long swords and stabbed at Endless Scorpion at the same time. Only one of the 9 Li Jianga was the real body. The rest were illusions, but they could pass off as real, making it difficult to tell which one was real. Endless Scorpion was shocked, but he couldn't tell which of the 9 Li Jianga was the real one. Therefore, Endless Scorpion's attack was very aimless. The 4 Li Jianga that were swept by Endless Scorpion dissipated one after another. Li Jianga's body could rapidly change between real and illusory. But Endless Scorpion only destroyed 4 of Li Jianga's avatars. There were still 4 Li Jianga's avatars and 1 real body that were unharmed. The next moment, Endless Scorpion felt a sharp pain in his chest. Chapter 3167. I can't believe I died just like that. Looking at the sharp sword that had pierced through his body, Endless Scorpion couldn't help but mutter. His face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had died in Lin Feng's hands just like that. But that was the truth. Endless Scorpion had fallen. In the end, he died. His body fell to the ground. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Li Jianga's sword flew back into the scabbard. The surroundings were silent. And yet, a powerful existence like Endless Scorpion was so easily killed by a young human cultivator. And the cultivator who killed Endless Scorpion was not Lin Feng. Another young genius had appeared in Lin Feng's group. How terrifying. This person is definitely a huge threat. I really hope a great Emperor-level expert can kill Li Jianga. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces said after coming back to their senses. An extremely cold gaze flashed in their eyes. These cultivators' cultivation levels were not high enough, so they couldn't make a move. Therefore, they hoped that the great emperors of the 3 forces would make a move. However, none of the great emperors of the 3 forces made a move. At this critical juncture, there naturally wouldn't be any great emperor-level experts coming out. This was because there were definitely great emperors of the 9 provinces secretly observing the situation here. If they made a move now, it would probably cause a war between great emperors. Is there anyone else who wants to come out and die? Li Jianga's voice was cold as he asked. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was very domineering and powerful. He was not afraid of anyone. Standing alone in the void, he dared to provoke the experts of the three forces. However, no one dared to accept the challenge. This was because a powerful existence like Endless Scorpion was easily killed by Li Jianga. Not to mention the others. Except for the top heaven-defying geniuses or great emperors of the younger generation. No one dared to make a move against Li Jianga. It reminds me of Lin Feng. He challenged the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces alone, but no one dared to accept the challenge. I heard that the great emperors of the 9 prefectures are much stronger than the great emperors of other places. It's difficult for cultivators of the 9 prefectures to become emperors, but once they become emperors, their battle prowess will be unparalleled. From Lin Feng and Li Jianga, I can see some other clues. There are very few top-notch geniuses in the 9 prefectures, but the top-notch geniuses of the 9 prefectures are much stronger than the top-notch geniuses of other places. The 9 regions are very special. The cultivators of the 9 regions are different from the cultivators of other places. However, no one can tell exactly what is different about them. Therefore, the cultivators of the 9 regions are the most powerful among the same level. Some 9 regions cultivators were talking about this matter. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other great emperors might have some understanding of this matter, but they didn't say anything. Of course, he was the great emperor of the 9 prefectures. He must have some understanding of it. Apart from these great emperors, the others didn't know much about this matter. Even if Lin Feng didn't know much about it, he still didn't understand. It was not that there were no peerless geniuses in the outside world. Lin Feng saw Fairy Yaroji, who had escaped before. Now, Fairy Yaroji was as beautiful and moving as ever, like an immortal. She didn't have the embarrassing feeling she had in Broken Dragon Ridge. In addition, Gongzong Nai, Huang Yanmo, Divine Path Battle, Shu Qianzong, and other top-notch geniuses were all present. Batches of geniuses fell. For them to be able to survive until now, they knew how extraordinary these people were. The battle of the immortal path. It was full of danger and thorns. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. It was precisely because of this. These surviving cultivators became more and more terrifying. Everyone had shocking means. Those cultivators didn't make a move because they didn't want to expose their battle prowess. Ha 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 ha, it's really a wonderful battle. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces are just a bunch of trash. How can they be compared with the cultivators of the 9 prefectures? The cultivators of any world will be suppressed when compared with the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng laughed loudly. These words were incomparably arrogant. It was a slap to the faces of the cultivators of the 3 factions. However, these words came from Lin Feng. The cultivators of the 3 factions were mad with anger. But they couldn't refute it. Lin Feng, don't be so arrogant. Wait until those great emperors arrive. Let's see how you die. A cultivator in the crowd sneered, deliberately targeting Lin Feng. Little Donkey shouted, "Great emperors are nothing. During the Great Emperor War, my brother Feng killed a great emperor in front of everyone. The Great Emperor War on Broken God Island was a battle that shook the heavens. The 6 great emperors of the 9 prefectures won all 6 battles. Lin Feng, who hadn't broken through to the Great Emperor layer, had also killed a great emperor. Therefore, the 9 prefectures had won all 7 battles. The peak Great Emperor War allowed the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces to know the strength of the 9 prefectures. They weren't as weak as they seemed. This was especially true during the Great Emperor War. The human race's old emperor, the Red World Fairy, Lord Turtle, and the others didn't make a move. Although a long time had passed since the Great Emperor War, its influence still lingered. Now that the Great Emperor War was mentioned, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures felt their blood boil. A great being whose physical body was destroyed was recreated by someone using a soul reconstruction technique. The otherworldly creature couldn't use any of its abilities. What was there to be proud of for killing an Erla-level Emperor Realm otherworldly creature? So what if he has the strength to fight against a low-level Great Emperor? In the eyes of immortal emperors or even greater Great Emperors, he's just an ant or a dog. A cultivator from the myriad races sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently. A coward who only knows how to hide his head and show his tail dares to talk nonsense here? If you dare to come out, I'll kill you right now. That's right. Come out if you dare. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures shouted. However, the cultivator who provoked Lin Feng didn't show himself. Instead, he sneered and said, I don't even need to do anything. You'll die without a burial ground. Ha 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 ha. If you don't dare to come out, then don't dare to come out. You're just a piece of trash. A complete piece of trash. You don't even have the right to talk to me. Go back to your planet and cultivate for tens of thousands of years before coming back. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. His words were full of ridicule. This guy is too arrogant. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign cultivators all had gloomy expressions. They hated Lin Feng so much that they gnashed their teeth, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng. We're here. Hand over the 4 people you've suppressed. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. 4 cultivators walked over from afar. These 4 cultivators were 2 men and 2 women. Chapter 3168. Wang Shuqiong, Xiao Kanglan, Xian Piaoshu, Dongfang Wanyu. Some cultivators immediately recognized the 4 experts when they saw them walking over. The identities of the 4 great powerhouses were extremely extraordinary. Wang Shuqiong was an expert from the Wang family of the Eternal River Star Zone. He had come for Wang Xingheng. Xiao Kanglan was an expert from the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf clan. Xian Piaoshu was an expert from the Immortal God clan and Xian Lenghen's aunt. Dongfang Wanyu was an expert from the extraterritorial star race. She had come for Dongfang Jiue. The 4 experts were simply too powerful. When they stood together, the void started to distort. Have you brought the 3,000 great Daos? Hand over the 3,000 great Daos first. I'll release the hostages after I verify them, Lin Feng said calmly. The 4 experts looked extremely gloomy. Wang Shuqiong said coldly, let us see the 4 of them first. We'll only hand over the 3,000 great Daos after we make sure they aren't hurt. Lin Feng said indifferently, I won't say the same thing a 3rd time. Hand over the 3,000 great Daos. Otherwise, this deal is over. Lin Feng's unyielding tone shocked many people. Lin Feng was facing 4 experts who were at least at the Immortal Emperor realm. If it were anyone else, they would probably tremble in fear if they talked to such experts face to face, let alone threaten them. Okay, I'll give it to you, Xian Piaoshu said hurriedly. She had always been close to Xian Lenghen. Although Xian Piaoshu was only Xian Lenghen's aunt, she was unmarried and had no children. She had always treated Xian Lenghen as her own daughter. Of course, she didn't want Xian Lenghen to be wronged. Furthermore, Xian Piaoshu had done research on Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was someone who could do anything. He was fearless. Xian Piaoshu was worried that Lin Feng would kill the 4 hostages in a fit of anger. The lives of the other 3 had nothing to do with her. However, Xian Lenghen was her own niece that she treated like her own daughter. Xian Piaoshu would not sit by and do nothing. Xian Piaoshu took out a jade tube and said, there are 30 types of 3,000 great Daos recorded in it. Take a look. After saying that, he flicked his finger and the jade tube flew towards Lin Feng. Many of the spectating cultivators looked at the jade tube with burning greed in their eyes. There were 30 types of 3,000 great Daos recorded in the jade tube. Any of the 3,000 great Daos was incomparably precious, let alone 30 types of 3,000 great Daos. Many people wished they could snatch the jade tube away. But in the end, he didn't have the guts. Lin Feng grabbed the jade tube. After sensing for a while, he realized that the 3,000 great Daos recorded in the jade tube were the 3,000 great Daos that he had never cultivated before. Moreover, these 3,000 great Daos were very complete. Xian Piaoshu did not play any tricks, so Lin Feng released Xian Lenghen. Hannah, I will never forget what happened that night. I will always wait for you, Lin Feng said. Hannah, what happened that night? Holy shit, what happened that night? Xian Lenghen couldn't have been defiled by that bastard Lin Feng, right? That's really possible. I heard that Lin Feng is a womanizer. He suppressed a peerless beauty like Xian Lenghen for so long. How could he not have any thoughts about her? My goddess, she was actually defiled just like that. Lin Feng, that damned bastard. The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races and the other forces began discussing the matter. Many of them hated Lin Feng so much that they gnashed their teeth. Bastard! Bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? Xian Lenghen glared at Lin Feng furiously. She wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. Lin Feng pretended to be deep and said, Han I know that the forces behind us have different standpoints. You are feeling very pained. I don't blame you. I will wait for you. I will always remember that romantic night. I'll take your life. Xian Lenghen couldn't bear to listen any longer. Because her magic power was sealed, she could only use her hands to deal with Lin Feng. Whether it was an ordinary woman or a peerless goddess, they all seemed to be very good at scratching people with their hands. Lin Feng hurriedly sent Xian Lenghen over to Xian Piaoshu's side with his magic power. What about the three of you? Do you want to see the rising stars of your clans die in Myriad Sun Mountain? Lin Feng said indifferently. This is a jade tube that records the 3,000 grand daos. Dongfang Wanyu said coldly. Lin Feng then released Dongfang Jiyu. Seeing Lin Feng open his mouth to say something, Dongfang Jiyu quickly said, Bastard, don't think about slandering me like you did Sister Lenghen. No matter what this guy says, don't believe him. Lin Feng said. Sister don't worry. I won't say anything because we didn't do anything. Didn't do anything? Many people saw Lin Feng looking at Dongfang Jiyu with a flirtatious expression. Everyone rolled their eyes. Who are you trying to fool? You think you didn't do anything just because you said you didn't do anything? Since you dared to make a move on Xian Lenghen. Naturally, you wouldn't let the peerless beauty Dongfang Jiyu off. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. You and I really didn't do anything. We are innocent. Even spring and snow aren't as pure as our relationship. Lin Feng said seriously. The more Lin Feng said this, the more people didn't believe that Lin Feng and Dongfang Jiyu were innocent. Lin Feng, you actually dared to ruin my goddess Dongfang Jiyu's innocence. I'll kill you. A cultivator from the other regions drew his sword and threw himself at Lin Feng. This cultivator had pursued Dongfang Jiyu for many years, but Dongfang Jiyu had always ignored him. Now that he saw that something had happened between Dongfang Jiyu and Lin Feng, he went crazy. That cultivator had gone insane. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Lin Feng. The cultivator's companion was quick to react and quickly caught him. Bastard, you did it on purpose. Dongfang Jiyu was furious. She pounced towards Lin Feng and reached out to grab Lin Feng. I'm telling the truth. There's nothing going on between us. Lin Feng said helplessly. He hurriedly sent out a strand of magic power to wrap around Dongfang Jiyu and send her to Dongfang Wanyu's side. At this time, Wang Shuqiong and Xiao Kanglan also handed over the jade tubes that recorded the 3,000 grand daos to Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked them and found that he hadn't cultivated any of the 3,000 grand daos before. Moreover, there were no problems. He nodded in satisfaction and kept the jade tubes. Then, he let Wang Xingheng and Xiao Changfeng out. Chapter 3169. Lin Feng, you brat, have you thought about how you want to die? The four strong cultivators all looked at Lin Feng with murder in their eyes. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Then, the four experts all rushed towards Lin Feng. All of them were filled with killing intent. The four experts are going to attack. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng is dead for sure. That's right. This kid is dead for sure. Let's see how he dies later. After seeing the four experts attack, the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces all sneered. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. The four experts had such powerful cultivation bases. Even if Lin Feng's methods were heaven-defying, he would not be able to escape today. Let's go, Lin Feng said in a deep voice and returned to the Myriad Sun Mountain with Fatso and Little Donkey. There was a teleportation array set up by Lin Feng in the Myriad Sun Mountain. The three of them returned to the teleportation array. Lin Feng activated the teleportation array. The teleportation array emitted waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey were about to be teleported out. But at this moment, a terrifying beam of light descended from the sky and swept across the teleportation array. Instantly, the teleportation array set up by Lin Feng was directly destroyed. I heard that the Celestial Masters sect still has a successor in this world. It must be you. However, your standard is really not that good. You have completely embarrassed your ancestors. At this moment, the void split open. An old man in a daoist robe walked out from the crack in the void. Old man, who are you? Tell me your name. Lin Feng looked at the old man who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. This old man could instantly destroy his teleportation array. His methods were truly terrifying. Previously, in order to set up this teleportation array, Lin Feng had spent a large amount of precious array materials. Because Lin Feng knew that it would not be easy to leave this place. The other party would definitely set up many obstacles. Therefore, Lin Feng had set up an extremely powerful teleportation array. Even if the void was sealed, he could still instantly tear through the void and leave. But who would have thought that? It was beyond Lin Feng's expectations that there would be someone so proficient in formations in the opposing camp. I am Shu Tianmao of the Geomaster lineage, the sage-like old man said with an indifferent expression. Very few people knew that the Geomaster lineage had 3 old ancestors. Previously, cultivators from the myriad races had mentioned this matter. However, the news did not spread. Only a small number of people knew about it. Lin Feng didn't know either. Now, after seeing Shu Tianmao, Lin Feng realized that there was such a powerful character among the Geomasters. Lin Feng had seen Shu Tianxing before and knew how extraordinary Shu Tianxing's methods were. However, it was clear that this Shu Tianmao was definitely more powerful than Shu Tianxing. The old fart of the Geomaster lineage, no wonder his methods are so shocking. The teleportation array has been destroyed. Lin Feng is dead for sure. This kid is finally going to die. How satisfying. The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces began to discuss excitedly. Many people wanted to kill Lin Feng even in their dreams. Because of Lin Feng's existence, the 3 high and mighty forces had suffered a huge blow. And this blow had formed a psychological shadow on many people. It even affected their future cultivation. It caused them to have inner demons, making it difficult for their cultivation to improve. Now, Lin Feng was going to die. As long as Lin Feng was killed, the inner demons of these people would immediately disappear. Damn it. Damn it. This Shu Tianmao really deserves to die. He actually helped the 4 great emperors deal with the cultivators of the 9 provinces. I really wish I could immediately cut Shu Tianmao into pieces. The cultivators of the 9 provinces had gloomy expressions. Many people looked at Shu Tianmao with sinister gazes. However, Shu Tianmao did not care about the opinions of these cultivators of the 9 provinces. The Geomaster lineage. They only cared about benefits and not one's background. Since they could cooperate with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces, they would be able to obtain more benefits. Why wouldn't he do it? Who is Shu Tianxing of the Geomaster lineage to you? Are you a junior brother of the same generation? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He is my junior brother, Shu Tianmao said with an indifferent expression. I still remember that when Shu Tianxing was born, he also thought that he had everything under control, but in the end, he died in the emperor battle. Perhaps you, old fart, will soon follow in Shu Tianxing's footstep. Lin Feng could not help but mock. Ignorant brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly here. You're really courting death. Shu Tianmao's expression was extremely gloomy, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. The 4 experts had already rushed to the Myriad Sun Mountain. However, the Myriad Sun Mountain was densely covered in restrictions, and there were terrifying killing arrays everywhere. Therefore, in a short period of time, they were still unable to reach the area where Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey were. Shu Tianmao quickly flew over and said, fellow Taoists, follow this old man. Today, we must capture that brat Lin Feng alive. We must first let him taste all kinds of torture in the world before we can kill him. If we take his life directly, it will be too easy for him. That's right. We must torture him until he wishes he was dead. Only then can we vent the hatred in our heart. The 4 experts nodded one after another. Xu Tianmao's methods were very terrifying. He walked towards the Myriad Sun Mountain. Instantly, the powerful restrictions within the Myriad Sun Mountain flew away, not daring to approach Xu Tianmao. This old thing's attainments in formations shocked Lin Feng. Amazing, truly amazing. I've never seen such a terrifying formation grandmaster. He can directly ignore the killing arrays in the forbidden area. With such methods, doesn't that mean that he can freely enter and exit any dangerous place? Some of the cultivators from the myriad races exclaimed. They were amazed by Xu Tianmao's attainments in formations. Xu Tianmao did have an extraordinary understanding of formations. His methods were so powerful that they could not help but be shocked. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Fatso and Little Donkey, then quickly walked towards the depths of the forbidden area. Lin Feng, it's useless. You won't be able to escape today. There's no need to pointless struggle. No matter how you struggle, the outcome has already been decided, said Xu Tianmao, sounding cold and detached. He was looking at Lin Feng as if he were a mouse. Ha 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 ha, very powerful. Let's see the scene when you fall into our hands later. The 4 great emperors couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were hunters looking at their prey. In the eyes of the 4 great emperors, they were the hunters, and Lin Feng was the prey. Today, how were they going to play Lin Feng to death? How were they going to play Lin Feng to death? The 4 great emperors followed behind Xu Tianmao and quickly walked towards the depths of the Myriad Sun Mountain. Everyone had an indifferent expression. They were very confident that they could kill Lin Feng today. Chapter 3170. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey quickly made their way deeper into the mountain range. They had already explored the entire Myriad Sun Mountain, so they knew what was the most terrifying part of the mountain range. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Fatso wouldn't have wanted to risk their lives in the depths of Myriad Sun Mountain if they had been able to escape. However, the teleportation formation they had used to leave had been destroyed by that old bastard, Xu Tianmao. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Fatso had no choice. Although it was risky to enter the depths of Myriad Sun Mountain, they might be able to kill the 5 pursuers. As they ventured deeper into Myriad Sun Mountain, the temperature grew hotter and hotter. Even Lin Feng was sweating profusely. Little Donkey's eyes were rolling back from the heat. He hung his tongue and panted heavily. Little Donkey was covered in thick fur. It was only natural for him to feel the heat in this place. Damn it! I'm going to die from the heat. The donkey couldn't help but howl. Huff! 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 At that moment, Little Donkey's fur began to burn. Fire! Fire! I don't want to become a roasted donkey, Little Donkey wailed as he rolled on the ground. In the end, he managed to extinguish the flames on his body. Brother Feng, hurry up and use your heavenly fire to protect us. Otherwise, we're really going to become roasted donkeys. The donkey cried out in agony. Lin Feng said helplessly. Hold on a little longer. Once you use your heavenly fire, there will be a chain reaction. Have you forgotten what happened when we first came here a few days ago? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Little Donkey couldn't help but recall what had happened when they first came here. Little Donkey trembled in fear. The scene back then was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't bear to think about it. Back then, he had thought that he, Lin Feng, and Fatso would die here. Fortunately, Fatso had a powerful talisman that saved their lives at the critical moment. I'm about to turn into a dog, but I'm not making a fuss. What are you yelling for? Do you believe that I won't stew you? Fatso said angrily. At this moment, Fatso's head was smoking. It was indeed unbearably hot. For people like Fatso who were fat, it was also difficult for them to withstand such high temperatures. Fatso was extremely depressed at this moment. The high temperature made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he had no other choice but to endure for the time being. They're here. We need to speed up, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Behind him, Shu Tianmao, Wang Shuqiong, Xiao Kanglan, Xian Piaoshu, and Dongfang Wanyu also caught up. They were in the same situation as Lin Feng and the other two. They were all sweating profusely from the heat, and none of them could muster up any strength. Extreme heat would cause a person's physiological activity to drop to the lowest point. Their entire body would be soft and unable to muster up any strength. Shu Tianmao, Wang Shuqiong, and Xiao Kanglan were slightly better. They were all male cultivators. Even if their bodies were drenched in sweat, they were fine. However, Xian Piaoshu and Dongfang Wanyu were in a different situation. They were both women, and their clothes were soaked in sweat. They were completely plastered to their bodies. For experts of their level, it was naturally an extremely unbearable scene. Therefore, the two women's expressions couldn't help but become very unsightly. Even Shu Tianmao, Wang Shuqiong, and Xiao Kanglan couldn't help but glance at the two women. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyeballs? Xian Piaoshu and Dongfang Wanyu said coldly. They were simply the reincarnation of a tigress. They didn't give Shu Tianmao, Wang Shuqiong, and Xiao Kanglan any face at all. The three smiled bitterly and didn't refute. They could only withdraw their gazes. Although Xian Piaoshu and Dongfang Wanyu wanted to leave, in order to kill Lin Feng, they gritted their teeth and finally decided to leave after killing Lin Feng. However, they slowed down and followed behind Shu Tianmao, Wang Daoqiong, and Xiao Kanglan. This way, the three wouldn't be able to see them. They wouldn't let their imaginations run wild. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey arrived at the deepest part of Myriad Sun Mountain. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt as if his body was about to ignite. If one stayed in this place for 2 hours, one's body would definitely be roasted. Anyone who stayed in this place would only have one path, death. Lin Feng and the other two were like ants on a hot pan. Sweat constantly flowed out of their bodies. Shu Tianmao, Wang Daoqiong, Xiao Kanglan, Xian Piaoshu, and Dongfang Wanyu quickly caught up. Shu Tianmao sneered. Why aren't you running anymore? Looks like you're planning to give up. If you kneel and die, you might suffer less physical pain. Wang Daoqiong looked at Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey with a mocking gaze. Clearly, Wang Daoqiong's words couldn't be trusted. If they really fell into the hands of these three, who knew what kind of torture they would suffer? They would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Feng sneered. You're the ones who are about to die, yet you're still thinking that you're infallible. How laughable. Arrogant brat. The 5 experts couldn't help but reveal cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with coldness. Fatso said, those 2 beauties have nice figures. If you're willing to submit, we'll spare your lives. Lin Feng's gaze also fell on Xian Piaoshu and Dongfang Wanyu. Both of them could be described as peerless beauties. Now, they were filled with temptation. Fatso, I'll tear you to pieces later, Xian Piaoshu and Dongfang Wanyu said indifferently. Attack. Then, Xian Piaoshu and Dongfang Wanyu attacked. They wanted to leave Myriad Sun Mountain as soon as possible. Therefore, they didn't plan to delay any longer. Seeing Xian Piaoshu and Dongfang Wanyu attack, Shu Tianmao, Wang Daoqiong, and Xiao Kanglan also attacked. Experts at their level were unimaginably terrifying. Moreover, with 5 experts working together, it was naturally not something that Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey could contend against. However, it wasn't that Lin Feng didn't have a way to deal with these people. Sometimes, one didn't have to do it himself to kill someone. This place was called Myriad Sun Mountain. It was rumored that one could see the falling of the sun near Myriad Sun Mountain. But in reality, many cultivators had never seen such a scene after coming here. Therefore, many people felt that this rumor wasn't true at all. Actually, it wasn't. The rumors of Myriad Sun Mountain were all true. To see the falling of the sun, one had to be inside Myriad Sun Mountain. Moreover, it required special conditions to trigger the phenomenon of the falling of the sun. Previously, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey had entered the depths of Myriad Sun Mountain because the temperature here was too high. Lin Feng released the sky fire to protect his body. After the Skyfire was released, the void was ignited, causing a phenomenon.